Chapter 1 Feeding the Nine-Tailed Fox. Chapter 1-1 Feeding the Nine-Tailed Fox 2177. A game called Homeng suddenly appeared and became popular all over the world because it could read any work and generate an extremely realistic virtual world. Liang Luo stood in front of the game cabin and muttered to himself, "Why did I see the host use the sacrifice flow to pass Naruto so successfully, but if it were me, I would be chased and beaten by the Six-Path Sage." Liang Luo shook his head. He had already experienced 4 failures, so this time the Naruto speed run must succeed. For this purpose, he specially found Homeng's programmer and bought a plug-in. He just didn't believe that he would be sealed by the Six-Path Sage again this time. Since Homeng made a major version update this time, there are some other ways to win. Liang Luo hesitated for a moment and then chose the most difficult food victory. 80% of the people in the ninja world needed to like the food he cooked. Afterwards, Liang Luo raised his appearance to the maximum before entering the game with satisfaction. "Boss Huang, something bad has happened. Liang Luo, who came to you to buy the cheat, has died suddenly in the game room." Mr. Wang's face lit up. "It was really easy to make these 2 million. I was worried that he would cause trouble for me after using the cheat. That plugin was a piece of junk he wrote using scraps from his later dreams. The tasks inside are randomly generated after capturing keywords. He had originally planned to finish this job and then go to Enceladus to avoid the limelight, but he never expected that such a good thing would happen. But the Procuratorate found that Liang Luo's sudden death was related to the Trojan plug-in you implanted. There is a warrant out for your arrest." "What?" After entering the game, Liang Luo became a sickly member of the Kurama clan. He was surprised to find that the intelligence of the NPCs in the game seemed to have improved a lot. Correspondingly, the difficulty of the game has also become much higher. Kurama Ryoroku almost didn't get the first place in the graduation examination, so he decisively activated the cheat. "After all, the Third World War has just begun, so we have decided not to use the sacrifice flow. If you don't improve your strength, you will easily become cannon fodder on the battlefield." Liang Luo walked to the gate of the welfare home carrying the groceries he had just bought. He did this to complete the first task issued by the Ruby system: make scrambled eggs with tomatoes for Joey himself. If you want to feed the nine-tailed fox, you have to find Kushina's location. Liang Luo had already investigated clearly and found out that Uzumaki Kushina often came to the welfare home to volunteer during this period. Theoretically, Uzumaki Kushina and the Nine-Tails are almost one and the same. So maybe the mission can be completed by giving Uzumaki Kushina scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The gate of the welfare home was a bit shabby, and the doors on both sides were ajar, leaving only a gap. Liang Luo did not rush in, but knocked on the door first. "Anyone there?" After the sound of footsteps, a silver-haired child poked out from the gap. He was wearing large round-framed glasses and looked at Liang Luo with a wary look. "Who are you?" It turned out to be the Master of Dreams, Pharmacist Do. Liang Luo looked at the vigilant child and understood what was going on. At this time, Kabuto Yakushi had not been taken to the battlefield, so no one discovered his talent. Liang Luo just raised the dish in his hand, smiled soothingly and said, "I'm a student at the ninja school, and I'm here to volunteer." A hint of mocking smile actually appeared on the handsome little face of Yakushi Kabuto. But he said gratefully, "Thank you so much for your concern and support, but due to the wartime martial law, our orphanage does not allow outsiders to come in and out at will. If you really want to help us, please contact the director first." Pharmacist Do said, and emphasized the syllables on the word really. I think he has already discovered that Liang Luo does not really want to help the welfare home. Liang Luo's hands that held the bag were pale, he coughed heavily a few times, and an abnormal blush immediately appeared on his face. He seemed to be apologetic and said, "I was reckless. Then I had to go back." Yakushito tightened his grip on the crack in the door and looked at the thin figure gradually moving away. Still couldn't help but ask, "Why do you want to volunteer at the orphanage?" Liang Luo curled the corner of his mouth as he turned his back to Yao Shidu. He made sufficient preparations to ensure the smooth progress of the mission. Naturally, I also investigated how to better sneak into the welfare home. Before Kabuto Yakushi became a spy, he was a very compassionate child. It was not until he killed Yakushi Nono that he completely lost himself and lived his life with a hypocritical and cold mask. Liang Luo turned back to look at Yao Shidu and said sadly, I've always wanted to come to the welfare home and do something within my ability. Liang Luo coughed a few more times and said weakly, but my health was so poor before, and it wasn't until recently that I got better that I had the strength to come over. Yakushi Kabuto was silent. He was wondering if his words just now had hurt the fragile boy in front of him. After a while, Pharmacist Kabuto said slowly, tell me your name and I'll help you register with the dean. Liang Luo took a breath and said, I am Liang Luo from the Kurama clan. Pharmacist Kabuto pondered for a moment in his mind. The Kurama clan has sponsored welfare homes. I have also heard that the two young masters of the Kurama clan are in worse physical condition than each other. This also corresponds to what the young man in front of him said. It is also said that the eldest son of the Kurama clan is extremely handsome and difficult for others to imitate. Pharmacist Do secretly looked at Liang Luo's face again, and then let down his guard. Yaoshidu opened the door and said to Liang Luo, come in first, I'll register you right away. Liang Luo finally walked into the welfare home. The welfare home does not occupy a large area, even smaller than the Kurama clan's territory. The children in the yard were playing in groups of 3 or 4. When they saw Liang Luo coming in, they all looked at him curiously. Pharmacist Do looked at the big bag of vegetables in Liang Luo's hand, and wondered if he should help him carry some of the vegetables since this man was so weak. But Pharmacist Kabuto still shook his head, then adjusted his glasses and asked, do you want to come cook for us? Liang Luo nodded gently. Yes, I just happened to learn some new dishes recently. Pharmacist Do pondered for a moment, and Aunt Kelly from the welfare home was transferred to the battlefield to cook. Nowadays, the meals in the welfare home are cooked by the older children themselves. Now that there is someone willing to cook for them, that couldn't be better. So Pharmacist Do took Liang Luo to the kitchen, and Liang Luo put down the dishes in his hand. He said to Pharmacist Kabuto with great confidence, then you can wait for the feast. Half an hour later, Pharmacist Kabuto looked at the black area in front of him and picked it up with chopsticks. I found that the eggs inside were not cooked yet, but the eggs outside were burnt. He said to Kurama Ryarazu speechlessly. If you want to poison me, there's no need to go through so much trouble. End of this chapter. Chapter 2-2 Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes. Chapter 2-2 Scrambled Eggs with Tomatoes. It was an accident. It was purely an accident. I just wanted to practice first. Liang Luo saw the speechless expression of Pharmacist Do and spoke righteously. How could he, a rich second generation born in 2177, cook? I only knew the specific method of making scrambled eggs with tomatoes after I received the task from the task details. However, Liang Luo was not worried that the plan would go wrong. Because after the cooking was finished, a transparent option box appeared in Liang Luo's eyes. 1 Cooking Novice, White. The cooking tastes 10% better. 2. Dark Cuisine, Blue. Your cuisine has fatal damage. Anyone who eats your cuisine will suffer painful torture. 3 Healing Food, Green. Your food has therapeutic effects, and eating it can help you recover from injuries quickly. This is the power of the pigeon system. Every time you complete an event, the system will display the corresponding entries. However, because it is a pigeon system, these entries can only last for 1 day. If you want to maintain the effect of the entry for a long time, you must obtain the artifact in the mission. For example, the reward for this mission is videotape artifact. It has slots inside that can store 3 entries. After selecting an entry, you can use it again on the same day. With this artifact, Liang Luo can have 3 permanent entries, which is why he must come here to complete the task. Although Liang Luo really wanted to choose the blue dark cuisine, defeating Zhu Xingna was also a way to complete the task. But it was obvious that Kushina would never eat something that looked like poison. So Liang Luo had no choice but to choose cooking novice, white, at least to make his scrambled eggs with tomatoes look more normal. So Liang Luo struck while the iron was hot and fried another pot of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This time he learned his lesson and decided to cut the tomatoes into pieces and crack the eggs before frying them, instead of throwing it all in and cutting it with a spatula to save trouble. So when Liang Luo brought the scrambled eggs with tomatoes to Yao Shidu again, Pharmacist Do took a look at the porridge in the plate and said to Liang Luo with a complicated expression, "Why don't you find a class to attend?" Liang Luo remained very calm. "I think I did much better this time than last time." Pharmacist Do frowned and picked it up a few times with chopsticks. He discovered that what Kurama Ryoluo made this time actually made him feel like it was food. It was indeed a big improvement over last time, but Pharmacist Kabuto still thought it looked very unpalatable. He just looked at Liang Luo with some doubt. "As a graduating ninja student, shouldn't you be very busy? You can go to train and leave the dishes to us to cook." Yakushi Kabuto felt really sad about the dishes that were wasted by Kurama Ryoluo. Kurama Ryoroku said confidently, "I've found the trick, just wait for the feast." Pharmacist Kabuto was speechless as he watched Kurama Ryoluo enter the kitchen again. "Having a big meal? It's more like a banquet." 1. Dark cuisine, blue. Your cuisine has fatal damage. Anyone who eats your cuisine will suffer painful torture. 2. Sticky paste, blue. The taste of the paste you make increases by 100%, and you can stop eating for 3 days after eating it. 3. Weird food, green. Although it looks inedible, it is surprisingly delicious, and its deliciousness increases by 50%. Liang Luo looked at this option with a strange expression. It was the first time that he drew the same entry twice in a row, and the entry of sticky paste was also very strange. Liang Luo vaguely felt that this pigeon system was mocking him, but he had no evidence. Liang Luo finally chose the weird dish, green. After all, what he wanted to make was scrambled eggs with tomatoes, not tomato paste. "I will definitely be able to do it this time." Liang Luo made up his mind and started cooking again. Pharmacist Kabuto looked hesitantly at the plate of red scrambled eggs with tomatoes in front of him. This time, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes made by Kurama Ryoro really looked like a dish, with the eggs and tomatoes clearly separated. "It smells delicious too. But, why is this egg so red?" Pharmacist Kabuto carefully used chopsticks to poke the egg, which was almost as red as a tomato. "Is this really edible?" "Don't worry, I tasted it myself this time and found it very delicious." Liang Luo saw that Pharmacist Do was hesitant and said very confidently. Seeing that Yakushi Kabuto's chopsticks were still frozen in mid-air, Liang Luo could only sigh and take the scrambled eggs with tomatoes away. Quite lonely said, "I worked so hard on this." Seeing Kurama Ryoroku's desolate back, Yakushi Kabuto gritted his teeth and said, "Put it down, let me taste it." "Really?" Liang Luo turned around happily. She quickly placed the scrambled eggs with tomatoes in front of Pharmacist Do, as if she was afraid that he would change his mind. Pharmacist Kabuto looked at the terrifyingly red scrambled eggs with tomatoes in front of him, and always felt that this red was as red as the red spider lily on the road to the underworld. He looked at Liang Luo again, who was full of expectation, and swallowed hard. With trembling left hand, he picked up the red spider lilies with chopsticks. With his right hand, he secretly wrote on the tatami, "The murderer is." After Yakushi Kabuto put the red egg into his mouth, he closed his eyes, like a prisoner waiting for trial. "Well." Yakushi Kabuto opened his eyes in surprise. "It's actually edible, and surprisingly delicious. I don't know how Kurama Ryoroku made it, but the fragrance of tomatoes and the smoothness of eggs are perfectly blended together. It creates a very rich taste experience. It's delicious." Liang Luo looked at Pharmacist Do with a smile, who looked surprised. Even now, Yakushi Kabuto still couldn't believe that Liang Luo had just turned into a ball of charcoal. He just nodded blankly. It's just as delicious as Aunt Kelly's. As he spoke, Pharmacist Do subconsciously picked up a piece of tomato and put it in his mouth. As soon as it enters the mouth, the sour and sweet juice in the tomato cubes flows out. The taste is extremely delicious and very appetizing. This made Yakushi unable to help but pick up more, as he hadn't eaten lunch yet. Liang Luo watched the Pharmacist Do eating quickly while he began to select the entries for this reward. Point 1. Food Desert, purple A10mx10m area is formed around you. Within this area, any food will become extremely unpalatable. 2. Natural Good Tongue, green your taste sensitivity increases by 50%. 3. Dark Cuisine, blue your cuisine has fatal damage. Anyone who eats your cuisine will suffer painful torture. It's hard. Liang Luo's fist is hard. He felt that the system must be mocking him. When this cycle was over, he would definitely go and cause trouble for Mr. Huang. After Liang Luo calmed down, he had no choice but to choose Born with a Good Tongue, green. At least it can improve your ability to identify dishes. At the same time, Liang Luo also saw the progress bar of his cultural victory, which had risen slightly. A smile appeared on Liang Luo's lips. Who says you can't conquer the world with food if you can't cook? So Liang Luo took another look at Pharmacist Do, who was eating heartily, and prepared to cook again. This time he was going to cook a big pot of rice, enough for the dozen or so children in the yard. Afternoon, Uzumaki Kushina, with dark circles under her eyes, walked into the yard carrying a large bag of food with a puzzled look. She could smell the fragrance coming from the orphanage from far away. Aren't Kabuto, Yakushi and Urasi the only ones who can cook noodles? Could it be that the village sent a new chef? When Kushina saw what the children were eating, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of disgust on her face. How could anyone make scrambled eggs with tomatoes for them? End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Tomatoes and Tomatoes. Chapter 3 Tomatoes and Tomatoes. You should know that the food that Uzumaki Kushina hates the most is tomatoes, followed by red peppers. Because when I was a kid, people would often make fun of me because of the color of my hair. He said he had a tomato head and his temper was as bad as a red pepper. Although now that she is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, no one dares to laugh at her like this. But the shadow of her childhood is still engraved in her bones. Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but fan her nose. She could hardly stand the smell of tomatoes. She threw the vegetables she had bought on the ground and walked towards the kitchen angrily. She wanted to see who was brave enough to burn tomatoes in front of her. Bang sound. The kitchen door was forced open. Liang Luo was holding a spatula, and in the pot was the scrambled eggs with tomatoes that had not yet been taken out of the oven. Uzumaki Kushina could tell at a glance that this was the boy she had just met in the ramen shop. Could it be that after seeing me, he knew that I had been coming to the welfare home frequently during this period, so he bought tomatoes on purpose to mock me? Uzumaki Kushina, who was already very tired, said with a somewhat impatient tone. Did you make the scrambled eggs with tomatoes for them? Don't make any noise, I'm thinking. Liang Luo was indeed thinking about it, because he had not had much contact with Uzumaki Kushina in his previous reincarnations, and had never eaten with her. Seeing Kushina's current state reminded me that she doesn't like eating tomatoes. How should I convince her to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Liang Luo fell into deep thought. Damn it, you arrogant little brat! You must have come here deliberately to make fun of me. When Uzumaki Juxingna saw Liang Luo ignoring her existence, her rage grew even stronger. Liang Luo stared at Uzumaki Juxingna very calmly. I think you may have misunderstood something, but let's talk about that later. There are still a lot of hungry little guys out there. Uzumaki Juxingna was looked at by Liang Luo's eyes, which were as calm as the abyss. His momentum weakened a lot, and he snorted coldly, they don't like tomatoes. Liang Luo replied with a slight smile. But when I went to replenish the food just now, I found that they were eating very happily. Uzumaki Kushina said, very unconvinced. That's because they have no choice. Urasi and his friends only know how to make instant noodles. Even if the food you cook is terrible, they will still eat it to avoid instant noodles. Liang Luo raised a smile and said, I saw that you brought some dishes here. If you are not convinced, you can cook some dishes yourself. See what they like to eat. Uzumaki Kushina, who was originally exhausted, rolled up her sleeves and said with full energy. Okay. If my cooking is the most popular, you have to admit that tomatoes are the most unpalatable food in the world. And I will never be able to cook this dish for anyone else again. And what if you fail? Liang Luo saw that Uzumaki Juxingna looked choked, and slowly added, if you fail, why not try the scrambled eggs with tomatoes that I made? Uzumaki Kushina hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Liang Luo was a little surprised. He didn't expect that such salty bait and straight hook could catch fish. He had already prepared himself mentally for long-term work. So Liang Luo didn't rush to serve the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but cooked a big pot of rice first. After all, rice and scrambled eggs with tomatoes are the perfect match. Then he stared at the transparent panel in front of him and laughed for no apparent reason. Malice of the Companions, Blue, active. Select a dish made by a chef and reduce its deliciousness by 50%. After all, even after being enhanced many times, Liang Luo's cooking skills are only slightly better than Aunt Kelly's in the eyes of pharmacist Do. She may not be able to compare with Uzumaki Koyukina, who is a full-time housewife. But with this entry, Juzingna will definitely eat the scrambled eggs with tomatoes that I made. I'm sorry, Juzingna. Liang Luo said sorry in his heart. In the afternoon, after reporting to the third Hokage, Minato Namikaze also rushed to the welfare home. After learning the whole story from pharmacist Do, he smiled and shook his head. Kyukina is really full of energy. Minato Namikaze also likes the surging vitality that Koyuki-na radiates from the inside out. So he watched Liang Luo and Juzingna with great interest, as they each set up a big pot in the yard. While waiting for the children to line up to get their meals, Namikaze Minato also wanted to try to help Kushina. However, Kushina refused his help on the grounds that she could not disrupt a fair duel. Uzumaki Kushina knocked the vegetable bowl in front of her with an iron spoon, then yawned loudly and said tiredly, it's time to eat. After saying that, Uzumaki Kushina perked up and glanced at Kurama Ryoroku provocatively. This time she was full of confidence and not only made her best curry beef brisket. It also comes with prepared miso soup and fresh rice. Although it is unfair to compare a meat dish like curry beef brisket with a vegetarian dish like scrambled eggs with tomatoes. But she, Kyuxingna, must not lose to tomato. It doesn't matter if she uses some mean means to do so. On the other hand, at Kurama Ryoroku's place, there was only scrambled eggs with tomatoes and freshly cooked rice, which looked bright red. It's not as rich as Uzumaki Kushina's. The children from the welfare home who heard the call excitedly began to line up, even though it was not yet dinner time. But they were already very hungry after having only eaten some instant noodles and a small amount of scrambled eggs with tomatoes for lunch. As the boss of the welfare home, Urushi was the first one to line up in front of Kushina. Looking happily at the big bowl of curry beef in his hand. Thank you, Aunt Juzingna, your cooking is getting better and better. Call me sister. You little bastard. Kushina picked up an iron spoon and pretended to hit him, but Urushi laughed and ran away. Sit on the seats that have been prepared in the yard and prepare to eat. I'm gonna start now. After Olusi finished speaking, he picked up a spoon and scooped a large spoonful of beef brisket into his mouth. Vomit. Urasi's face looked very ugly and he almost vomited. Why is the beef brisket so old and has a strange mutton smell? The curry sauce also has a strange, stinky smell. Urasi, adhering to the virtue of thrift, forced himself to swallow the unknown object in his mouth. Then he looked at the yellow unidentified object on the plate and was unable to eat it again for a long time. Coincidentally, this time, Pharmacist Kabuto also sat next to Urasi with a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Smelling the fresh aroma of tomatoes that rushed into his nose, Urasi suddenly felt his mind clear. "Do, you eat too bland food, you won't grow taller. I have to switch with you." As he said this, Urasi forcibly swapped his plate with Yakushi Kabuto's plate. Pharmacist Kabuto was forced to accept it without knowing why, and thought it was fine for a change of taste, so he did not stop it. After the change, Urasi couldn't wait to scoop a big spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Before taking a bite, the nose can smell the charming fragrance. Urasi inhaled hard through his nose, and saliva immediately began to flow from his mouth. Only 2 words came to his mind. Fast food. As soon as the spoon entered his mouth, Urasi closed his eyes in satisfaction. The perfect combination of tomatoes and eggs opened up all the pores in his body. On the other side, Yakushi Kabuto put the yellow unknown object into his mouth. Only then did he understand why Urasi wanted to exchange with him, and he said to Urasi in grief and anger, "Are you happy now? I will never forgive you." In order to make the competition fair, Juxingna and Liang Guo specifically agreed to only give the children half the portion, so that no one would get too full after eating another person's food. There were a lot of people queuing up at Uzumaki Kushina's place at the beginning. But gradually she noticed that the number of people queuing at Kurama Ryoko's side was increasing. Many of the children who had lined up on their side for the first time chose to have a second meal at Kurama Ryoko's place. Even Minato Namikaze had a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes at the end. This was a betrayal she could never accept, so Uzumaki Kushina forcibly grabbed Minato Namikaze and scooped a piece of curry beef brisket with a spoon and stuffed it into Minato Namikaze's mouth. Uzumaki Kushina asked Namikaze Minato angrily, "Minato, is the food I cook really that bad?" Seeing Minato Namikaze's face gradually turning green, Kushina became even angrier. "Husband, say something." End of this chapter. Chapter 4 For Medical Consultation. Chapter 4 For Medical Consultation. Woohoo! Haben Minato made a painful sound and finally swallowed the piece of beef in his mouth. Seeing Uzumaki Kushina's scary face again, he suddenly fell into great entanglement. Although he wanted to praise his wife's craftsmanship, but the strange taste lingering in his mouth and the sense of justice in his heart would not allow him to lie. He gave a trembling thumbs up. "It's really great. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes made by Liang Luo are really great." Uzumaki Kushina got angry when she saw his insincere look. "Even my husband doesn't support me, I feel wronged and angry. Minato, you. Sister KONOHA, this is all my fault. It was me who shouldn't have made such a silly bet. Stop taking your anger out on Brother Shuman." Kurama Ryoko seemed to have finally mustered up the courage and stood in front of Namikaze Minato. "Bravely face the destruction of blood-red peppers." Uzumaki Kushina narrowed her eyes and looked at Kurama Ryoko very dangerously. He looked at Minato Namikaze meaningfully again. "Minato, how come I didn't know when you and Liang Luosan got so close?" Minato wanted to yell that he didn't know Kurama Ryoko at all, but Kurama Ryoko said it first. "I don't know Brother Minato, but I've heard his stories since I was a child and I admire him very much." Uzumaki Kushina sneered and repeated 2 words. "Admire." Then he looked at Minato Namikaze again. Namikaze Minato was scared to death by the look she gave him, and "Kushina just wanted to beat me up. But this guy wants me to die." Kurama Ryoko turned his head to the side, trying to hide his disappointment. "I just want to make food that makes everyone happy, and I hope that Sister KONOHA will also be happy after eating it." Uzumaki Kushina was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and she looked around at the children around her. "I found that they were all eating with laughter and joy, while I was the only one arguing, which made me feel out of place. Could it be that Liang Luosang is really that stupid, and I misunderstood him? I lost this game." Uzumaki Kushina paused for a moment, not sure whether she was helpless or aggrieved, and said, "But I feel like vomiting after eating tomatoes." Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Uzumaki Kushina had finally diverted her attention from him, and he quickly said, why not just have a taste? After all, you promised Kurama-san. Uzumaki Kushina gave Namikaze Minato a vicious look. I haven't settled the score just now. And even if I starve to death, I don't want to eat tomatoes. Namikaze Minato smiled awkwardly. It seems that I have to get out of Kushina's sight so that she can forget what happened just now. So he quickly said. I see there's a lot of curry beef brisket left from your cooking. I'll go finish it off. After saying that, he ran away. Uzumaki Kushina stared at the yellow figure with some anger still in her heart. Liang Luo suddenly said. The reason why Sister Kushina doesn't like eating tomatoes is because of your hair, right? After hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina combed her red hair somewhat unnaturally. How did this guy see that? Was it that obvious? Just when Zhu Xingna was still daydreaming, she heard Liang Luo speak again. But you have beautiful hair. This. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes widened as she looked at Kurama Ryoroku, who was speaking. The dim setting sun made his facial features very distinct. Her eyes were clear and bright, and she looked at Uzumaki Kushina very gently with her lively eyes. His red lips moved slightly, and he continued. So you shouldn't like tomatoes very much, right, like I like your hair. Uzumaki Kushina was stunned for a while, then she sighed. Liang Luojun, you are really an asshole. Even Minato had never said this to her. He just said that he liked his hair very much. Kushina looked at the red fried tomato and eggs again, and seemed to have gathered courage. He said viciously, before I change my mind, bring me the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Liang Luo smiled. He made a large bowl of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and placed it on top of the fresh rice, then handed it to Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina took a deep breath before she mustered up the courage to take the scrambled eggs with tomatoes from Kurama Ryoroku's hand. Liang Luo beside him continued, you must have been bullied as a child because of your red hair, right? I am the same, because I have been in poor health since childhood and was bullied by others. That's why I came to the orphanage to volunteer, just to prove it to them. But now those people you can prove it to are no longer here. I thought eating a bowl of scrambled eggs with tomatoes might help me say goodbye to the past. After hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina nodded vigorously, picked up a large piece of tomato with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. At the same time, close your eyes and chew hard. The sweet, sour, and refreshing taste quickly fills the mouth, and a feeling of clarity and comfort arises spontaneously. Even the fatigue that was originally in her body seemed to be relieved a lot at this moment. It's so fragrant. Uzumaki Kushina opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, are they really that delicious? That's right. Liang Luo said to Uzumaki Kushina with a smile, but his heart sank. Because he found that he did not receive any notification that the task was completed, which meant that feeding Kushinari would not guarantee success. Instead, it must be actually stuffed into the nine-tailed fox's mouth to be considered complete. There is only half an hour left before the refresh time of his pigeon entry. After half an hour, all your pigeon entries will be cleared. Therefore, if I don't deal with the nine-tailed fox within this half hour, I will have to wait until tomorrow to get a good entry. However, Liang Luo was not too worried. The reason why he talked with Uzumaki Kushina for so long was to pave the way for this moment. Liang Luo stared at Uzumaki Juxingna after she finished eating, and asked with a smile, how is it? Do you feel a lot more relaxed physically and mentally? Uzumaki Kushina nodded seriously. Yes, it feels like a burden of many years has been lifted off my shoulders. Then he said awkwardly, thank you, Liang Luojun. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes you made are really delicious. Liang Luo shook his head, telling Uzumaki Juxingna not to worry about it, and then mentioned casually. I noticed that Sister Kushina yawned several times today. Did she not get enough rest? Uzumaki Kushina subconsciously touched her belly. Because the nine-tailed fox had absorbed a great deal of hatred and pain in the past, it was very sensitive to hatred. Due to the frequent wars recently, the nine-tailed fox in his stomach became increasingly restless. I need to seal it with the diamond chain every night, and because of this, I haven't slept well for many days. Kyuxingna stroked her belly and said absent-mindedly, maybe it's because I'm worried about Minato. I haven't been sleeping well lately. After listening to this, Liang Luo nodded slowly and said, we, the Kurama clan, have a special spiritual secret technique that can calm the violent spirits of our people through massage. It can also be used to relieve symptoms such as mental fatigue. So I wonder if Sister Juzingna needs this kind of treatment. Hearing the word treatment, Uzumaki Kushina became sensitive instinctively. But then I thought of Kurama Ryarazu's gentle behavior throughout the day. Besides, Kurama Ryaroko was born and raised in Konoha and it is impossible for him to harm himself. So Kushina nodded slowly, then I'll trouble you, Liang Luo-jun. I wonder how you can perform your secret technique. Liang Luo smiled and responded, all I need is a private room so I can give you, Koyukanane, a massage. Intimate? Massage. These two keywords triggered Minato Namikaze, who was secretly eating scrambled eggs with tomatoes on the side. He stuck his head out with a question mark in his head. What do these two want to do? End of this chapter. Chapter 5-5 Husband is currently committing. Chapter 5-5 My husband is currently committing a crime. Kurama Ryarazu pulled Uzumaki Kushina's arm very intimately and walked into the dean's office. Because pharmacist Nono was out working as a spy, the dean's office had been empty for a long time, which was consistent with the private place Liang Luo mentioned. Liang Luo pulled out a chair and motioned for Uzumaki Juxingna to sit on it. Uzumaki Kushina sat on it a little awkwardly. Looking at Liang Luo's perfect jawline, she felt her heart fluttering. She blushed and said, Liang Luo-jun, what should we do next? Liang Luo smiled gently. Don't worry, just leave it to me. There is no need for any extra preparation, just lie down like this. Uzumaki Kushina felt a little relieved after hearing this. She thought that Kurama Ryarazu's massage required her to take off her coat or something. Even though she was still wearing clothes underneath, she didn't want Minato to misunderstand. Uzumaki Kushina relaxed and lay down on the recliner, revealing her very tight and fleshy thighs. Liang Luo just smiled lightly. So am I ready to start? Uzumaki Kushina also nodded expectantly. First, I need to do a physical examination on Sister Juzingna to determine what problems you have. And outside, Minato Namikaze also secretly put his ear to the door. He swallowed hard the remaining scrambled eggs and tomatoes in his mouth, thinking suspiciously. What on earth are these two guys doing in there? Didn't they just look like they were about to fight? At this moment, Minato Namikaze suddenly remembered some of the plots in the book written by teacher Jiraiya. For example, it can be filled into puffs, or it can be the residue after personality is excreted. No. Kurama Ryaroko is clearly just a ninja school student who just graduated. How could I have thought of such a dirty thing? Namikaze Minato smiled and shook his head. He really should have listened to Kushina. I have to stop reading the works recommended by Jiraiya-sensei, otherwise I will be led astray by him sooner or later. Thinking of this, Minato Namikaze was ready to stop eavesdropping on this boring behavior. He still had to help Koyuki-na clean up the dishes in the kitchen. But the sound in the room happened to fall into the ears of Minato Namikaze. Open your mouth wide and stick your tongue out. Liang Luo carefully examined Uzumaki Kushina's tongue coating. Minato Namikaze, who was outside the door, stopped suddenly. Mouth? Tongue? What are they doing? Minato Namikaze's face darkened. No, let all the dishes and chopsticks in the kitchen go to hell. He felt that if he went to wash the dishes at this time, something unexpected might happen. So Minato Namikaze used his superb ninja skills and silently put his ear against the crack of the door. The difference from last time was that he stuck closer this time. Try breathing through your nose. Liang Luo smiled helplessly. The mist from Juzingna's exhaled made it almost impossible for him to see the color of her mouth. I don't know if it's because of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but Uzumaki Kushina's internal temperature is abnormally high. Even in summer, you can exhale white water vapor. Breathe through your nose. Outside the door, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but have some images in his mind. What are the things that require breathing through the nose? Could it be? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You have to believe in Kushina, she will not betray you. Say. Uzumaki Kushina blushed and called out softly. Kurama Ryaroka gave her an approving look. Yes, scream it out. So I can see your tonsils clearly. Yell? Why is Kyuxingna yelling? What on earth are they doing? Minato Namikaze, who was hiding outside the door, listened to the words in the room with his pupils trembling wildly. At this moment, Minato was in deep conflict. Should I break down the door and see clearly what they are doing? But he was afraid it was just his illusion. After all, Kurama Ryarazu was only 10 years old. Although a bit precocious, but not that precocious, right? And if he barged in at this time, wouldn't that be telling Kukinaa clearly that he didn't trust him? If this was just a misunderstanding, Kushina would skin herself alive. Relax your throat and make eye contact. Since there was no additional lighting, it was almost evening. It was very difficult to see Uzumaki Kushina's tonsils clearly, so Yang Luo could only helplessly ask her to relax more. Minato Namikaze was panting heavily and sweating profusely, and his fingers had already made a big hole in the tatami. No, I can't bear it anymore. Even if it means risking being beaten up by Kushina, he has to go in. Just as Minato Namikaze stood up and prepared to kick the door open, he heard a voice from inside the room. Liang Luo sighed. Sister Juzingna, you are seriously suffering from inflammation. I'm afraid your tonsils have been inflamed for a long time, right? Therefore, it affects your sense of taste, so the meal you cooked today is not up to standard. Uzumaki Kushina recalled the disgusted looks on the children's faces when they were eating curry beef brisket today. I couldn't help but nodded. She remembered that her children loved the curry beef brisket she made in the past. It turned out that there was something wrong with my sense of taste today. Outside the door, Minato Namikaze wiped his sweat as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. Turned out he was just checking his tonsils. What a false alarm! Liang Luo in the room blinked and said to Uzumaki Kushina, so today's cooking competition doesn't count? How about we have a fair competition next time? My entry will be refreshed in about 20 minutes. Although he was confident that he could capture the Nine Tails in a short period of time, he was still very careful in preparing for his next approach to Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Juxingna looked at Liang Luo's gentle face. She sighed in her heart more than once. Liang Luojun is really a weirdo. But she still shook her head and said, no need, Liang Luojun, your cooking is indeed delicious. I'll come back next time if there's a chance. I want you to teach me how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Liang Luo also nodded obediently. He would not miss the opportunity to have more contact with Juzingna. Outside the door, Minato Namikaze wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, smiled bitterly and shook his head. He felt that his anxious and fearful behavior was rather funny, and he might as well just go to the kitchen and wash the dishes. So Minato Namikaze walked towards the kitchen very casually. Kurama Ryo continued to communicate with Uzumaki Kushina in the house. Sister Kukinaa, I just noticed that you have several cavities in your mouth. Do you want me to check them for you as well? Uzumaki Kushina's eyes widened. Do you want to have your tooth extracted? Kurama Ryoluo shook his head and said, I don't think so. I can use my earth release chakra to fill your cavities. It will be painful, though, and you may need some anesthesia. Uzumaki Kushina nodded slightly, then thank you for your help. Okay, let's continue. Liang Luo was a little excited at this moment because his true colors were finally revealed. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 6 inches. Chapter-1-60. Stop outside. Minato Namikaze was still worried about Koyukina, so he took the opportunity to clean up the dishes and deliberately walked around here. Listening to the words in the room, Namikaze Minato nodded. It sounds like the treatment isn't over yet. But it looks like Kushina is enjoying it. I haven't heard her voice so gentle today. Minato Namikaze smiled helplessly, then prepared to go to the kitchen with the dishes. Don't bite. Liang Luo was examining Zhu Xingna's teeth, holding a specially made senbon that served as a dental mirror. But I don't know whether Zhu Xingna does it unconsciously or intentionally, but she always likes to bite Qianbon, which makes Liang Luo very helpless. As Minato Namikaze was about to walk out of the door, his movements froze and he felt like he was about to break. But in my heart I still find excuses for them. Maybe he's still checking Kushina's mouth. Don't make a fuss. Be a tolerant husband. Then he took stiff steps and prepared to continue moving forward, but much slower than before. Does it hurt here? Liang Luo gently tapped Uzumaki Kushina's teeth on the side with 1,000 blades. Uzumaki Kushina nodded vigorously. So sensitive. Liang Luo looked at the blackened back teeth in his mouth thoughtfully. What about here? Liang Luo tapped another tooth next to his back molar. Uzumaki Kushina continued to nod. Sensitive? Painful. Hearing these key words, Minato Namikaze was filled with question marks. You guys are just teasing each other. Am I also a part of your play? No, Kyoxingna is so kind. It must have been done by Liang Luo, that young, rookie ninja school student. He really couldn't help it, and quietly put the dishes and chopsticks in his hands outside. He squatted again at the door of the yard room. It may hurt a little, just bear with it. Liang Luo began to use 1,000 blades to slowly scrape away the decayed areas on Uzumaki Kushina's back teeth. What? The sore feeling in her teeth made Kushina unable to hold back from making a sound. Kushina is a girl who remained strong and silent even when she sealed the 9 tails. What on earth did you do to Kyoxingna? Outside the door, Minato Namikaze was shouting wildly in his heart. Just bear with it for a while, it won't hurt when you go in. Liang Luo slowly scraped his special anesthetic into Zhu Xingna's cavity. If you want to enter the 9 tails sealed space, you can only wait until Kushina falls unconscious. However, it would take some time for the anesthetic to take effect on the nerves throughout the body, so Liang Luo had to continue pretending to be a doctor. Still want to go in? Where do you want to go? Minato Namikaze looked at the sturdy but extremely soundproof door with bloodshot eyes. It has always been me, the yellow-haired guy, who has been enriching others, but I didn't expect that the situation is reversed now. Then, Namikaze Minato heard someone inside the door continue to say, "Are you feeling better? Shall we continue?" Liang Luo saw that Zhu Xingna had a dazed look in her eyes and knew that the drug had already taken effect into her body. He should strike while the iron is hot and fix Koyukina's teeth. Then he took advantage of Kushina's unconsciousness and ran into the sealed space to beat up the 9-tailed fox. Finally, stuff the scrambled eggs with tomatoes into 9-tailed fox's mouth. In this way, today's task is successfully completed. Please tell me if it still hurts. Liang Luo released extremely fine earth-style chakra from his hands, transformed its form and stuck it on Kushina's decayed teeth. This was a skill he learned from Deodara in his previous reincarnation. Originally, I wanted to imitate Deodara and make some micron bombs and put them in the reservoir. Once the people in the town drink it, they can easily complete the sacrifice without any struggle. Nowadays, these micron-sized clay models seem to be particularly useful for filling teeth. Pain. Kushina said with a blushing face. She always felt that it was a bit too embarrassing for a jonin to say that it hurt. But as soon as Liang Luo used the anesthetic, she immediately felt less pain. But there is still some residual pain. Anyway, no one else can see how vulnerable I am. Letting Liang Luojun use more anesthetics can also make yourself more comfortable. Liang Luo frowned and looked at Uzumaki Kushina. This shouldn't be the case. I've already given him twice the normal amount. Could it be because of the nine tails Jinchuriki? But if I give her anesthesia again, Liang Luo is afraid that Zhu Xingmei will suddenly die in the chair. Just when Liang Luo was still struggling, Minato Namikaze, who was in a red temperature state, kicked open the fragile door of the dean's office. Minato Namikaze felt that his heart was the same as this wooden door. Together, broken. He had never heard Kyoxingna say that she was in pain so fragilely. What on earth was that little thing doing in there? How could he make his beloved Kyoxingna so vulnerable and cry out in pain, "Kukina! Don't be afraid! I'm here to save you!" Liang Luo, holding 1,000 books, looked at Namikaze Minato, who broke in with a confused look on his face. Is he doing collective trade? Kyoxingna, who was lying comfortably on the chair and almost falling asleep, was suddenly awakened by the shock. Minato Namikaze saw Uzumaki Kushina lying peacefully on the chair. He didn't even take off his coat. Liang Luo next to him was looking at him with a dull look in his eyes, holding a sparkling 1,000 books. Minato Namikaze's angry face quickly turned into astonishment, and then fear. Deep fear quickly spread across his handsome face. No. Kushinaga, please listen to my explanation. You made me misunderstand. Namikaze Minato added in a pawnee can. Uzumaki Kushina simply lowered her head and patted away the remaining wooden door fragments on her body. His hair moved without wind, forming the shape of a red octopus, and the light bursting from his eyes almost pierced through Minato Namikaze. She said word by word. Wave. Wind. Water. Gate. Are you looking for death? Uzumaki Kushina jumped up from the chair and punched Namikaze Minato in the right eye. With the sound of breaking wind, his fist landed firmly on Minato Namikaze's eyes. What? Namikaze Minato covered his right eye in pain. Kukina. Please listen to my explanation. Uzumaki Kushina sneered. Your explanation? What did we misunderstand you about? After saying this, Uzumaki Kushina kicked Namikaze Minato in the stomach again. Minato Namikaze knelt on the ground in pain, unable to speak. Minato. I really misjudged you. You even refused to let the doctor treat me. Uzumaki Kushina added coldly. And you? Far away on the battlefield of the Land of Lightning, which part of your body has not been touched by the medical ninja, I just kept silent and pretended I didn't know. I really haven't been touched. And the medical ninjas accompanying the army are men. Namikaze Minato said this in great pain. If he were given another chance, he would never step into that door of sin. Men are even more unforgivable. Uzumaki Kushina said as she was about to throw a punch again. Liang Luo sighed helplessly and spoke to stop the domestic violence. Kukina sister, it may be that Minato's sister has never seen oral treatment. After all, ignorance is not a crime, so just let him go. If you don't let him go, it will be time for me to refresh. Liang Luo was very crazy inside. Uzumaki Kushina put down her fist a little tiredly and snorted coldly. This time, it's Liang Luojun who is begging for you. Minato Namikaze nodded quickly and prepared to leave the dean's office. While backing away, he looked at Liang Luo with gratitude. After seeing Minato Namikaze leave, Uzumaki Kushina sat down on the recliner. The white jade feet are placed on the desk in the dean's office. Let's continue with the treatment. Uzumaki Kushina held her forehead, feeling a little drowsy. Was it because of the anesthesia? That's just right. Maybe the pain won't go away if I'm sleepy. Liang Luo nodded to Uzumaki Kyoxingna and fixed Kyoxingna's teeth at the fastest speed in his life. Kushina, who was already very sleepy, had already fallen asleep at this time. Liang Luo stretched out his trembling hand and touched the nine-tailed seal of Uzumaki Kushina. At last I am finally going to see the nine-tailed fox. Uzumaki Kushina hummed a few times in her sleep because of the itch. Minato, who was passing by the dean's office, heard the voice and sneered. I won't be fooled again. He had already made up his mind that no matter what strange noises came from the dean's office, he would not have any curiosity. That's right. Not at all. This is the principle of self-preservation for married men. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 You are too dangerous. Chapter 7 You are too dangerous. Liang Luo closed his eyes and slowly penetrated his consciousness into the seal on Zhu Xingna's navel. He opened his eyes again and saw a golden lake. In the center of the lake stood a cramped cage, and inside the cage was the nine-tailed fox. Qiubai suddenly opened his eyes and wanted to curse at that crazy woman Kusuna as usual. But what he saw unexpectedly was a strange boy. The nine-tailed fox opened its bloody mouth and said in a bewitching tone, "Little ghost, do you crave power?" Liang Luo had a reason to dare to come in, before he went to find Zhu Xingna. During the graduation examination, I got 2 top-notch entries. They are ninjutsu party, purple, active, one time after using it on a designated target, summon all ninjutsu from today. Limited space, purple, fixed after selecting a consciousness space, you gain full control over the space. Once a space is selected, it cannot be changed. And now there are only 5 minutes left until my entry is refreshed. I have to quickly stuff the scrambled eggs with tomatoes into Qiubai's mouth. Liang Luo originally thought that after entering the sealed space, he would be able to use the limited space to completely control this place. But after entering, the term limited space still cannot be activated. Could it be because we haven't entered the core of space? Liang Luo stared at the nine-tailed fox in the cage, as if the space here had a core. That must be the cage where Qiubai is. We have to find a way to get in and activate the confined space. But there is no way that the nine-tailed fox would obediently obey my orders and move to a place for me. So I can only beat him up first and talk about it later. Liang Luo also smiled like Zhuwei. Qiubai, you are too dangerous. After saying that, Liang Luo immediately activated the most powerful entry he had prepared today, Ninjutsu Party. The ninjutsu party can summon all the ninjutsu they have released from yesterday evening until now. After I obtained this entry yesterday, I have been consciously firing fire bombs into the air. Up to now, he has used a total of 45 fire bombs. The ninjutsu he had unleashed before was a terrifying fire bomb that had been blessed by multiple rounds of attributes. In an instant, more than 40 fireballs as big as a ring appeared in the originally golden sealed space. It was like 40 suns hanging in the sky, making Liang Luo below look very small. Nine-tailed fox looked at the fireballs, each of which was as big as his face, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. So many fireballs, it must be painful if they hit you. What on earth does this damned little devil want to do? It's just as unreasonable as that crazy woman Kushina. How can you start fighting without talking nonsense when you meet? Liang Luo first controlled 10 fireballs and attacked the nine-tailed fox that was bound by the diamond chains. The nine-tailed fox originally wanted to accumulate the tailed beast balls to blow out those fireballs. But as soon as he made this move, the diamond chains on his body bound him even more tightly. It directly prevents the nine tails from releasing the tailed beast ball. Bang! 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 10 huge noises were heard one after another, and the fire bombs exploded on the nine-tailed fox one by one. This was not just a scratch like a Sumasara Tobi's, but a complete hit to the nine tails which had no defense at all. Ow! Qiubai cried out in pain as 10 fire bombs hit the same part of his body, blasting his outermost layer of skin apart. The fire bomb, which had been amplified by multiple attributes, finally showed its power at this time. He stared angrily at Liang Luo who was walking towards him with his narrow eyes. "Damn you little brat! What on earth do you want to do?" "Nothing, I just wanted to take a look inside the cage." Liang Luo calmly answered the angry Qiubai. Beneath the nine-tailed fox's angry gaze, there was calm thinking. This kid is probably even crazier than that woman Kushina. How on earth did he get in? He made such a big noise in the sealed space, but Kushina didn't react at all, but since he wants to come in, why not let me fulfill his wish? Zhou sneered and used his eyes to signal Liang Luo to look at a piece of sealing talisman paper pasted in the middle of the cage. Boy, it's easy for you to come in, just tear off the talisman paper. I just don't know if you dare to do it. He looked at Liang Luo provocatively. Liang Luo was unmoved. He couldn't possibly release the nine-tailed fox when he wasn't well developed in the early stage. What's more, he had just improved Uzumaki Kushina's favorability today, so it would be a waste of effort to release him now. Liang Luo moved closer to the cage, looked around, and found that he indeed couldn't get in. It's not that you can't get in because of the seal, but that you can't get in physically. The cage was too small, and the nine-tailed fox's flesh was squeezed out of it. What on earth had Kuobai done to deserve Kushina putting him in such a small cage and torturing him? Liang Luo raised his head and proposed another plan. I remember that when the tailed beast's chakra overflows, you will shrink accordingly. Then I can get into the cage. So what? I don't want to listen to you. Zhou glanced at Liang Luo warily. He was sealed too tightly and couldn't spy on Kushina's current situation. He always felt that this kid had bad intentions. What if he fell into the trap of these hateful humans? Liang Luo said regretfully. Then I'll just have to continue. When Kuobai heard this, he began to struggle violently again. It doesn't matter even if it wakes up that woman Kushina, at least she won't beat me up for no reason. In an instant, a fire bullet penetrated into the body of the nine-tailed fox. Without the protection of skin, this fire bomb caused nine-tailed fox even more pain. Roar! In this way, Liang Luo used fire bombs continuously to test whether Zhou was willing to obey him. As long as it transforms a part of itself into the tailed beast chakra and leaves Kushina's body, only then will you have the opportunity to enter it. Seeing that Zhou still refused to obey orders, Liang Luo was also a little anxious. Damn nine tails, get out of Kushina's body! Kuobai screams in pain. It's you who should get out. Zhou felt like he was going crazy. How can I get out if you block the exit of the sealed space with your hands? Liang Luo also realized this bug, and while controlling his body outside, he withdrew his hand from Zhu Xingna's flat abdomen. Strands of dark red chakra were seen emanating from Kushina's navel. As Kushina had just taken an overdose of anesthetic, she showed no signs of waking up. In the kitchen, Namikaze Minato was stunned when he sensed the nine tails chakra, and even stopped washing the dishes in his hands. However, he sensed that Kushina's breath was still very steady and her emotions were not fluctuating. Minato Namikaze continued washing the dishes. I guess they are doing some kind of treatment again, Minato Namikaze thought as he shook his head. Before sensing that Kushina was in any danger, Minato Namikaze had already made up his mind not to step into the dean's office again. Liang Luo saw that the nine-tailed fox had shrunk a little and there were some more gaps in the cage. Without any hesitation, he went straight in. Zhou couldn't help but feel happy when he saw Liang Luo coming in without any protective measures. Even if he was trapped by the chains, he could easily crush the damn brat by moving his tail. It just so happened that he had run out of fireballs outside. Kuobai moved as if accidentally. A thick tail was about to crush Liang Luo, but Liang Luo was not in a hurry. Limited space. Start, end of this chapter. Chapter 8 Caring for Empty Nest Elderly. Chapter 8 Caring for empty nesters. In an instant, Liang Luo felt that this space had become his property. It feels like I have turned on God mode in my world. Looking at the tail in front of him that was about to crush him into meat paste, Liang Luo's thoughts moved. He appeared at a place 100 meters away from the nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox's tail, which had been planning for a long time, naturally hit nothing. Liang Luo ignored him and controlled the space to materialize some ingredients, preparing to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes for Zhou on the spot. Although Liang Luo can also make the same scrambled eggs with tomatoes as outside. However, Liang Luo couldn't be sure whether that could be considered as having done it himself, so it would be better to spend more time on it. Wei only noticed a flash before his eyes, and Liang Luo instantly moved outside the cage. Looking at Liang Luo busying around, Wei felt inexplicably frightened. This little kid first appeared inexplicably in Kushina's sealed space. Then he inexplicably wanted to get into the cage. And now she even has to cook in front of me. This incomprehensible situation had only occurred when he faced Uchiha Madara. What on earth do you want to do, little devil? Kuwabai still bravely asked. I'll make you scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Liang Luo answered without turning his head, with his perfect control over this space. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes took less than 2 minutes to be served on the plate. Kuwabai looked at the plate that was smaller than his booger and sneered. Don't you know that we tailed beasts don't need to eat? Liang Luo nodded. Of course I know, otherwise I wouldn't have to work so hard to feed you. As soon as he finished speaking, Kuwabai felt an unknown force forcibly prying his mouth open. Then he saw Liang Luo appear in front of him in an instant and poured the plate of freshly baked scrambled eggs with tomatoes into his mouth. The nine-tailed fox struggled desperately. Let me go. You evil little devil, what on earth do you want to do to me? Then Kuwabai felt the huge force closing his mouth again. He also cleared his throat a few times, forcing Wei to swallow the tomato and egg fried rice. Mission completed. Liang Luo also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw these 4 big words. He quickly stuffed the limited space in his entry and the ninjutsu party into the videotape. Not long after, Liang Luo suddenly felt refreshed. It was as if the shackles that had been unlocked were put on again. When I opened the entry panel, I found that it was indeed empty. The disappearance of physical and mental entries increased Liang Luo's mental burden a lot. Fortunately, he can still use the stored entries in the videotape. Because the entries stored in the videotape can only be used once a day. And in the next day, it is highly likely that no battle will take place on Liang Luo's part. So there was no need for a ninjutsu party, so Liang Luo chose the limited space stored in the videotape. Suddenly, that feeling of being almost omnipotent appeared in Liang Luo's body again. Next I can do some scientific research in Kushina's belly, Liang Luo thought with a raised corner of his mouth. In order to ensure that players can play the same world multiple times, human games also have sufficient playability. Therefore, knowledge data will be randomly generated every time you enter the world. For example, the fireball technique. With each reincarnation, the way this spell is cast will undergo subtle changes. If you think that you learned the fireball technique in the last reincarnation and can use it at the beginning of this game, it will not work at all. Therefore, even now, Liang Luo only knows some of the ninjutsu that the original owner knew. Flame bombs and shadow clones, as well as the illusion of gold binding. However, Homeng did not modify some common knowledge. For example, the changes in the properties and forms of chakra. What Liang Luo used just now to fill Zhu Xingna's teeth was the form change of Earth Escape. There will be no problem of failure in use due to differences in knowledge. Liang Luo shifted his gaze to Zhuwei again. The limited space can only manipulate the space and materialize some things that one is familiar with, but cannot change the properties of the creatures in the space. I guess the nine-tailed fox's help will be needed for some of the next experiments. Zhuwei's heart trembled when Liang Luo looked at him. He was now vaguely afraid of this kid who was even crazier than Uchiha Madara. I can't see through his strength at all. He is just a genin, but he can beat me up. He can control this space at will and is more like the master of this place than Kushina. This reminded Nine-Tailed Fox of Old Man Six Paths, who was also very good at manipulating space. Liang Luo said very kindly, I'd like to ask you to do me a few favors, but don't worry, it's paid. I'm afraid they will come to seal the space frequently in the future, so it is very necessary to give some sweet treats after giving the big stick. Zhuwei looked at Liang Luo very warily. Although he wanted to refuse, the wounds on his body told him the truth. He said angrily and helplessly, what can you give me as a reward? Liang Luo thought about it. I'll give you enough of those fried eggs and tomatoes to fill you up. How do you think? Zhou snorted disdainfully, but he admitted that the dish that was the size of a booger tasted good. But this cannot impress a noble-tailed beast at all. Seeing Zhou's disdainful look, Liang Luo gave another suggestion. How about showing you some TV? Letting lonely and irritable elderly people living alone watch TV can greatly relieve their mental stress. Just as Qiubai was about to shake his head in mockery, he discovered that a giant light curtain that was larger than he was unfolded in front of him. The video shows a red fox hunting on the vast African grasslands. This. Qiubai froze for a moment, and subconsciously stood up straight, not even paying attention to the broken diamond chains on his body. He stared closely at the little fox on the screen that looked like him but countless times smaller than him. The red fox was working hard to dig a hole, trying to catch the rabbit in the hole, but it didn't notice that the grey wolf next to it had already set its sights on it. This scene made Qiubai very distressed. Just when the red fox was about to dig out the rabbit, the grey wolf suddenly pounced on the red fox. Suddenly, the screen turned off. Even the light in the nine-tailed fox's eyes disappeared. Liang Luo smiled at the disappointed and angry Zhou. How is it? Isn't this a good reward? Zhou wanted to be stubborn, but he couldn't help but want to continue reading. He actually didn't care much about the safety of the little fox. But the terrifyingly large screen made him feel as if he was in a vast and free world. Even if it was just a false freedom, he couldn't help but long for it. Because he had been locked up for too long. The Uzumaki clan, who have been skilled in sealing techniques for 2 generations, sealed him up so tightly that he didn't even have a chance to go out and take a look. If it wasn't for the scene just now, Qiubai almost thought he was going to forget what the sun looked like. Although he was very moved at this moment, Zhou still said awkwardly, I can help, but I'm just a little worried about what happened to that little fox. I don't want to watch your so-called TV. Don't try to control me with this. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Everything is Born. Chapter 9. Everything is born. Yes, yes, how can a mere television conquer Qiubai-sama? Liang Luo said this perfunctorily, on the premise that Zhou was willing to cooperate. He also didn't mind giving nine-tailed fox some respect. Liang Luo drew a simple hexagram on the ground. Then he said to Qiubai, who was staring at the screen next, I need Lord Qiubai to share some of his resentment with me. According to legend, the nine-tailed fox is a collection of resentment and hatred. Although it is not accurate, there is indeed a considerable amount of negative energy stored in his body. And this is also one of the best sacrifices to the evil god. After Qiubai glanced at Liang Hao, wisps of black energy on his skin continued to gather on his tail. Tick! A thick black liquid dripped from the Qiubai's tail. Is that enough, kid? Liang Luo was also a little surprised that Zhou was so obedient, but this was exactly what he wanted. He smiled and nodded. That's enough. Giving too many sacrifices to the evil god is not a good thing, as it will easily lead to him escaping from his control. Liang Luo thought for a moment and rewrote the prayer he had used in his previous reincarnation. Born with love, the goddess of life, the source of all living things. An eternal soul that is immortal after death and defies common sense. Made from pain and resentment. Based on the embodiment of hatred, the color of dedication is black. Here, I invite you to eat with me. Immediately, the black liquid in the center of the hexagram turned back into wisps of smoke, rushing into the unknown depths of space. The prayer he had just recomposed could only be directed to the evil god that Feijuan believed in, the eternal soul. The phrase goddess of life mentioned earlier was just Liang Luo's way of testing whether he could successfully summon the evil god by using the title. And the result also clearly told Liang Luo. The evil god was so hungry at this time that he would come over to eat if someone called his name. Wait until the resentment in the formation is completely absorbed. In a trance, Liang Luo seemed to see a purple-haired girl nodding to him proudly. Then she wanted to give Liang Luo a reward for this sacrifice. Wait, I want to customize some rewards. The girl was stunned for a moment, then said with some disdain, my gift, you bastards just need to accept it obediently. Liang Luo sneered in his heart. He was almost so poor that he couldn't even afford to eat, yet he was still pretending to be cool here. But his face remained calm. He pointed at Kuobai, who was watching TV next to him, and said, "Master Evil God, only if you give me the right technique can I defeat the evil Nine Tails. In this way, all his resentment can be dedicated to you, Lord Evil God." Zhou glanced at Liang Luo with his eyes slanted, indicating that he didn't want to bother with him. The girl also glanced at the nine-tailed fox lying next to her, and her throat moved. Obviously very excited. After all, as long as she eats up all the resentment from the nine-tailed fox, she won't have to hide from place to place every day like she does now. The girl finally nodded slowly. "That makes sense. Tell me what you want." Liang Luo immediately told the girl the 3 techniques he had conceived in his mind through the spiritual connection between gods and believers. After receiving it, the girl widened her eyes and forgot to maintain her dignity. "Why are there so many?" Liang Luo immediately retorted. "Where is it more? It has been like this for many years. You need to reflect on whether you have made efforts to develop believers. Otherwise, why would you feel overwhelmed? You." The girl pointed at Liang Luo with her scallion-like fingers, and looked at him with gritted teeth, unable to speak. If she didn't have only one useless believer, Phaeton, she would definitely bring down divine punishment. Punish this blasphemer severely. Finally, the girl looked at the nine-tailed fox next to her and said with tears in her eyes, "It is good." So, one man and one god began to create exclusive ninjutsu for Liang Luo. During this period, there were some processes that the evil god could not understand, and Liang Luo could only demonstrate them to her helplessly. So the nine-tailed fox on the side was watching the animal world while glancing around with his peripheral vision. How did this little devil know the evil god? Zhou remembered that old man Liu Dao once told him that a long time ago, the world was full of various gods. Later, many of them were killed by the old man, and only the gods with strong escape abilities have survived until now. The key point is that it is impossible for him to find such a cunning god. This left Kuobai somewhat puzzled. Gradually, Zhou discovered that the little ghost had been explaining to the evil god for a long time, but found that the evil god still didn't understand. Suddenly he started to dissect himself, literally using a kunao to dissect himself. This scene made Kuobai's eyelids twitch. Could this be the dung beetle climbing stair technique that old man Liu Dao mentioned? Kuobai withdrew his gaze and didn't want to watch any further. He turned his attention to watching the silly little animals in the animal world. Just after he watched 2 episodes, Liang Luo also finally finished his work. Liang Luo wiped his sweat. Today's harvest was quite great. I first developed the illusion false treatment based on the illusion talent of this body. You can use illusion to deceive yourself and mend your wounds, making yourself appear uninjured for a short period of time. At the same time, he also used the Yin-Tun chakra at the wound to maintain the basic circulation of blood and block the pain. If combined with advanced medical ninjutsu, the wound can be perfectly healed before the illusion ends. This technique is completely designed to cooperate with the magic that Liang Luo and the evil god have just developed together. All things are created to nourish people. By sacrificing part of your body to the evil god, your strength can be greatly improved in a short period of time. If you combine this method with fake treatment, you can achieve a cost-free increase in strength. This is mainly a self-protection skill developed by Liang Luo for himself when his own entries are refreshed. Otherwise, it would be too unfair if I was killed instantly by the enemy just after refreshing my skills. As a result, Liang Luo has acquired the following skills: Medical Ninjutsu, B-level Resurrection Technique, Pseudo-Treatment of Undetermined Level, and Divine Technique, Heaven creates all things to nourish people. Wait, where are my grudges? When the girl saw that Liang Luo seemed to be preparing to erase the summoning circle, she suddenly panicked. Liang Luo just casually plucked a piece of resentment from the nine-tailed fox's tail and threw it to her, then waved at her. Respected Lord Evil God, I look forward to our next meeting. Then the summoning circle was completely erased. Seeing this, Kyuabai muttered to himself. This evil god is a little too naive to make a deal with such an inherently evil kid. After erasing the summoning circle, Liang Luo saw that the time was almost up and prepared to leave Juxingna's body. Liang Luo cleaned the sealed space a little to avoid being discovered by Zhu Xingna. With the screen turned off, Zhou stared at Liang Luo with lifeless eyes. Finally, I couldn't help but say, "Hey, little ghost, will you come again?" Liang Luo turned his head and saw Zhou looking at him pitifully. He pointed his finger at Zhou and said, "First, my name isn't Hei, my name is Kurama Ryoroku. Second, catch this one." Liang Luo threw a black box to Zhou. Nine-tailed fox caught the small box that flew over and looked at the small box that was smaller than his finger. Kyuabai said in confusion, "What is this?" "This is the small TV I just made using the shadow clone technique and transformation technique. As long as you input chakra, it will become bigger, and the video will play when you open it." The nine tails tried it and slowly input the chakra into it. The black box really grew bigger and bigger, and finally grew to the size of his palm. The show playing inside was Animal World. Although it's not as shocking as the huge screen just now, it's at least much better than staying here alone. Liang Luo waved to Zhou. "Remember not to be discovered by Kushinari, otherwise you know the consequences." Then Liang Luo left the sealed space. After a long time the nine-tailed fox then said in a muffled voice to the empty golden lake, "I will keep it well." This was the first time someone other than the old man Liu Dao had given him a gift. When he opened his eyes, Liang Luo found that the dean's office had become completely dark. At this time, Uzumaki Kushina was lying very comfortably on the recliner, revealing her tight waistline and the nine-tail seal on her belly button. I don't know what he was mumbling. Liang Luo carefully pulled Uzumaki Kushina's clothes together and hid the seal inside the clothes. Then he pushed Uzumaki Kushina. "Sister Kukina, it's time to wake up." "Woo." Uzumaki Juxingna stretched comfortably and subconsciously pulled Liang Luo's arm to rub it. "Minato, I slept so comfortably, the nine-tailed fox didn't even make a fuss just now." Kushina rubbed it a few more times before she felt something was wrong. "This arm seems to be much thinner than Minato's arm." Uzumaki Juxingna was startled and sat up, seeing Liang Luo's awkward but polite smile beside her. Only then did he let go of Liang Luo's arm with a red face. "I was a little dazed from sleep just now, and I thought you were Minato." After washing the dishes, Minato Namikaze saw that they had not come out for a long time, and he could no longer sit still and prepared to take another look. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the door, Minato Namikaze saw his wife pulling Liang Luo's arm and acting coquettishly. "Hard." Namikaze Minato's fist hardened. "I deleted all the previous assessment content. It was indeed not well written, and I could feel it. Anyway, there was nothing important, so deleting it would not have any impact. Mainly I need to modify the appearance of Hinata Natsu and the shared entries." End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Tsunade leads the class. Chapter 10 Tsunade leads the class at night, Hokage building. Bang sound. The Hokage's office was kicked open with a bang. "Old man, I want to take Shizuan away." Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care at all and just slowly modified the document in front of him. He put the pen down and looked up at Tsunade with a stern face. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe and said slowly, "Tsunade, you know. We are very short of people on the battlefield, especially medical ninjas. It's impossible for you to take the silence away at this moment." Tsunade could barely contain her anger. "Duan Shi is dead, do you want Jingyan to die too? Shizuan is the only child of the Kato family." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, puffed on his pipe and said, "Tsunade, I know you are sad." He suddenly became serious. "But this is wartime. All graduates must unconditionally go to the battlefield and be on standby. I opened your mouth today, so will the Hyuga clan leader come to see me tomorrow, will the people of the Nara clan ask me the same thing in the future? If there is no one on the battlefield after that, do we have to wait for other countries to occupy our village? So, my answer is no. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared into Tsunade's eyes very seriously, not caring at all about her anger that was about to erupt. Tsunade sneered, she knew her teacher too well. To him, all the rules are just tools to restrict others. Tsunade knew with her toes what the old man was thinking. He must have thought that if he took Shizun with him, he would leave the village immediately. Never again take part in these disgusting wars. But I was right in thinking so. Old man! What on earth do you want to do? Now Shizun's participation in the war is just a handle for Sarutobi Hiruzen to threaten him. Tsunade didn't want to argue with Sarutobi Hiruzen anymore, so she went straight to the point and asked him what his intentions were. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade, who was very impatient, and took another puff of his cigarette. Sighed heavily. I don't want you to leave Konoha. After saying this, his originally upright back suddenly hunched over. Turning my head and looking out the window at my beloved village, my figure seemed a little desolate. Now that Konoha is at war on 3 fronts, he can't imagine how much of a blow Tsunade's departure will be to those ninjas who admire Tsunade. This is bound to have a huge impact on the war situation. And what if Tsunade is discovered and captured by the enemy while traveling around small countries? Princess Tsunade, who suffers from hemophobia, is just a fat sheep in the eyes of others. Tsunade was also silent for a moment, even though she couldn't stand the dirty things her teacher did. But after all, he has been her teacher for many years. She paused and said, I can stay in Konoha until the war is over, but you can't send Shizun to the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen still shook his head. Rules are rules, and maintaining the stability of the rules is more important than anything else in wartime. Tsunade couldn't help but get angry again. She glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted her and said with a smile, but there are some roundabout means. Tsunade tried to calm her anger, telling herself to respect the old and love the young, and then she said in a low voice. Tell me quickly. What is the method? Sarutobi Hiruzen still keeps smiling. Why don't you just eliminate Jing Ian when you're the teacher in charge? Then she would have to continue studying and not be able to go to the battlefield. Tsunade sneered. She naturally saw through Sarutobi's true intention at a glance. What about the other people I brought with me besides Shizun? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade very calmly. Since you are the teacher in charge, it must be you who will continue to lead them to complete the task. Tsunade still had a cold expression on her face. She knew that the old man was still skeptical about her hemophobia. The old man just thought it was an excuse for his fear of fighting. After all, who could believe that the world's top doctor could suffer from hemophobia? Seeing Tsunade's cold face, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to speak. I know you are afraid of blood, so I will not assign your class to a frontal combat mission. Normally you only need to do some medical work with Orochimaru. There is no need to see blood directly, just help Orochimaru complete the preparation of the toxin serum. The rest of the time you can teach some of your students, and they will handle most of the situations that require bloodshed. By them. Tsunade was a little disdainful. That was a battlefield, and they could encounter a cage-level battle at any time. Even Tsunade couldn't guarantee that she could come back from the battlefield safely, let alone a few kids who had just graduated. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, although it's not possible now, as long as you cultivate it, you will be surprised at how fast they grow. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out 3 pieces of information and handed them to Tsunade. He pointed to the first. This is Kurama Ryo Yuriku, who seems to have awakened the Kurama clan's blood limit. He is extremely skilled in ninjutsu manipulation and is ranked first in this assessment. He also has a talent for learning medical ninjutsu. If you teach him the medical ninjutsu, there will be no need to shed blood in the future. A child from a family of illusionists? Tsunade frowned as she looked at the extremely handsome photo. She wasn't very good at illusions, so she just hoped that this kid really had the talent for medical ninjutsu, as the old man said. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and pointed to the second. This is Hinata Sya, the child of the branch family, and the second place in this assessment. He has an extremely strong physique and a quick learning ability, although he has a weird personality and some masochistic tendencies. But with some training, I think she could be a strong shield to protect you. Hyuga branch, Tsunade still frowned. She has always had great opinions about the Hyuga clan's branch system. I just hope that when I'm in charge, I won't encounter those dirty things in the Hyuga family. As for him, Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at the third one and smiled. I think you already know it well, so I don't need to introduce it again. Tsunade frowned and looked at the 3 pieces of paper in her hand. None of these 3 children matched her temperament, and not even one was good at Yang Dun. It's hard not to wonder if the old man did it on purpose. She grabbed the 3 pieces of paper and said, "Let's make it clear first, if we encounter a battle, they can't handle it. The most I can do is take them away and escape. It is impossible for me to risk my life to complete those tasks. Don't even expect me to take action." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded. "Even if you come back alone, I won't blame you." Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and left the office without looking back, leaving only one sentence: "Then I will choose to die there with them." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and shook his head. He signaled the Anbu to close the door, then looked out the window calmly. Outside the window is a long street with bright lights and the laughter of passers-by everywhere. "Tsunade, the future of the village is in your hands." End of this chapter. Chapter 11, Class Division Ceremony. Chapter 11. Class Division Ceremony. The next day. Is that the one who defeated the 2 brothers, the Wind God and the Thunder God, Kurama Ryoroku? It seems that they didn't defeat him, but scared him away. That's pretty impressive too. The others can only run away desperately, right? That's not the case. Isn't Hinata Sya still blocking the way? When Hinata Sya was mentioned, the air around them suddenly became silent. For these pure first and second grade students, in their opinion, Hinata Sya's masochistic tendencies can only be described as indescribable. By the way, is it really comfortable to be beaten? A child from the Uchiha family asked curiously. Another person immediately said in horror, "Don't think about it. Do you also want to become that kind of pervert? Can't see me, can't see me." Liang Luo's mind was flashing wildly as he quickly passed by the 2 children. One child came over and asked curiously, "Kurama-senpai, have you really peeked at Lady Tsunade bathing?" Liang Luo said with a twitching mouth, "This is not something you little brats should be asking about. Go to class." After saying that, Liang Luo quickly shook them off. "But I heard a murmur behind me. I told you, this is a situation where you don't give a direct answer." In fact, he was saying that he had seen it, but it was inconvenient to give a formal answer. Liang Luo almost fell to the ground, but he immediately steadied himself and comforted himself. "It doesn't matter, I'll graduate soon anyway." Soon, Liang Luo arrived at the school gate. On the other side of the street was Uchiha Obito, who was helping an old lady cross the road. Liang Luo had some impression of the old lady. She seemed to be Obito's grandmother and his only relative. The old lady waved to Obito, signaling him to go to school quickly. After watching Obito leave, he nodded to Liang Luo, who had been staring at this side. Liang Luo then turned his gaze and walked into the school. Although Liang Luo had not come into contact with this old lady in his previous reincarnations, but based on his understanding of Uchiha Madara, there is a high probability that he will leave a hidden trick on the old lady to facilitate daily monitoring of Uchiha Obito. In the cave, Uchiha Madara was alone and lonely. Just like that, he watched Uchiha Obito's every move through White Zetsu's eyes. He also makes weird laughs from time to time. Just thinking about this scene made Liang Luo feel a little chilly. He hurried to his class, only to find that teacher Daihei was already on the podium. Most of the students in the class were present, and Liang Luo also sat in his seat. Daikoku teacher announced loudly. Congratulations on your official graduation today. At the same time, a transparent option box suddenly appeared in Liang Luo's eyes. 1 Toxic Healing, blue. Your healing effect will be reversed to damage effect 2. Storage Master, blue. You can store items into a 5m×5m space using your sight. 3. Eagle Eye, green. Dynamic vision increased by 15%. Liang Luo didn't expect that even the graduation ceremony would trigger entry rewards. After thinking for a while, he chose the Storage Master. After all, he didn't really need the other two. On the contrary, there is a different space that may produce some miraculous effects today. Teacher Daikoku then said with a look of relief. From today on, you will serve as a genin of KONOHA. Go to various battlefields and win glory for KONOHA. Everyone was a little excited and shouted, "Bring glory to KONOHA." Liang Luo shook his head and said to himself. It turns out that I haven't experienced the beatings of society yet. Nohara Lin in front turned around and said with a smile. Did Liang Luojun ever experience a beating? At this time, Obito arrived late, and Sensei Daikoku impatiently let him in. Then continued to announce. Next, you will be divided into groups of 3, each led by a powerful jonin to complete the mission. Several of the teams currently have only 2 people, and the other person will be decided by the teacher in charge. Let me read your team list. First team, Shiranui Genma, Ebisu Class 2, Mitarashi Red Bean, Moonlight Gale, Sunset Red Team 3, Karama Ryo Uroku, Hinata Natsu. Liang Luo glanced at Hinata Xia, who was sitting 2 rows in front of him, but he didn't expect that Hinata Xia also turned around. He smiled at Liang Luo, as if saying, "Please give me your advice." Liang Luo turned his head away and pretended not to see it. When facing the 2 Fengshen brothers, Hinata Xia showed a masochistic tendency that Liang Luo couldn't handle. Liang Luo already regretted sharing the pigeon entry with Hinata Xia on the day of the assessment, otherwise she probably wouldn't have awakened such an outrageous attribute. The teacher on the stage is still reading Team 7, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin. Uchiha Obito beside Liang Luo shouted excitedly. Great! Lin Chan and I are in the same class. Nohara Lin covered her mouth and laughed. Then Obito-kun, don't be late for missions in the future. I will supervise you carefully. Uchiha Obito scratched the back of his head, his heart was filled with honey, and he laughed. Hey, then I'll trouble you, Lin Chan. I don't know who the third person in our team is, I hope he's not some annoying guy. Uchiha Obito said this while looking at Nohara Rin. Liang Luo was still in a bad mood at this time. He was annoyed by Obito's silly smile, so he hit him mercilessly. It's Hitaki Kakashi, the person you hate the most. Nani? Uchiha Obito couldn't believe it. But isn't Kakashi already a chunin? It is said that because his companions sacrificed too many times, he needs to be taught again by the leader. After hearing this, Nohara Lin's eyes immediately showed some worry. She clasped her hands and leaned towards Liang Luo. Somewhat anxiously asked Liang Luo, "Dao, is Kakashi okay?" Uchiha Obito said disdainfully. Rin-chan, don't worry about that annoying Kakashi. He was already a chunin, so he could definitely take care of himself. And I will just be responsible for protecting Lin-chan. Uchiha Obito raised his head very confidently. Nohara Lin shook her head secretly. She was more worried about Kakashi's mental state. I wonder what will become of Kakashi after losing so many teammates. The teachers will come over and take you away one by one. You just sit here and wait. Also, remember, don't think you don't need to study after graduation. You must know. Teacher Daihei looked at the students he had brought up and couldn't help but nag a few words before leaving. It was not until the teacher in charge of the class came that Teacher Daihei reluctantly left the podium. A burly red-haired man stood at the door and shouted inside. Shiranui Genma, Ebisu. Come out quickly, I am your instructor, Akimichi Choza. In this way, students were taken away one after another. Even Team 7, which was at the back, was taken away by Minato Namikaze. Hinata Natsu and Kurama Ryoroka were the only ones left in the classroom. Hinata Xia stood up from her seat, walked to Liang Luo and said, Liang Luo-jun, do you know who is the leader of our team and the third person? Liang Luo shook his head, do not know. Then Liang Luo's eyes fixed, staring straight at Hinata Xia. But you have to pay attention to your image next time you are out there, you will be working in a team with me in the future. How can you be so dissolute? Hinata Xia nodded seriously. Yes, I understand. I will pay attention to my image next time. Then, a blush appeared on Hinata Xia's face. However, since I have brought shame upon you, I feel that I should be punished as I ought. Please don't pity me, Liang Luo-jun. After saying that, Hinata Xia suddenly bent down, revealing her smooth neck. Liang Luo suddenly felt his head buzzing and he covered his head in pain. But I heard a voice coming from the door. Kurama Ryoyer, Hyaga Natsu. Come with me. Tsunade is tall, wearing a green robe and open-toed high heels. At this time, she was leaning against the door frame, looking at Hinata Xia who was bending over for Kurama Ryoyuroka with some confusion. She had just finished dealing with Jing Ian's matter, so she was a little late. Liang Luo immediately felt like he had seen a savior, and walked past Hinata Xia towards Tsunade. At this time, the system also made a sound. Experience Tsunade's chest-burying kill. Reward: today's entry refresh time can be customized and extended and changed from 1 to 12 hours. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, Grab the Bell. Chapter 12. Grab the Bell. Extend entry refresh time? The entry refresh time of the Pigeon system is around 5 p.m. after school. Liang Luo felt that it was very inconvenient to refresh the entries after school at 5 o'clock. He prefers to extend the entry refresh time until late at night. Even ninjas don't often go on missions late at night. On the contrary, incidents often occur in the afternoon. Therefore, changing the entry refresh time to late at night is a very cost-effective thing for Liang Luo. However, it is still not an easy task to complete this somewhat offensive task. And Mr. Huang, who sells his own plug-in, also said that you just need to follow the tasks issued by the system. It will become very easy to speed through the ninja world. But what does speedrunning the ninja world have to do with chest-burying kills? Could it be that the system wants me to conquer Tsunade? Liang Luo was somewhat tempted, if he didn't really like the big cars in the Naruto world. Who would be so persistent in reincarnating in the ninja world? And Tsunade is Ryu's favorite car in the Naruto world. Originally Liang Luo was busy speeding through the ninja world and didn't want to start a love story that would disrupt his progress. But since the system has hinted at this, Liang Luo thought about it carefully. Conquering Tsunade would be extremely beneficial to his future cultural victory. If Tsunade were to become the spokesperson for his cuisine, there would surely be countless people in the ninja world who would want to eat it. Liang Luo thought of this and made up his mind. Seeing them following her, Tsunade turned around and walked out as well, walking faster and faster. There was no intention of stopping to wait for the two of them. Liang Luo and Hinata Xia looked at each other, and immediately sped up to catch up. Hyaga Natsu was fine, she had been training for many years and her physical fitness was quite good. She could keep up with Tsunade who was walking fast. But Kurama Ryoluo was having a very hard time. After all, the talents of his body are all focused on the spirit, and his physical condition is quite poor. Liang Luo, whose entry was refreshed, did not go hunting again last night. I just caught a few squirrels in the yard and pulled out a few chakra-enhancing entries. I didn't even draw a single physical skill entry. Therefore, he is now completely relying on the original owner's physique to hold on. But Liang Luo secretly used fake treatment to mask his fatigue. Therefore, although it was a bit reluctant, I was able to keep up and not fall behind. Soon, the three of them arrived at a training ground. Tsunade looked at Liang Luo who was panting, and Hinata Xia who was sweating a little. Said to Liang Luo without any hesitation. If this was a pursuit battle, you would have died in the hands of the enemy. I heard that you are quite good at ninjutsu and genjutsu, but it is still not enough. Your physical skills are too weak. There is no way you can perform long-distance magic on the battlefield. As for you... Tsunade turned and looked at Hinata Xia. When you see your teammates struggling, you should immediately step forward to help them instead of just chasing after them. Tsunade was very strict with them. In order to avoid tragedies like the one that happened to Shang Shu, she had already decided on her teaching style this time. We must try every possible way to make them grow up quickly. Otherwise, when the old man sends them out on a battlefield mission, she cannot guarantee that she can bring them all back safely. Hinata Xia said to Tsunade very seriously. I see. Before I die, the enemy will not have the chance to get close to Liang Luojun. Liang Luo also straightened his expression. He couldn't act pitiful in front of the serious Tsunade, so he promised. Next, I will strengthen my physical training. Tsunade then smiled, glanced behind the two of them, and said, now that everyone is here, let's start introducing ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Asuma came from behind Liang Luo and stood side by side with the two of them. Liang Luo looked at Asuma Sarutobi who was standing next to Hinata Xia with a little surprise. He originally thought that his substitute teammate would be Might Guy or Uchiha Tetsuka. I didn't expect it to be Asuma Sarutobi. It was a bit too obvious to arrange teammates for his son to rank first or second in the assessment. It was obvious that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to pave the way for his son. Sarutobi Asuma slumped his shoulders and deliberately avoided eye contact with Liang Luo. He couldn't understand why the old man insisted on teaming up with Kurama Ryoroku. Although it was great to be able to study beside Lady Tsunade, he felt that he and Kurama Ryoroku were in conflict. Seeing Tsunade's eyes on him, Sarutobi Asuma stood up straight and said, my name is Asuma Sarutobi. My favorite thing is sausages, and my most hated thing is stubborn old men. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Yes, I hate old men who talk too much. Then he patted Asuma Sarutobi's shoulder and laughed. Maybe we can form an anti-old man alliance in the future. He will be so mad if he sees this. Asuma Sarutobi looked at Tsunade who was smiling brightly, and the depression in his heart became much less, and he smiled and nodded along. After a while, Tsunade signaled with her eyes that it was the next one. Hinata Xia glanced at Liang Luo, then said seriously. I am Hinata Xia. What I like is Liang Luojun's warm encouragement, and what I hate is Liang Luojun's neglect. Hinata Xia didn't know why, but Liang Luojun had been very cold to her since yesterday. Could it be that he is punishing me because I didn't protect Liang Luojun yesterday? Thinking of this, Hinata Xia's cheeks turned slightly red. After hearing these words, Tsunade couldn't help but look at Hinata Xia again. Considering Hinata Natsu's age, her remarks were quite explosive. Liang Luo's eyelids twitched, and he forced himself to forget what he had just heard, and said, actually, I like a lot of things, but my favorite is probably world peace. But this goal is still too far away. So my initial goal is to become Hokage. The most annoying thing. Liang Luo thought for a moment, recalled what happened yesterday, and said with a heavy heart. That's when things got out of my control. Become Hokage? Tsunade's eyes were a little dazed when she heard this. It seemed as if the memories from many years ago subtly overlapped with the present. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to her senses and said, I'm Tsunade-sama, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. You can just call me Tsunade-sensei. My favorite thing is gambling cards, and my most hated thing is blood. Then he looked at Liang Luo and shook his head. Becoming Hokage is just a preliminary plan? It seems like you have big ambitions. Of course, becoming Hokage was just an excuse for Liang Luo to win Tsunade's favor. However, his ambitions were indeed great. Liang Luo glanced at Tsunade's weapon and said nothing. Okay, now that we've finished the introductions, let's get down to business today. Tsunade took out 2 bells from her bottomless chest and hung them on her waist. Let's start the exciting bell-grabbing session. The person who doesn't grab the food will be hung on a tree and won't be able to eat for a whole day. Tsunade said this to them with a wicked smile. These 3 children were born into the same family. If they couldn't get the bell, they would have to drop out of school. This lie couldn't fool them. On the contrary, the punishment of being hung on a tree can effectively arouse their fighting spirit. I can give you 5 minutes to discuss tactics. If none of you 3 can grab it, then all of you will be hung on the tree together. Tsunade appeared in the center of the training ground in an instant and sat down cross-legged. He held his chin up and observed them with interest. Asuma Sarutobi stroked his furry chin and said, I think one of us should act as bait, and then... Liang Luo interrupted him ruthlessly. I don't want you to think, I want me to think. Asuma Sarutobi choked and became a little angry. But thinking that he would be his companion in the next few years, he had to swallow his anger and say, what do you want? Liang Luo thought for a moment and raised 3 fingers. I'll give you 3 options. First, if you don't follow my plan, the 2 of us will isolate you from the team. Second, you insisted on carrying out your own plan and isolated the 2 of us from your team. Third, follow my plan. Asuma Sarutobi raised his voice and glared at Ryugo Kurama. Is there any difference between the first 2? Then he looked at Hinata, who was standing next to Kurama Ryoroku, and could only say helplessly, I choose 3. At the same time, he cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen countless times in his heart, asking why he matched him with these 2 weird teammates. Liang Luo gave a soothing smile. Don't worry, my plan will keep all 3 of us from hanging on the tree. That is, Asuma Sarutobi's favorability with Tsunade may decrease. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Traps and Traps. Chapter 13 Traps and Traps. Tsunade saw the 3 people discussing for a long time. Asuma Sarutobi and Natsu Hinata both ran to the woods nearby. Only Kurama Ryoroku was left to face her alone. Tsunade raised her eyebrows, slowly stood up and said, it is not a wise option to leave the illusion ninja alone to face the enemy. Liang Luo was the first to form a seal and quickly spat out a fire bomb from his mouth. This fire bomb was only the size of a human head, and was far less shocking than the fire bomb the size of the ring yesterday. After all, Liang Luo doesn't have many attributes on him now, only a few attributes that increase chakra. Tsunade looked at the fire bomb coming towards her. Without any intention of dodging, she just frowned. Didn't the old man say yesterday that Kurama Ryorozu's fire bomb was extremely powerful? But his current level is about the same as the fire bombs released by ordinary genin. Could it be that the old man lied to me? Tsunade simply raised her fist and thrust it straight out, making a sound of breaking through the air. But the fire bullet suddenly turned a corner, causing Tsunade's fist to hit empty space. Tsunade was slightly stunned, and only after looking carefully did she discover the chakra string tied to the end of the fire bomb. That's interesting. Tsunade's mouth corners raised as she thought to herself. She didn't use her full strength, otherwise even the wind from her fist would have been enough to destroy the small fireball. He also did not pay any attention to the 2 people sneaking around in the forest. Otherwise, it would be too much of bullying to one's own students. She didn't even bother to do such a thing. Only now did she begin to cheer up a little. Tsunade's very fleshy thighs tensed instantly, like a spring ready to explode. Her toes drew a graceful arc in the air, and the huge force drove Tsunade's body to turn backwards. Tsunade predicted the trajectory of the fire bomb and kicked it into pieces. The moment Tsunade turned around, Liang Luo quickly created a shadow clone. The 5 Liang Luo formed a semicircle and suddenly rushed towards Tsunade at the center of the circle. But after Tsunade kicked the fire bomb into pieces, the remaining strength was still there. He stomped heavily on the ground again. In an instant, spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground. Spikes continued to squeeze out from the cracks, forming circles of sharp spider-web spikes. The ground spikes popped out too fast, and before the 5 Liang Luos could react, they were all destroyed. Tsunade looked at the messy training ground with some embarrassment. Have I gone a little too far? But if the old man hadn't told me yesterday that this group of students are very strong, I won't be unable to stop myself. That's right, the responsibility lies entirely with the teacher. What's more, I do this just to better bring out the potential of my students. Therefore, the bill for training ground maintenance should be sent directly to the teacher's desk. I'll change the beginning of my debt and send it over later. The teacher is so busy that he won't notice. After Tsunade nodded secretly, she realized that none of the 5 Kurama Ryoroku who had rushed over was the real Kurama Ryoroku. So where did Kurama Ryoluo go? Tsunade turned her head instantly. I saw Anmaliang Gluo standing upright on the ground spikes, maintaining the noon seal with both hands. The moment Tsunade saw Kurama Ryo falling, she realized that he was unable to move. It's the golden binding illusion. This kid has a good sense of timing, just a little bit late. If you realize that he is using illusion, you can make his illusion completely ineffective. However, in a one-on-one situation, using the golden binding illusion to bind the enemy is a very stupid act. Because maintaining the golden binding illusion itself requires a constant supply of chakra, which is equivalent to sealing the caster's ability to cast spells. And Kurama Ryorizu's physical skills are very poor, so there is only one possibility. Hinata Xia, who was hiding in the bushes, suddenly jumped up and rushed straight towards Tsunade. Tsunade nodded. This cooperation was not bad. But the golden binding illusion was too fragile for a jonin like her. It was like being tied up with glass chains, and only a slight movement was needed. The golden binding illusion will collapse immediately. Tsunade looked at Hinata Xia, who was rushing towards her, and quickly disrupted the flow of her chakra. The golden binding illusion was instantly lifted. When Tsunade was about to deal with Hinata Xia, the golden binding illusion was immediately resumed. Tsunade frowned slightly. Isn't Liang Luo's golden binding illusion a visual ninjutsu? I had already stopped looking into Kurama Ryouro's eyes, so how could I have been caught in the illusion again? Tsunade glanced and saw some debris under her feet. The debris from the explosion of Kurama Ryo's shadow clone floated to her feet at some point. So that's how it is. Kurama Ryouro's golden binding illusion is not a visual illusion, but a tactile one. It was just that in order to mislead himself, Kurama Ryoroku deliberately released the illusion at the moment he turned around. As a result, I was unable to react immediately. Tsunade nodded slightly. Although Kurama Ryorizu's ninjutsu is not as strong as the old man boasted. However, his combat IQ and grasp of the battle situation are still excellent. It seems that I need to change my strategy for his future training. The chakra flow that suddenly burst out from Tsunade's body not only disrupted her own chakra, it also blows away all the debris on the ground. This way, Kurama Ryoroku won't be able to cast illusion again. At this time, Hinata Xia had already approached Tsunade. She did not use her usual bagwazang technique, but instead grabbed the bell directly. After all, their mission is not to defeat Tsunade. Tsunade dodged it by turning sideways. Hinata Xia chased closely and changed direction to pounce on Tsunade. This time Tsunade did not dodge, but instead exerted a little force with her left hand, driving the strength of her shoulder. With one punch, Hinata Xia was knocked away. Tsunade frowned as she looked at Hinata Xia, who rolled several times on the ground. This Hinata Xia doesn't seem to be as powerful as the old man said. Just as mediocre as an ordinary Hyuga branch. Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little strange. Could it be that her teacher was really old and had poor eyesight? Suddenly, Tsunade felt a sharp sense of danger coming from behind. Tsunade turned her head suddenly. But he saw Kurama Ryolo rushing towards him at an extremely abnormal speed. Isn't he a genjutsu ninja? How can he be so fast? With his speed, it was difficult for me to stop him from getting the bell in my relaxed state. Tsunade's thoughts flashed through her mind quickly, but her body reacted subconsciously. Her calf muscles tensed and her ankle joints contracted explosively, driving her feet to deliver a fierce blow. Liang Luo, who was rushing over, was suddenly forced to stop and fly away at a faster speed. Like a flying arrow, Tsunade kicked him straight into the forest next to the training ground. It broke several small trees, and finally slowly stopped next to a big tree. Tsunade looked at the seriously injured Kurama Ryoluo with great embarrassment as he was struggling to get up. Tsunade tried to declare their victory as she quickly walked towards Liang Luo. I haven't been in charge of a class for a long time, so I was a little too harsh in my response. Before Kurama Ryoluo could get up, many hidden detonating talismans suddenly lit up on the big tree behind him. A loud boom sound. A large amount of flames exploded and countless detonating tags were triggered at the same time. Tsunade paused in disbelief, looking at Kurama Ryoroku, who was wrapped in smoke. Her eyes were trembling wildly. The smoke in front of my eyes gradually intertwined with the smoke in my memory. She trembled all over and shouted to the smoke in confusion. The rope tree. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Burying the chest to kill. Chapter 14. Burying the chest to kill. Tsunade rushed into the smoke with all her strength. With a terrible sound of breaking wind, the diffuse smoke was completely blown away. Looking at the badly injured Kurama Ryoluo lying on the ground, she suddenly knelt down on the ground. His hands lit up with green chakra, lightly and powerfully covering the hideous wound on Liang Luo's abdomen. Tsunade said with trembling lips, "Rope tree. I will definitely rescue you this time." But when she saw the wound in Liang Luo's abdomen, her eyes suddenly widened. My eyes have become much clearer. Is this an illusion? Kurama Ryoluo's abdominal cavity looked perfectly intact to the naked eye. But when Tsunade touched it with chakra, she found that his abdominal cavity was like a rag doll. Even the left kidney and a large part of the liver were gone. Could it be that an explosive talisman blew up his internal organs? Hinata next to him also looked at the injured Liang Luo anxiously. She couldn't imagine what her life would be like without this son. Tsunade suddenly raised her head and looked at Asuma Sarutobi beside her. "Why did you set up so many detonating talismans here?" Asuma Sarutobi felt that ever since he met Kurama Ryoroku, his life had become like walking on thin ice. He swallowed and stood in front of Tsunade and said, "Liang Luo told me to set up the trap first. He will soon lure teacher Tsunade over, and we can take the opportunity to get the bell." Tsunade also realized that she had said something out of turn. Setting traps to fight against the mentor was allowed by the rules and even encouraged. No one wants to see this kind of thing happen. I can only blame myself for being too careless. I was so harsh on him even though he was just a child. Tsunade felt more guilty, then lowered her head again and concentrated on treating Liang Luo. She closed her eyes, trying to make the scarlet disappear from her eyes. Just use chakra to sense Kurama Ryoroku's injured state. Perhaps it was because the situation at this moment was too similar to the scene when his younger brother Shangshu died. There was no fear or anxiety in her heart, only urgency and excitement. She was eager to save Kurama Ryorozuya, and was excited that this time she finally had a chance to redeem herself. The more she treated him, the more surprised Tsunade felt. It was the first time she knew that illusion could be used as a healing technique, especially the superb Yundun technique. Perfect replacement for broken blood vessels. Although it is impossible to replicate the operation of key parts such as the kidneys, it is still invaluable. Because this ninjutsu allows medical ninjas to completely ignore the problems of blood loss and sewage discharge, which greatly improves their treatment efficiency. Tsunade had a hunch that with this ninjutsu, the survival rate on the battlefield could be immediately improved by at least one level. This number is enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Tsunade felt more and more that compared to the ninjutsu talent boasted by her teacher, Kurama Ryoroku's talent in illusion was even more terrifying. If he could continue to develop similar illusions, then there would probably be another school of medical ninjutsu. Cough cough. Liang Luo coughed hard a few times and finally coughed out the bloody phlegm in his lungs. At first, everything went according to his plan. After Hinata was knocked down, Tsunade became relaxed. Liang Luo immediately used the magic power to create all things to nourish humans and sacrificed his left kidney. Gained a leap in strength. From being a rookie genin, he suddenly became someone with a physique that could rival that of a jonin for a short period of time. At the same time, you use fake treatment to temporarily deceive your body. As long as you successfully obtain the bell, you can pretend that you are injured by the secret technique. I guess after Tsunade heals herself, she will reward herself with a chest kill. But unexpectedly, Tsunade was a woman without martial ethics. She used strength beyond the test and kicked herself out directly. Fortunately, I have a plan B. Liang Luo sacrificed another small piece of liver, and when he hit the first tree, he quietly exerted force with his body. He catapulted himself to the trap set by Asuma Sarutobi. However, Tsunade's kick was so painful that Liang Luo almost didn't get out of the center of the explosion. If he hadn't temporarily sacrificed a small piece of liver, he would have regained a little strength and crawled out of the center of the explosion. Otherwise he would have to die here today. He then fell into a coma and only relied on his subconscious to maintain the fake treatment. I'd better not do such dangerous things next time, Liang Luo thought as he looked at the sky aimlessly. Tsunade looked at Liang Luo who had woken up. The frown on his face finally relaxed, revealing a very relieved smile. Her hands were covered in blood and she sat powerlessly on the grass. Tsunade had almost completely repaired Liang Luo's abdomen at this time, leaving only the less fatal wounds on his limbs. Looking at Kurama Ryoluo who slowly sat up, Tsunade's consciousness became hazy again. If only Noeki had been by his side like this at that time. In Tsunade's memory, the somewhat blurry face of Noeki actually overlapped somewhat with the one in front of her. Tsunade couldn't help but stand up and hugged Kurama Ryoluo tightly. Liang Luo had no time to react before his eyes went dark and his entire face was covered in warmth and softness. Tsunade lowered her head and placed her face against the top of Liang Luo's head. With a trembling voice, he said, "Don't do such dangerous things next time." Liang Luo was almost suffocated by the pressure and was speechless. "My greatest danger is not because of you. But listening to the system prompts in my ears, mission completed." Liang Luo couldn't help but smile. Hearing Kurama Ryo's laughter as he fell into her arms, Tsunade couldn't help but hug him tightly again. "Did you hear me?" Liang Luo suspected that if he didn't agree, Tsunade would suffocate him to death on the spot. Liang Luo nodded with difficulty under the very heavy package and promised, "I see." Tsunade then let go of her hand with satisfaction and looked at the remaining smile on Kurama Ryo's face. "I couldn't help but think that Sheng Shu also used to like to laugh silly like this." So he tapped Liang Luo's head gently with his fist and smiled peacefully. How about we go first?" Asuma Sarutobi pointed at himself and said that he always felt that he was very redundant here. Just standing there stupidly like a light bulb. Hinata Natsuya frowned and looked at the two people who were sticking close to each other. She felt her heart swelling, but she didn't know why. She wanted to speak up to stop it, but she didn't know what identity and position she should use to stop it. Friend? Or subordinate? Neither of these two identities seems to be recognized by Liang Luojun. Hinata couldn't help but fall into a painful dilemma. Tsunade was then surprised to find that there was someone else there. She coughed awkwardly. "You guys performed really well this time and the teamwork was perfect. So all of you have passed this assessment?" Asuma Sarutobi nodded absent-mindedly. He felt like he had done nothing, yet he just won inexplicably. Although the Nara clan may like this kind of life, he still hopes to have a stage to prove himself. He wanted to prove to his father that he was not just the Hokage's son. This assessment was really confusing to him. And the moment Liang Luo heard Tsunade's announcement, a transparent option box appeared in front of him. 1 weakness, purple. When you are in a 1v1 duel with an enemy, the enemy's weapons and flying objects will continue to be negatively affected. 2 rich milk, blue. The treatment effect is increased by 50%. 3 yin fire, blue. The fire skills you use will have a 50% chance of continuously causing damage to the enemy. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 False Treatment. Chapter 15 Fake Treatment. The abundant milk supply did not provide much benefit to Liang Luo, as all his injuries had been basically healed by Tsunade. Although I don't know what the negative effects of feeling weak and frail are. But it is definitely better for the negative effect to continue to take effect than to be triggered randomly. Then Tsunade looked around at the 3 people and said apologetically. Originally, I was supposed to take you out for a big meal after the assessment. Tsunade patted Liang Luo's shoulder, but because the technique developed by this kid has great potential, I have to go find the Sandame first. I will definitely take you guys out for a nice meal next time. Asuma Sarutobi nodded indifferently, but Hinata Xia looked at Liang Luo deeply, wondering what he was thinking. Tsunade gave Liang Luo a look. Liang Luo immediately stood up and followed Tsunade out of the messy training ground. This was mainly because Tsunade and the explosive talisman had such great destructive power that the center of the training ground and the woods next to it were almost in disrepair. Tsunade was walking aside with her chest crossed. The midday sun shone on her body, and her fair skin reflected the light warmly. She asked, "Did you develop that illusion?" Liang Luo immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to improve his favor ability, so he said in a rather deep tone, "Yes, this technique is called fake treatment. Originally, the purpose of creating this technique was just to save my brother." It was impossible for Liang Luo to say that the thing was created by Kyoxingna, otherwise Tsunade would definitely execute him on the spot. Just cool down enough. Tsunade's curiosity was aroused by his words. She turned her head and hooked Liang Luo's chin with her white fingers. "You actually have a younger brother? What happened to your younger brother?" Liang Luo said sorry in his heart to Kurama Kanjiun, who never showed up. Then he forced a smile and said, "My younger brother is Kurama Murakumo. He has a strong talent for illusion, but his legs are disabled for unknown reasons. After many experiments, I found that there was nothing physiologically wrong with Kong Yun's legs. So I wondered if there was something wrong with Kong Yun's consciousness. He was unable to walk because he was not aware of his legs. So I created this self-deceiving illusion." Tsunade paused and looked into Kurama Ryo's eyes, only to find that his eyes were filled with sadness and pain. Even with a smile on his face, he couldn't hide the despair in his eyes. "Although I don't know why the illusion that was originally intended to heal my brother's consciousness has turned out like this today." But seeing the painful look in Kurama Ryoko's eyes, she could empathize with him a little. This is the look of someone hating their own lack of talent and inability to help others. Tsunade was silent for a moment and grabbed Liang Luo's hand. Her fingertips were slightly rosy, allowing Liang Luo to clearly feel Tsunade's warmth. Tsunade said to Liang Luo very seriously, "I will help you develop a ninjutsu to heal your consciousness." Liang Luo was about to nod, but found that Tsunade suddenly pulled her hand away. Sharp chakra suddenly burst out from between his fingers, scraping a large piece of flesh on his white arm. Tsunade turned her head away, not looking at the wound. She just stretched out her arm and said to Liang Luo, "Come, let me see how good your technique is." Liang Luo was a little surprised at Tsunade's decisiveness, but a stream of purple chakra immediately emerged from his hands. Just a light stroke on Tsunade's arm. Tsunade's arm appeared before her eyes as if it were completely unharmed. "This is..." Tsunade couldn't help but turn back to look at her injuries, which had just looked a bit hideous, but were now intact. Even the sense of pain would have disappeared if it weren't for the piece of flesh and blood that fell to the ground. Tsunade almost felt like she was in an illusion. No, it was indeed an illusion, but it was a rather complex and comprehensive illusion. Kurama Ryoroku needed to touch and inject chakra into his body for his fake healing to take effect. Therefore, his illusion is a compound illusion that combines contact illusion and invasive illusion. The remaining yin-tun chakra in the wound is disguising itself as the chakra that already exists in his body. Command other chakras to transport blood. As long as he doesn't disrupt his chakra, this illusion can last at least another half an hour. Tsunade realized that the biggest advantage of Liang Luo's medical illusion compared to her own medical ninjutsu was its speed. In many cases, ninjas need to fight the enemy while being seriously injured. Severe injuries not only cause blood loss, but also severe pain, which can even make people unable to move. He can only be captured without hesitation. But as long as he has Liang Luo's illusion, he can return to his peak state in a short time. It will be completely in time to use medical ninjutsu to treat the enemy after defeating him. Thinking of this, Tsunade immediately activated her Yang release chakra to heal the wound on her arm. However, he discovered that the Yin-tun chakra left on his body by Liang Luo would not be directly absorbed by the Yang-tun chakra. Instead, he has been using illusions to disguise his chakra as his own, while blocking his sense of pain. After Tsunade finished treating her arm, she felt even more surprised. If I combine Liang Luo's medical illusion with my own yin seal, will I be able to be completely harmless? Liang Luo spoke again. I want to use this technique to save more people. Therefore I would like to pass this jutsu to the village. It's useless for me to use this illusion. The Kurama family is now extremely poor, so they might as well use their ninjutsu to exchange for a shop in the village. So that his plan to conquer the world with delicious food can be launched as soon as possible. Tsunade was startled. Liang Luo's medical illusion is already good enough to be called a secret technique along with the Nara clan's shadow-controlling ninjutsu. Is this child so kind? Tsunade's gaze towards Kurama Ryoroku became more complicated, but she also knew that this ninjutsu could save many people. So he nodded and promised Liang Luo, I won't let your contribution go in vain. I'll go find the old man and ask him to spit something out for you. Liang Luo nodded. Even if he didn't believe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, he would believe in Tsunade's character. Then Tsunade began to ask about the details of the illusion. When she heard that fake treatment required seeing the wound for a moment, she had to determine the direction of the blood vessels on the wound cut surface. And accurately determine which blood vessels should be connected and which blood vessels are scrapped. And formulate corresponding linking strategies. Even Tsunade couldn't help but be amazed at the difficulty. This is at least an A-level medical ninjutsu. However, Liang Luo mentioned that they could give up maintaining the blood vessels and only retain the ability to block the pain and use illusion to fill the wound to prevent it from getting worse. Tsunade nodded. This simplified medical illusion could be used as an emergency treatment technique on the battlefield. Even if we only block the pain, it would be enough to save many innocent lives. Tsunade nodded and said to Liang Luo, well, I'll go to the Hokage building to find the Sandame. You go back by yourself first. Liang Luo looked at Tsunade walking away in confusion. What's the point of reporting the new technique without including me, the creator? End of this chapter. Chapter 16. This is the worst class of students I have ever taught. Chapter 16. This is the worst class of students I have ever taught. Tsunade walked quickly towards the Hokage building, while making a plan in her mind. The third class is different from the other classes. Sarutobi Hiruzen positioned Team 3 as a medical support unit. The 3 people in the team should all have certain medical potential, and their respective strengths should be almost above the level of genin. Therefore, according to the plan, once the third squad is formed, it should immediately go to the front line. Instead of doing D-level tasks like other classes to develop tacit understanding and experience. But after today's assessment, Tsunade discovered that the strength of Team 3 was obviously not as strong as the teacher boasted. Kurama Ryuzu's illusion is not an offensive illusion. The third team was too weak. Even the ninjutsu splashing across the battlefield could wipe them out. However, Tsunade can indeed see great potential in Liang Luo. So Tsunade made up her mind that she must buy him time to develop and grow. As for Kurama Ryo Yuroko's medical illusion, Tsunade still needs to consider it. Bang sound. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade, who kicked the door in with a headache. I put down my pen helplessly. Tsunade, this is the second door you've kicked down this month. Tsunade crossed her arms and said with dissatisfaction. Old man, didn't you say that the third class is the cream of the crop of graduates? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment, thinking about his plans before speaking. What's wrong with them? Tsunade said mercilessly, they are the worst group of students I have ever taught. Although this is an exaggeration, it is the best way to save Class 3. As long as the teacher understands that Class 3 is not as powerful as he imagined, and that he was wrong. In this way, the third squad will naturally not be sent to the battlefield immediately, and I will have time to train them well. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a little bit incomprehensible. Wasn't Kurama Ryoroku the first in the assessment? Tsunade shook her head. The fire bombs Shizuan fired are probably bigger than his. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched after hearing this, and he took out his pipe and said slowly. What about Hinata Natsu? That kid is very strong. Tsunade still shook her head. I knocked him away with one punch. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and took a puff of his cigarette. Could it be that Kakashi was lying to him? But their results were also solid, first and second place. Everyone who took the test saw it, so there couldn't be any doubts. Even Danzo did not hesitate to resort to tricks to get people back. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke silently. So how is Asuma? Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to put his son between the first and second place, which showed that he had great confidence in his son. Tsunade sneered after hearing this. Asuma Sarutobi? The trap he set almost blew up Kurama Ryoroku. If I hadn't been quick to rescue him, the third shift would have been disbanded on the spot. Judging from the results, this is not wrong, except that I have concealed some of the processes. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned even more tightly. He always felt something was strange. But if Team 3 is really as bad as Tsunade said, he would have to change their positioning. Then I will arrange another team for you to lead, and the third team will be led by Yamanaka High. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave advice. Tsunade refused. No, I don't have the habit of abandoning my students. Are you kidding me? She is going to work with Kurama Ryoroku to develop medical illusions. How could I possibly hand them over to someone else? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, and he felt that Tsunade's attitude was more and more strange. If you don't want to give up Class 3, then why are you criticizing your own students here? So Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly touched the crystal ball on the inside of the table and said to Tsunade, then what do you want? The pile of documents on the desk blocked Tsunade's view, so she didn't notice Sarutobi Hiruzen's small movements. He just looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly and said, because they are too weak, I don't think we can send them to the battlefield right away. Let them do D-level missions for a while, and let me train them. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the devastated training ground through the crystal ball. He couldn't help but twitch his brows a few times. If Team 3 was really as weak as Tsunade said, how did the training ground get beaten up like this? Is Tsunade lying? Could it be that Class 3 is too strong, causing them to be so unruly? So Tsunade wants them to do D-level missions for a while to temper their tempers? The more Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After all, he had also learned about it from Kakashi. Both Kurama Ryo Yuroku and Hinata Natsu have quirks in their personalities. Therefore, it is very likely that Tsunade will be offended. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed after figuring it out. Tsunade, since Team 3 is so strong, they can be better honed on the battlefield. You shouldn't keep them confined to the village. Tsunade frowned after hearing this, and found it difficult to understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Could it be that this old man really has Alzheimer's disease? Haven't I told you many times that they are weak? How come they suddenly became very strong? Tsunade responded impatiently. You're sending them to the battlefield so early, aren't you waiting for them to die? Looking at Tsunade's attitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head secretly. I don't know what those kids did to make Tsunade so angry. But Tsunade was their teacher after all, so it was not easy for him to interfere. He could only nod and say, "Then I will postpone their battlefield mission for a while. But you should also be more tolerant of them, after all, geniuses always have privileges." Genius? Could it be that the teacher already knows the ninjutsu developed by Kurama Ryoroku? Tsunade's eyebrows knitted together and she questioned, since you also know that the medical illusion developed by Kurama Ryoroku has great potential. Then he should be allowed to do research in the village, instead of sending all these children to the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused while smoking. That kid Kurama Ryoroku actually developed a new ninjutsu? And judging from Tsunade's appearance, it seems to be an incredible ninjutsu. So Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of his cigarette and said slowly, "I'm curious about what kind of ninjutsu could make you so impressed." The old man didn't know. Tsunade glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen suspiciously. So Tsunade explained the effects and prospects of the fake treatment. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment. He didn't expect that a newly graduated ninja school student could develop this kind of ninjutsu. What does he want? What he meant was that the village must find a way to obtain this ninjutsu. Tsunade smiled disdainfully. "Old man, you underestimate the child's tolerance. He was willing to surrender himself just to save more people on the battlefield." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and smiled with relief. "It seems that we will have to leave it to these young people in the future. But even if he doesn't want it, we can't not give it to him. The Kurama family seems to be in financial difficulty recently. I will find a chance to compensate them." Tsunade nodded and continued. "Not only that, you also have to give the third team of Konoha Hospital a mission. You can't let them go to the battlefield now. Kurama Ryoku's technique still needs to be practiced in the hospital." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. "Then you can take them directly to the hospital tomorrow. I will try to delay Orochimaru for a while." After receiving the letter, Orochimaru, who was waiting for support on the battlefield. Orochimaru? End of this chapter. Chapter 17-17 Little Blackie. Chapter 17-17 Little Blackie. Liang Luo watched Tsunade leave quickly. "I could only walk towards the ramen shop alone and fill my stomach first. Before I got there, I saw two figures in front of me arguing. You should have just gone and grabbed the bell while I was holding Minato-sensei back. How could I leave Lin-chan alone in the trap? Lin will be fine in the trap. What if Lin-chan falls in the trap? Idiot! You are such a cold-hearted fellow." Liang Luo glanced at Uchiha Obito and Hitaki Kakashi, who were arguing in front of him. He was a little hesitant about whether to bypass them, as he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Liang Luo was just about to go around the alley next to him. "But I found an old lady staggering over to me, struggling to move forward." Liang Luo narrowed his eyes. "Isn't this Uchiha Obito's grandmother?" The old lady was staggering towards Uchiha Obito. Liang Luo originally wanted to ignore it and not get involved, but he didn't expect the system to suddenly sound a prompt. Artifact mission. Stop Uchiha Madara from molesting children in Konoha. Award Weathervane. After selecting an entry, the relevance of the entry refreshed today will increase by 50%. A look of surprise flashed across Liang Luo's face. He didn't expect that Uchiha Obito's grandmother could actually trigger a divine weapon mission. And it is also related to Uchiha Madara. Could it be that Obito's grandmother is now controlled by Uchiha Madara? Moreover, with the weather vane, it will be easier for your own entries to form a school of thought. Thinking of this, Liang Luo smiled. Instead of avoiding the old lady who was walking towards him, he deliberately walked towards her. When the old lady saw Liang Luo walking towards her, she tried to avoid Liang Luo with her crutches. But Liang Luo seemed not to see her and walked straight towards her. Whoops! The old lady couldn't avoid it and was knocked to the ground by Liang Luo. Liang Luo squatted down in panic as if he had just seen the old lady. "Are you okay? I know some medical ninjutsu. Let me help you." After saying that, he began to use his magic power to create all things for the nourishment of humans, and began to offer sacrifices for the old lady. At first, the old lady was a little angry about why Liang Luo knocked her down. Then he saw Uchiha Obito, who was arguing in front, saw him, and quickly put Kakashi down and ran towards him. He nodded slowly. "Then trouble you. It's just the right time to wait for Uchiha Obito to come over, and then I will die in front of him, which will definitely stimulate him to open the Sharingan." Thinking of this, the old lady also smiled. But unexpectedly, she felt the vitality of her body was rapidly declining. The old lady's eyes widened. She felt that the internal organs in her abdomen were disappearing rapidly. She looked at Liang Luo in disbelief. Liang Luo still maintained a warm smile, and it seemed that the treatment was very successful. "Damn, is this guy crazy? Why do you want to kill me? Did I give myself away somewhere? I can't let this go on any longer, otherwise this body will die before I even see Obito for the last time." The old lady grabbed Liang Luo's hand and tried to take it away. She said in a fierce tone, "You knocked me down, do you want to kill me? How could Konoha produce a villain like you?" Liang Luo still maintains his smile. "If you hit the old man and just kill him, you can avoid being sued. Don't you know this common sense?" The old lady wanted to yell which damn school taught him this knowledge. But seeing that Obito was still a little way from him, he had to force a smile and said, "Don't worry, as long as you let me go, I won't cause you any trouble. I promise." Liang Luo seemed a little distressed and said, "But I still believe that dead people won't speak." So he increased the strength of his hands and sacrificed her stomach as well. But the old lady still didn't die. Suddenly, large groups of white creatures emerged from her body, filling the gaps in her internal organs. Liang Luo used his chakra to sense the leakage of white zetsu and couldn't help but smile. The little black guy finally showed his chicken feet. Right, the old lady had no time to care about Liang Luo because Obito had already arrived in front of her. She quickly put away her angry expression and looked at Obito painfully. Uchiha Obito knelt on the ground anxiously, grabbed his grandmother's arm and said, "Grandma, are you okay?" The old lady said with some regret, "It seems like I won't be able to see your wedding with that little girl." Uchiha Obito seemed to realize something, and he couldn't help but let the tears flow down in large streams. He desperately grabbed his grandmother's dry hand. "Grandma, don't die. I will be very lonely if you die." After saying this, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took Grandma's hand. "I'll take you to find Minato-sensei, he will definitely find a way to save you." "Grandma, hold on a little longer." But Grandma just smiled calmly and gently stroked Obito's cheek with her other hand. It's enough for Grandma to see Obito being so kind. Kakashi also arrived at the scene at this time, although his first goal was to complete the mission. But he is not so cold-blooded as to not rescue an elderly person who falls down. Kakashi said to Obito, "I've asked someone to notify the hospital. Let's get your grandma to the hospital right away." Grandma still smiled very contentedly and said to Kakashi, "I'll ask you to take good care of Obito from now on." After saying this, the old lady tilted her head and closed her eyes. "Grandmother." Uchiha Obito fell on the old lady's chest in pain. Tears were streaming down his eyes madly, and his pupils were trembling abnormally. Strange, why is this body not dead yet? Although the old lady's eyelids were closed, her eyeballs underneath were rolling around a few times. He just used white zetsu to barely mend his body. Logically, he should have died long ago. At this moment, a very warm voice sounded from the side. "Don't worry, the old lady is just unconscious. Didn't you see I was healing her?" "Really?" Obito suddenly straightened up, and the changes in his eyes stopped. He lowered his head and looked at his grandmother carefully and found that she was still breathing. Hearing Liang Luo's words, the old lady suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. He felt it carefully and realized that the power that hurt him in the little ghost's hands started from when he didn't know. It suddenly transformed into rich Yang Tun chakra, which has been nourishing his body. This is why I have been unable to die. Damn it, why does this kid always go against me? The old lady thought angrily in her heart, and then quickly withdrew white zetsu. Afterwards, the old lady's body returned to its previous state of being short of weight. The old lady spat out a large mouthful of blood with a wow sound. He stroked Obito with his bloody hand, then tilted his head again. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Copper Smelting. Chapter 18:18. Copper Smelting. Obito stared blankly at his grandmother who had died again, his lips trembling constantly. But the green light on Liang Luo's hand became even brighter, and he comforted Obito in a gentle voice. Don't worry, I can still save you. After saying that, Liang Luo increased his strength again, and the green chakra in his hand completely covered Na's abdomen. What a joke, if he died like this, it would be too difficult for me to find him again. If Liang Luo guessed correctly, this old lady should be controlled by Uchiha Madara, who used the elephant transformation technique. If she were to die now, Liang Luo suspected that his artifact mission might fail immediately. After all, the 10-year-old Obito is completely a child, and it is necessary to stop the infringement. He had to stop Uchiha Madara from causing him psychological harm. Therefore, Liang Luo couldn't let this old lady die in front of him, not to mention that he had just sacrificed so many good things. The chakra is now quite abundant, at least 2.1 cards of chakra. There is no problem in reviving an old lady who is pretending to be dead. The old lady woke up trembling again, looked at Liang Luo angrily, and then pretended to be gentle and said, "Good boy, you don't have to save me, I." Kakashi, who was looking into the distance, suddenly said, "The medical ninja will be here soon, Obito and Kurama, help grandma over here." Hearing this, the old lady suddenly felt panicked. He couldn't go to Konoha Hospital. Once he went there, his clone would definitely be discovered. So the old lady grabbed Obito's hand and stood up swiftly. He said to Obito with a smile, "I'm actually fine now." Obito was also very happy and raised his voice and said, "Really?" Then he looked at grandma's face again and found that it was indeed much rosier than before. The old lady gritted her teeth and forced a smile before patting Liang Luo's shoulder. "Your friend is really skilled. I feel like I have been completely cured by him." After listening to this, Kakashi frowned and looked at the old lady and Kurama Ryoluo with some suspicion. He always felt something was wrong, so he said it's better to go to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. If there are any injuries, it's okay. Anyway, it was Kurama who hit you, so he should be the one to pay for the medical expenses. Liang Luo didn't want Uchiha Madara to slip out of his sight. He had to at least torture him. No, he had to teach him not to harm Konoha's children. So I said very sincerely, "I am willing to pay all the medical expenses, but I don't think it's enough. I want to take care of grandma around the clock until he recovers. This way my guilt will go away. Please give me this chance." The old lady's eyelids twitched a few times. This little devil is really troublesome. Then he said to Obito with a forced smile, "Obito, you know that I hate going to the hospital the most. I feel like you, my friend, have treated me almost perfectly. Let's go home first and see. If there is anything wrong, we will go to the hospital." "Good." After the old lady finished speaking, she touched Obito's head with her hand. "At the same time, I said viciously in my heart, I will die in front of you when I get home." Liang Luo also added, "I'm also a medical ninja, if grandma doesn't want to go to the hospital, I can go home with my grandma and take care of her for a while. If there is any accident, I can rescue them immediately." Uchiha Obito looked at Kakashi standing aside, then looked at his grandmother who looked pleading and Kurama Ryarazu who looked very confident. Gritting his teeth, he said to Kakashi. Why don't you send the medical ninja back first? I will go to the hospital and apologize to them in person later. Kakashi shook his head and walked out, leaving only one sentence: I hope you won't do anything that you will regret. Liang Luo and Obito supported the old lady on the left and right as they walked back to the Uchiha clan's territory. Come on, Grandma. Lie down first. After arriving home, Uchiha Obito quickly helped his grandmother to the bed. The old lady also lay down obediently, and then said to Liang Luo who was standing beside her. I am so sorry to trouble you. It is all my fault that I am old and useless and have caused you trouble. You left in such a hurry, maybe you have something else to do. Obito is here to take care of me, you can go back first. Liang Luo shook his head and said when people get older, their physical functions decline a lot. There may even be some psychological distortion, such as suddenly liking to wear clothes of the opposite sex. So don't worry, I don't have anything important to do. Taking care of you is more important. When she heard that she liked to wear clothes of the opposite sex, the old lady's face twisted a little, and he looked at her deeply with a cold look. Has this damn kid discovered his identity? Then Liang Luo said to Obito. I think Obito has something to do with Kakashi, right? Uchiha Obito nodded somewhat awkwardly. Yes, I made an appointment with Minato-sensei to have dinner together at the barbecue restaurant. Minato-sensei and Rin-chan have already gone. Liang Luo complained in his heart that even Minato was more reliable than Tsunade. I'm still hungry now. Then he smiled and waved to Obito. Then go ahead. I'm here. I'll take care of Grandma for you. Uchiha Obito clenched his fists and asked Liang Luo in a raised voice. Really? He had been looking forward to having dinner with Rin-chan and Minato-sensei. But after seeing my grandmother fall down, this thought was completely overshadowed. Until now, when I sent Grandma to bed safely and saw that her complexion was still very good. This idea just came to his mind again. Liang Luo still nodded yes, go ahead. The first meeting between new teams is an important one. Uchiha Obito nodded heavily, and he punched Liang Luo's shoulder and said. Thanks to you this time, if you have anything next time, please come to me. No matter how difficult it is, I will definitely help you complete it. Liang Luo didn't expect that Obito made such a heavy promise, and he couldn't help but start thinking about how to use this promise to make Obito work like a slave for him. For example, let Obito and Kakashi fight each other, and then give Nohara Rin to yourself? Obito said, and rushed out, wanting to finish his meal as soon as possible and then come back to see his grandma. At this time, there were only two people in the room, Kurama Ryoroku and the old lady. They both turned their heads at the same time and their eyes met. The old lady sat up suddenly, and stretched out her dry hands like a poisonous snake, about to grab Liang Luo's throat. However, he didn't expect that Liang Luo seemed to be prepared and dodged backwards in advance. Seeing that she couldn't hit him, the old lady stood on the bed. Looking down at Liang Luo from a high position, he said in a very bad tone, "You little brat, why are you interfering with my plan?" Liang Luo said righteously. "Since you ask sincerely, I will tell you out of mercy. I am here to protect the smiles on the faces of the children of Konoha. It is a righteous act to prevent them from being tainted by the dark copper smelting habit underground." End of this chapter. Chapter 1919 by Yang. Chapter 1919. By Yang. Uchiha Madara felt that the insults he had received in the past 20 years were not as many as those he received today. First, he was gutted by this brat, and then he stopped himself from dying for Uchiha Obito. After that, he mocked himself for being a cross-dresser, and now he's even talking about his dark copper smelting fetish. Uchiha Madara gave Liang Luo a vicious look. "Little guy, you know who I am, right? No need to pretend like that anymore. Tell me, who sent you to stop me?" Liang Luo stood at the door, ready to escape at any time, and just said with a smile, "No one sent me here. I'm just a righteous person passing by." Uchiha Madara frowned and wanted to grab Liang Luo, but was worried that his body was too weak. Unexpectedly, Liang Luo spoke again. "I've noticed that you seem to have been monitoring Obito in a lewd way. And you care unusually about Obito, even pretending to be his grandmother and staying by his side. This has already shown that you have ulterior motives towards Obito." Uchiha Madara was no longer angry when he heard this, but just smiled contemptuously. "Ridiculous, I disguised myself as Obito's grandmother to help Uchiha Obito quickly awaken the Sharingan. This is necessary to gain power, only pain can make Obito grow quickly." Liang Luo shook his head. "If you really care about Obito so much, you shouldn't use this method to destroy his heart. And Madara-sama, who has been wanting to implement this method, obviously has that kind of dark potential." Uchiha Madara almost broke the teeth of this body, but he did not rush over. Because he has realized that the incarnation formed by his image transformation technique is too weak. "If I just rush over, I might not be able to defeat this kid, and I would be humiliated by him instead." Uchiha Madara has secretly summoned White Zetsu and Black Zetsu in the dark, and as soon as they arrive, I immediately skinned the guy alive. Uchiha Madara remained calm on the surface and refuted, "Your ant-like gaze will never be able to reach my thoughts. Only pain can make Uchiha grow up quickly." Liang Luo shook his head. "It seems that Master Madara still does not have a clear self-awareness. Then I think we can start by talking about your past." "My past?" Uchiha Madara's brows were twisted into a knot. He still didn't know why this kid knew his identity, and how he knew about his past. You have to know that Konoha doesn't teach things about itself in history classes. This made Uchiha Madara feel a little curious. "Anyway, we have to wait for White Zetsu to arrive, so there's no harm in listening to this kid's nonsense. I remember that when you were little, you had a very close relationship with Hashirama-sama, who was still XX at the time, right?" Uchiha Madara listened to this somewhat harsh name, but still nodded slowly. After all, Hashirama was only about 10 years old at that time, so it is normal to say that he was a boy. "After you came of age, you and Master Hashirama founded the Hidden Leaf Village, right?" Uchiha Madara still nodded. "But after forming Konoha, you slowly discovered that Hashirama-sama was no longer as cute as he was when he was a boy. So you left Konoha village, right?" Uchiha Madara frowned, always feeling that this kid spoke strangely, but it seemed to be true at the time. At that time, Hashirama listened to Tobirama and did not let himself become Hokage. He also found that Hashirama didn't seem as innocent as he was when he was a child, so he left Konoha in anger. So after hesitating for a moment, he nodded. "Then you returned to Konoha and saw Hashirama-sama getting married. Madara-sama turned his love for you into hatred and eventually killed Hashirama-sama in the Valley of the End. Right?" Uchiha Madara nodded subconsciously. "Wrong. What turns love into hate?" He clearly saw that the village led by Hashirama had betrayed the agreement with him, and in anger he wanted to destroy the village. In the end, the two of them dueled in the Valley of the End before they killed Hashirama. Liang Luo still had no intention of stopping. In the end, Madara-sama, who lost Hashirama, felt extremely empty inside. But after searching the entire village, no boy as perfect as Hashirama-sama was found. So he extended his evil claws to his own people. Hateful! Uchiha Madara rushed towards Liang Luo angrily. He could no longer tolerate this insult of birth. Uchiha Madara's elephant-like body suddenly had a bunch of sharp branches emerge from his hands. Since the elephant body is made of white zetsu, it can use wood release at will. But this body has too little chakra, and before white zetsu arrives, he may only be able to use the wooden sword to fight. But the angry Uchiha Madara felt that even if he only relied on swordsmanship, "I can also eat this little devil alive," but Liang Luo simply picked up the broom next to him and blocked Uchiha Madara's attack. At the same time, he joked, "Is Madara-sama too old? He is so weak." The sharp wooden stick that grew out of Uchiha Madara's hand fell down like jelly. Even a broom could easily block this stick. Damn it, kid! What have you done? Liang Luo smiled without saying anything. This was naturally the effect of his entry. He also didn't expect that the negative effects of soreness and weakness would be so powerful. If it wasn't limited to being effective only in duels, Liang Luo would have wanted to put it on a videotape. After attacking for several rounds, Uchiha Madara sadly discovered that the old lady's body was no match for Liang Luo. Even the wooden stick in hand can only be used as a rubber stick. However, Uchiha Madara also noticed that the little brat didn't seem to have any intention of taking him down. It was just like a cat playing with a mouse, casually parrying his attacks. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Damn you little brat, you'll be dead when Black Zetsu comes. But unexpectedly, the person who came first was not Black Zetsu, but Obito. Suddenly, the door opened outside, and Uchiha Obito's somewhat sad voice came. I really couldn't leave my grandma alone and go eat alone. So I asked for leave from Minato-sensei. As he said this, Uchiha Obito was about to walk from the entrance to the living room. The moment Obito's voice was heard, the weak and powerless 1v1 duel effect disappeared. So the wooden stick in Uchiha Madara's hand immediately returned to its original hard state. Liang Luo seized the opportunity and pointed at the stick in Uchiha Madara's hand. How dare you say you're not? How can a normal man? When hearing Obito's voice, Uchiha Madara's lips trembled with anger. He raised the sharpened stick and was about to hit Liang Luo. This old man must kill you, Biang Wanyi, today. P.S. I think I tried my best, but the review did not allow the use of LT-related elements. I deleted 400 words, so I could only delete all the evidence that identified Uchiha Madara LT and try to connect the plot. At first, I thought that satirizing Uchiha Madara LT was a good spoof plot. After all, it was just a satire, and nothing beyond the scope of reality happened. But there is nothing I can do if you don't let me touch you. End of this chapter. Chapter 2020 Mutual Restriction. Chapter 2020. Mutual Restriction. However, he didn't expect that the wooden sword was stopped before it touched Liang Luo. A dark figure emerged from the ground, grabbed Uchiha Madara's hand, and looked at Uchiha Madara with some uneasiness in his eyes. Master Madara, you can't fall for this brat's trick. If Obito discovers your identity at this moment, all our efforts during this period will be in vain. As he said this, Black Zetsu was about to push back the wooden spike that Uchiha Madara had stretched out from his palm. However, he did not expect that the wooden thorn was too straight and hard, and he pushed it several times but Uchiha Madara could not retract it. He had no choice but to send White Zetsu to the living room to attract Uchiha Obito's attention, so that he wouldn't enter the room at this time. Who are you? Uchiha Obito outside the room exclaimed. Uchiha Madara's eyes were still red, and he wished he could cut Liang Luo into pieces immediately. But he did listen to what Heizetsu said. After taking a few deep breaths, he pointed at Liang Luo and said, "Then we have to kill this damn brat first. Otherwise he would have definitely revealed my identity as well." Liang Luo's teasing of Uchiha Madara had already broken his defense, and at the same time, Obito noticed that his grandmother had unusual thoughts. Now that this idea has been exposed, Liang Luo is not in a hurry. He looked at Uchiha Madara with a bright smile. Then guess what would happen if I shouted you killed me before I died? Obito is in this house right now. Black Zetsu also sighed helplessly. He realized that Uchiha Madara was probably really angry this time. Otherwise, things wouldn't be done so disorganized. Black Zetsu ignored Uchiha Madara and sneered, saying to Liang Luo in a gloomy and low voice, "We can spare your life, but if you dare to tell others about Madara-sama's plan, we will tell the whole village that you burned down the forest yesterday." Liang Luo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his act of setting fire to the forest in order to brush up the entries yesterday would actually be noticed by Heizetsu. He shook his head. This threat is too low level. As an outstanding ninja school student, there will naturally be people who defend me. Heiju stared at Liang Luo with a gloomy look, shrugged his shoulders strangely and smiled. What if I say that there is actually a secret base of the Kingdom of Thunder in the forest you burned down? Liang Luo's expression suddenly turned cold, even though he had checked the forest he had burned yesterday and found nothing unusual. However, Black Zetsu's ability is more than enough to forge a base in the Land of Lightning. He actually got the upper hand over me. Liang Luo couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Originally, he wanted to lure Uchiha Madara into breaking his defense and then take advantage of the opportunity to attack him. If we announce the existence of Uchiha Madara to the whole village, the mission should basically be accomplished. Stop Uchiha Madara from harming Konoha's children. However, I didn't expect that this incarnation of Uchiha Madara was so weak that he couldn't even summon a Gundam. Now that he has been dragged to the presence of Black Zetsu, his plan has no choice but to fail. In this case, he could only agree to Black Zetsu's request temporarily, otherwise he would have to become a rebel ninja. Liang Luo finally nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, I agreed. I can't tell anyone about Uchiha Madara, and you can't tell anyone about me. As Liang Luo spoke, he deliberately put emphasis on the word you. Obviously he did not trust Heizetsu at all. Heiju smiled sinisterly. It is good. Liang Luo did not look at him, but said to Uchiha Madara, whose breath had calmed down. Surely Madara-sama will not break his promise, right? After Uchiha Madara calmed down, his demeanor returned to his previous arrogant attitude. He already knew that Liang Luo's purpose was just to provoke him. He had seen many such tricks when he was young. Therefore, it was easy to cover up the previous emotions. On the contrary, he was very curious about who Liang Luo was and why he knew so many things. Could he be an old guy like me? Konoha, which was originally a bit boring, suddenly had a mysterious chess player appear. This made Uchiha Madara feel competitive. He smiled domineeringly. I still don't bother to do such shameless things. As for you, I am very curious about how you will protect Uchiha Obito next. When Liang Luo heard that Uchiha Madara had issued a challenge to him, he nodded and accepted his invitation. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara lay down on the bed again and pretended to be a patient. And Black Zetsu slowly sank into the ground. Before leaving, he kept staring at Liang Luo, wondering what he was thinking. Liang Luo also walked to the bedside and pretended to take care of the old lady. Uchiha Obito then opened the door and walked in, asking Liang Luo in confusion. Liang Luo sang, was there anyone at home just now? Liang Luo turned back and answered with a confused look on his face. No. Uchiha Obito scratched his head again. I didn't quite understand what that white figure was that I saw when I walked into the living room. Looking at my grandma who was still a little weak lying on the hospital bed. Uchiha Obito shook his head, thinking that he might be dazzled, and hurried to the bedside to observe carefully. Grandma, how are you? Are you feeling better? Uchiha Obito frowned and grabbed his grandmother's hand with tears in his eyes. Liang Luo added beside him, after my speech therapy, Grandma is now able to walk again. Uchiha Madara lying on the bed glared at Liang Luo fiercely. Chemotherapy? Uchiha Obito had never heard of this term and just thought it was some medical ninjutsu that he didn't understand. Uchiha Madara weakly touched Obito's face. I feel better just by seeing you. Uchiha Obito nodded vigorously, then noticed the dried blood on his grandmother's hands. It was left over from the previous vomiting of blood. Uchiha Obito quickly fetched a basin of water. He slowly and gently wiped the remaining blood on Grandma's body with a towel. Liang Luo then realized with embarrassment that he seemed to be incompetent as a caregiver. However, seeing that Uchiha Madara just now seemed like he wanted to skin himself alive, Liang Luo didn't dare to wipe his body. The old lady on the bed enjoyed Uchiha Obito's service and showed a very relaxed smile. But he noticed Liang Luo's look of disgust. Liang Luo leaned back slightly, keeping a distance from the bed, as if he was afraid of being infected with the copper smelting addiction. Uchiha Madara's eyes were burning with anger, but he forced a smile and said, "Good boy, thank you for taking care of me for so long. Lunchtime has passed for a long time, why don't you go eat first and let Obito take care of me?" At this moment, Obito's stomach happened to growl, and he awkwardly put the towel back into the basin. "Look up and say to Liang Luo-san, why don't you go eat first? Can you bring me some ramen after dinner?" Obito clasped his hands together and prayed, "Please be patient." He was already very hungry after snatching the bells in the morning, and now he had to run so many times. At this point, their backs were already pressed against each other. Obito was too embarrassed to bring it up, so he asked Liang Luo to help take care of the baby for a while he went to eat first. After all, Liang Luo has helped him enough. Liang Luo was silent for a moment after hearing this request. "This is not good. If I leave now, Uchiha Madara will definitely die immediately in front of Obito. What reason should I give to refuse?" If he asked Obito to go eat and let him stay behind to take care of the kids, Uchiha Madara would definitely try to stop him in various ways. Just when Liang Luo was struggling, the doorbell of Obito's house suddenly rang. End of this chapter. Chapter 21-21 Liang Luo Chef. Chapter 21-21. Liang Luo Chef Uchiha Obito was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was here to find him. So he nodded to Liang Luo, "I'll go open the door and see who it is." As he said that, he walked out of the room and opened the door outside. As the door opened, the sunlight fell right on Obito's face. At this time, Nohara Rin was outside holding large and small bags of things, and waving to Obito very energetically. Minato Namikaze pushed the awkward Kakashi to the door. Smiling, he said to Uchiha Obito, "How can we miss you at the team's first dinner?" Uchiha Obito was completely stunned everyone. Then tears started to flow uncontrollably. Nohara Rin grabbed Uchiha Obito's hand and said very considerately, "So we decided to cook and eat together at Obito-kun's house." Kakashi originally turned his head away and didn't want to talk, but Minato behind him pushed him again. He looked straight at Obito. "We are actually here to visit our injured grandma, don't be so self-indulgent." When Uchiha Obito heard what Kakashi said, he wiped his tears angrily and clenched his hands into fists. "You're such a jerk, you're really ruining the atmosphere." Namikaze Minato stroked Uchiha Obito's hair and gently explained to him. Kakashi just doesn't know how to express his emotions properly. It was he who suggested that we have dinner together at your house. Everyone cares about you. Uchiha Obito looked at Kakashi again, who looked indifferent, and turned his head away awkwardly. He muttered, "Then I'll forgive him this time." Then Obito invited a few people into the house, and Nohara Rin also walked into the kitchen carrying large and small bags of things. At this time, Liang Luo also pushed his grandmother out. If Uchiha Madara was still staying in the room at this time, then Uchiha Obito would have to take care of him during dinner. If he hadn't been careful, Uchiha Madara would probably have died on the spot. So it's safer to push him out to the living room. Although Uchiha Madara was extremely reluctant to go out, several people had already come in. He simply couldn't use power beyond the old lady's limit, otherwise he would be immediately noticed by the perceptive Minato Namikaze. With no other choice, he could only half-heartedly sit on the wheelchair and was pushed out by Liang Luo. When Minato Namikaze saw Liang Luo walking out of the room, his face froze. How come it's this young, green graduate? Then he put on a business-like smile and said to Liang Luo is here too, Ju Xingna told me yesterday. Your massage was very effective and she had a good sleep yesterday. I was specifically asked to thank you if I saw you. Liang Luo is also very humble actually, it was Sister KONOHA who cooperated well. My technique is not very good, and I hope Brother Namikaze will not make fun of me. Cooperate. These two words sound extremely normal. Thinking back to the horrific experience he had yesterday, Minato felt extremely hurt. This made it hard for Minato not to wonder if this kid was mocking him on purpose. The corners of Minato's mouth twitched a few times, and he almost couldn't maintain his business smile. Uchiha Obito took the opportunity to explain why Liang Luo was here. Thanks to Liang Luosang's timely rescue. Kakashi added. If Kurama hadn't hit your grandma, she wouldn't be in any trouble now, right? The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became awkward. Liang Luo said with some sadness, yes, it's all because I was too careless. Why don't I make you guys some delicious food, hoping to make up for my mistake a little. Uchiha Obito didn't think it was Liang Luo's problem. Because his grandmother had been feeling unwell before, even if Liang Luo hadn't hit her, she might have died soon. Just a little doubtful, Liang Luo sang, "Can you cook?" Liang Luo nodded confidently. Yes, my goal is to conquer the world with food. It just so happened that he had pushed Uchiha Madara out, and under the nose of Minato Namikaze, he couldn't do anything fancy. You can also go to the kitchen to cook a few dishes and hone your cooking skills. After all, since we have decided to achieve cultural victory through food, we cannot cook some dark dishes every day. Minato Namikaze recalled yesterday's scrambled eggs with tomatoes and nodded. Kurama's food is really delicious. If we work hard in this direction, we may be able to achieve this goal. Really? Then I'm looking forward to your and Lin-chan's cooking today. Uchiha Obito said excitedly. Liang Luo nodded and walked into the kitchen. Nohara Lin also heard the noise outside. While she was stirring the sauce in the pot, she turned around and said with a smile. What does Chef Liang Luo want to cook? The corners of Nohara Lin's mouth rose high, revealing a bright smile, and her eyes also curved into crescent shapes. Liang Luo took a look at the ingredients that Yayuanlin prepared and asked, "Are there tomatoes and eggs? I am better at scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Nohara Lin rubbed the potatoes she was washing and said in distress, "I bought some eggs, but no tomatoes." Then Nohara Lin clapped her hands and said, "Why don't I introduce to Liang Luojun what dish I am going to cook? If Liang Luojun can cook anything, I'll leave it to you." Seeing Liang Luo nodded, Nohara Lin continued. "The dishes I'm going to make today are eel rice, croquettes, beef and potato stew, and miso soup. There are also some fruits after the meal. Which one will Liang Luojun do?" Liang Luo was a little confused at this time. He had no idea what croquettes were just by hearing the name. "Can coke be made into cakes?" he said stubbornly. "Why don't I prepare the ingredients for you first? Processing the ingredients can also help you accumulate some cooking skills, which will make it easier for you to operate." Yayuanlin also noticed that Liang Luo was a little embarrassed, and said very considerately, "Then please help me deal with the eels, Liang Luojun." As she said that, Nohara Lin placed the slimy eel in front of Liang Luo. Liang Luo looked at the black eel on the chopping board and fell into deep thought. Is eel processed in the same way as tomatoes? Just cut it into pieces and remove the head and tail. Thinking of this, Liang Luo immediately started to act. After a while, only after Nohara Lin finally finished frying the croquettes did she have time to pay attention to Liang Luo's behavior. She took a look at the eels that Liang Luo was processing. Silent. She seemed to be struggling with the words, and after thinking for a long time, she said to Liang Luo, "If Liang Luojun doesn't know how to handle eels, you can actually tell me." She picked up the fish fillet on the plate with her hands and said carefully to Liang Luo, "The eel's blister and scales need to be removed. You cut the fish too hard and the bones are broken inside. It will be very uncomfortable to eat later." Nohara Lin looked at Liang Luo, who seemed a little lost, as if she saw something interesting. He laughed happily, his smile was bright and unrestrained, and the purple paint on his face added a hint of wildness. She comforted, "It's okay, I'll teach you. Let me help you realize your dream of conquering the world with delicious food." End of this chapter. Chapter 22, White Zetsu and number 039, S Juice. Chapter 22. White Zetsu's Juice. Liang Luo nodded vigorously. Seeing Nohara Lin starting to clean up the eels that she had failed to process, Liang Luo also checked his own entries this time. 1 Pumpkin pie recipe, white, knowledge detailed description of how to make pumpkin pie. 2. Cooking novice, white the cooking tastes 10% better. 3. You look delicious, green increases your deliciousness by 50%. Perhaps due to my failure in handling the eel, the entries this time are quite average. Especially since you look so delicious, green, how could you possibly cook yourself? However, Liang Luo suddenly remembered that he could share the entry with others. If I share this entry with the toads in my abokusen, maybe it will taste good. After thinking it over, Liang Luo finally chose the pumpkin pie recipe. As a culinary idiot who can't cook, he urgently needs this kind of recipe to expand his knowledge. Unfortunately, there was no pumpkin among the food that Nohara Lin brought this time. I can only find some other food to cook. Nohara Lin, who was processing eels, looked at Liang Luo who was in a daze in the kitchen. I smiled secretly in my heart. Then he said to Liang Luo, how about using these fruits to make juice as a dessert after dinner? Liang Luo immediately agreed with full confidence. Then he took a look at the watermelon, banana, and passion fruit on the chopping board. The first step should be to peel the skin, right? Thinking of this, Liang Luo immediately picked up the knife and started practicing. Nohara Lin also saw that Liang Luo was working very well, but it was a bit crowded for 2 people to stand in the kitchen. Then to Liang Luo Road, could Liang Luojun go to the next bathroom and cut it? I still need to cut the eel again here. Liang Luo nodded, then took the knife and juicer and ran to the next door. Ya Yunlin looked at Liang Luo's departing back and murmured to herself, there shouldn't be any problem now, right? About half an hour passed. Obito had visited the kitchen many times and was already drooling over Nohara Rin's cooking. Lin Chan, are you still not well? Nohara Rin handed the bowl and chopsticks to Obito. It's ready, please help serve the rice. Obito held the bowl and chopsticks and shouted excitedly. Well. Then Nohara Lin looked at the living room outside with some doubt. Is Liang Luojun still not well? This shouldn't be the case. Why would it take more than half an hour to squeeze the juice? Nohara Lin was a little worried and was about to take off her apron to check on Liang Luo's condition. But Obito stopped her. It's okay, Lin Chan, we have to trust him. Even if what he makes doesn't taste good, we can just not eat it. Anyway, Lin Chan's cooking is enough. Nohara Lin paused and thought about it. Going to see the food Liang Luo cooked like this would imply that I don't trust him. At this time, Liang Luo was in the room with a frown on his face, looking at the bowl of greasy red juice in front of him with a serious look. He always felt something was wrong. It seems like something is missing. Liang Luo always felt that this juice had no novelty or highlights. Suddenly, an arc of light seemed to flash through his mind. He hammered his palm. Yes, I should have added something more. Then he took out a piece of the still squirming remains of white zetsu from his pocket. This was what he seized from Uchiha Madara's body. Liang Luo put the white zetsu remains and fresh juice into the juicer. When Nohara Lin had arranged all the dishes and food, Liang Luo still did not show up. Strange, what on earth is Liang Luojun doing in there? Nohara Lin frowned and looked at the closed door. After a pause, she shouted. Liang Luojun, you can come out for dinner now. Uchiha Obito couldn't wait any longer and had already picked up his chopsticks to pick up the croquette. Nohara Rin patted Obito's hand and said with her hands on her waist, no, we have to wait until everyone is here before we can eat. Uchiha Obito curled his lips and shouted to the bathroom, Liang Luosangni, please come out quickly. I'm starving to death. Kakashi also stood up and prepared to knock on the door to see what Liang Luo was doing inside. Before Kakashi could even put his fingers on the door, it suddenly opened. Liang Luo came out carrying a bucket of white liquid. With a bang, it was placed on the dining table. Liang Luo wiped his sweat and said to them excitedly, try it, this is my secret juice. In the transparent juice barrel, the white liquid was moving constantly, whether because of Liang Luo's shaking just now or because of its own movement. At this time, it is restlessly rotating slowly in the barrel. During the rotation, some bubbles are squeezed out. The bubbles were like eyeballs, and they exploded instantly with a bang. It was like a real eyeball being crushed, and a lot of juice actually splashed out. Nohara Lin was slowly sweating, her mouth slightly open, looking at the juice in front of her in disbelief. She completely forgot that she had given Liang Luojun any white ingredients. How on earth did he make a juice like this? Uchiha Obito looked at the horrible juice, and even the piece of eel he had just eaten fell out of his mouth. Hey, is this really edible? Even Kakashi was a little uneasy. He took a closer look at the juice. Suspiciously asked Liang Luo. You just said what it means to conquer the world with food. Are you going to poison everyone with this stuff, and then you can conquer the world? Minato saw that the atmosphere was a bit tense, so he quickly tried to smooth things over by saying, it's okay, those who don't want to eat don't have to. You can eat the staple food made by Nohara Rin first, and then consider whether to eat the juice made by Kurama. Uchiha Obito then came to his senses and began to eat the eel made by Nohara Rin in big mouthfuls. As for the juice made by Liang Luo, he said that we should not talk about such unappetizing things while eating. Kakashi also looked away and started picking up some food. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he was the first to extend his hand. Poured a glass of juice from the juice bucket into his own cup. Although he strongly doubted Kurama Ryoku's character, Namikaze Minato still recognized his craftsmanship. Even though the juice looks a bit too weird. But yesterday's scrambled eggs with tomatoes looked very strange, even the eggs were red. But this does not affect the deliciousness of the food. When Nohara Rin saw Namikaze Minato take a glass of juice, she also took one. After all, she had just said that she wanted to help Liang Luo conquer the world with food. How could we stop at this point? Nohara Lin looked at the sticky white liquid in the cup with a serious expression. She had made up her mind that no matter how strange the taste of the juice was, she had to encourage Liang Luojun. Nohara Lin took a deep breath and poured the white liquid into her mouth. As soon as the liquid entered her mouth, Nohara Lin felt a refreshing and clear feeling arising spontaneously. This is... Nohara Lin subconsciously tasted it and found that it not only had the refreshing taste of watermelon, but also the sweetness of banana. There is also an indescribable sense of vitality. A feeling of life surging and all things competing to emerge, starting from the moment the liquid enters my abdomen. It quietly spreads to every part of the body. The refreshing taste is followed by a sweet aftertaste. There is still a lot of sweet taste left in the mouth. This made Nohara Lin couldn't help but take another sip. End of this chapter. Chapter 23-23 Juicing. Chapter 23-23. Juicing. Nohara Lin put the empty cup on the table and wiped her mouth with some satisfaction. It seems that Liang Luojun was not exaggerating when he said that delicious food could conquer the world. But it is a future that is truly possible. Nohara Lin originally wanted to praise Liang Luo a few words right after he finished drinking so as not to undermine his self-confidence. But I didn't expect that after Minato finished drinking it silently, he immediately poured another large glass. Nohara Lin tightened her grip on the glass. No, you better pour yourself a cup first. Otherwise, it would probably have been drunk up by the silent Minato teacher. So Nohara Lin also stood up and prepared to pour another glass. Obito, who was eating, felt a little confused. Before he could even swallow the food in his mouth, he asked Minato Namikaze Minato-sensei, is the juice made by Ryo-Oluo-san so delicious? You haven't even taken a few bites of your meal and you want another drink. Minato Namikaze's eyes narrowed. This juice barrel was basically only enough for 2 cups per person. If Obito doesn't drink, I can drink 2 more cups, so he scratched his head and said to Uchiha Obito with a wry smile. The juice made by Kurama tastes so strange, I want to take it home and play a prank on Koyukina. Then Namikaze Minato's eyes met Nohara Rin, who was also preparing to refill her juice. The two looked at each other and then quickly looked away, as if they had reached some agreement. Nohara Rin silently said sorry in her heart, Liang Luojun will definitely understand me. Then he smiled and said to Uchiha Obito, I wanted to bring a cup for Hongdu. She has never tasted such a strange juice before. Uchiha Obito nodded and continued eating the croquette. Kakashi next to them looked at the two of them thoughtfully. Liang Luo, who was standing next to them, probably understood their intentions, so he just smiled and continued eating. After all, he had already drunk a lot. Uchiha Madara, who was also at the table, sneered. He could naturally see that this juice contained a lot of white zetsu. He is indeed a born evil kid. His chakra might have been mixed into the juice. In this way, he could use illusions on them without restraint. Even more insidious and cunning than Tobirama. Uchiha Obito, who had been eating with his head buried, watched Nohara Rin and Namikaze Minato drink 2 cups in succession. Then even Kakashi went to get a glass, and he felt something was wrong. He raised his head suspiciously. Is this juice really that bad? You guys are probably lying to me. Minato Namikaze laughed and said nothing. Kakashi took off his mask and took a big sip. His face suddenly changed and he looked at the glass in his hand in disbelief. Uchiha Obito looked a little anxious and asked quickly. How's it going? Does it taste good? But he didn't notice that Namikaze Minato took some more juice while Uchiha Obito was talking. Liang Luo saw that there was only the bottom of the juice barrel left, so he also poured a cup and placed it next to himself. Then he placed a cup next to Uchiha Madara, and the juice bucket was completely empty. Uchiha Madara said proudly that he would not eat food given out of pity, and signaled Liang Luo with his eyes to take it away quickly. Liang Luo just drank by himself and ignored him. Kakashi closed his eyes and said seriously, like the juice my father used to make for me, he used to like it like this, with everything in it. But the juice made by Kurama-san is much better than the juice made by my father. Seeing that Kakashi even forgot to pull up his mask, Uchiha Obito already believed that the juice was very delicious. After all, Kakashi is the kind of man who pulls up his mask every time he eats a bite of food. Kakashi would only forget to wear a mask if the food tasted so good that it surprised him. Uchiha Obito, whose curiosity was fully aroused, finally stood up and prepared to make a glass of juice. Now he was basically full, and it was perfect to drink some juice as a dessert after the meal. But I didn't expect that the juice barrel that was originally full was actually empty. That's not right. Shouldn't everyone have at least 2 cups of the juice made by Liang Luo? Uchiha jumped up and down in a mad way, saying, where's my juice? Minato Namikaze, who drank the most in the audience, was still drinking juice silently. Uchiha Obito identified the suspect at first sight. He jumped to Minato Namikaze's side and pulled Minato Namikaze's collar. Did you drink my juice? But Minato Namikaze still drank the juice like a buffalo. Uchiha Obito was almost crying with anger. He grabbed the glass of Minato Namikaze and shouted, Teacher, please say something. At this time, Namikaze Minato finally finished the juice in the cup. He said to Uchiha Obito apologetically, I'm sorry, I just made a mistake that all men make. Uchiha Obito looked at the empty cup in his hand with tears in his eyes. He looked around the table again and saw that Nohara Rin and Kurama Ryuroko had already finished their drinks. When Kakashi noticed Obito's gaze, he quickly poured the remaining juice into his mouth. The only cup left was the one in front of Uchiha Madara. But Uchiha Obito would not steal his grandmother's food. Hateful! Uchiha Obito looked around again and wanted to give up drinking the juice. But he was really curious about what the juice tasted like that even Kakashi couldn't resist. Taking a look at the cup in his hand, Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth. He tilted the cup in his hand with force and tried to pour the last drop of juice into his mouth. When Liang Luo saw this scene, He had already made up a report in his mind and planned to tell Zhu Xingmei when he met her in the afternoon. Tags for the report: teacher-student, indirect, kissing, unclean, multiple people, drained. Nohara Rin covered her mouth in surprise, feeling a little regretful that she shouldn't have bullied Obito like this. After eating and drinking, Namikaze Minato still maintained a bright smile and comforted Uchiha Obito. "Sorry, this is the last time. How about I take you to a barbecue tomorrow as compensation?" After Obito poured the cup over for a while, some of the residue actually slipped into Uchiha Obito's mouth. Uchiha Obito smacked his lips and raised his eyebrows in surprise. It tasted even better than he imagined. "It feels like the watermelon is freshly squeezed in your mouth, very refreshing." The lingering sweetness also left Uchiha Obito with an endless aftertaste. But this made Uchiha Obito even angrier. He grabbed Minato Namikaze's neck and shook him hard. "Where is the morality? Where is the bottom line? Where is my juice?" Uchiha Madara was also very curious when he saw this. Is this juice made with white zetsu really that delicious? Could it be caused by an illusion? Uchiha Madara thought about it for a moment and reached for the glass of juice. After all, his current body is just a clone, and even an illusion cannot affect his original body. The turbid white juice flowed into Uchiha Madara's mouth. Somewhere in a dark underground cave, the old and dry Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his eyes and called out, "Black zetsu, find me some white zetsu." Black zetsu slowly appeared on the wall, and said with some doubt, "What does Madara-sama want to do with white zetsu?" Uchiha Madara said expressionlessly, juicing. "Black zetsu, please read and vote. It feels so quiet without any recommended new books. Speaking of which, why was the title Bai Yang's Evening Thoughts banned? The previous chapter had to be renamed Bai Yang, which made me feel very unhappy." End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Rising. Chapter 24. Rising. After the meal, everyone who had eaten and drunk enough lazily lay down on the chairs. Even Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and lay in a wheelchair, looking as if he was reminiscing about the past. Nohara Lin stood up and began to direct everyone. "Obito-kun and Kakashi-kun, please go wash the dishes." Uchiha Obito jumped up from his chair after hearing this, and pointed at Minato Namikaze unwillingly. "Why do I have to wash the dishes? It should be Minato-sensei who stole the most food who should wash it." Namikaze Minato scratched his head and pulled Uchiha Obito into the kitchen. Okay, I was wrong. Let's wash the dishes together this time, okay?" Kakashi raised his eyelids and began to clear the dishes on the table. Liang Luo pushed Uchiha Madara back into the bedroom, minimizing the chances of him and Uchiha Obito meeting. After pressing Uchiha Madara onto the bed, Liang Luo walked out. Through the window facing the living room, you can see that Uchiha Madara is lying obediently on the bed. At this time, Yunlin pulled Liang Luo, who was standing by the window, aside and quietly asked Liang Luo-jun, "That. Do you have any more juice? I want to bring some to Hongdu to try." Although Minato didn't bring any for Kushina's sister, she really wanted Mitarashi Anko to have a drink as well. As someone who loves sweets, she will definitely be very happy to drink the drinks made by Liang Luo-jun. Maybe it can resolve the conflict between the two of them. Liang Luo nodded, and there was still some mixture of pomace and juice left in the juice. Liang Luo thought it was a bit ugly, so he filtered out all those things, but it should still taste very good. However, Liang Luo also put forward his own requirements. "There's one last glass of juice left. But I would like to ask you to persuade Obito to let his grandmother go to the hospital for a while. His grandmother is not in good health, but he is unwilling to go to the hospital." Obito actually listened to his grandmother and didn't send him to the hospital. This is really bad for grandma's health. I think Obito will listen to you. Nohara Lin looked through the window at her grandmother on the bed and nodded decisively. "I'll go talk to Obito-kun." Liang Luo breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, as he still had a lot of things to do. It takes too much time to keep fighting with Uchiha Madara, so it's better to send him to the hospital. This prevents him from frequently interfering with Uchiha Obito. He only needed to send a shadow clone to follow Uchiha Obito in case Uchiha Madara had any backup plans. Liang Luo returned to the bathroom, squeezed out the last bit of juice, and put it into Obito's thermos cup. When he was about to leave, he handed it to Nohara Rin. On the other hand, Nohara Rin walked over to Namikaze Minato, who was washing dishes. He quietly pulled the corner of Minato Namikaze's clothes, signaling him to come out. Minato wiped his hands and walked out as well. Nohara Rin quietly told Minato Namikaze what happened. Then I put my hands together and asked for help from Namikaze Watergate. Minato-sensei, could you please go check on Grandma? No matter what the situation is, please tell Obito-kun that Grandma needs to be hospitalized for observation, and then I will go and persuade Obito-kun. After all, it is too dangerous to leave a seriously ill Grandma at home, so it is better to let Grandma go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible. Minato Namikaze was stunned for a moment and nodded. Although he is not a medical ninja, as a jonin, his perception ability is also very strong. A preliminary checkup showed that there was nothing wrong with Grandma's health. Seeing that Minato Namikaze agreed, Nohara Rin tied on an apron with a smile and prepared to go wash dishes next to Obito. Minato Namikaze walked into his grandmother's bedroom alone. He approached Grandma and said softly, "Can you tell me if there's anything wrong with your health, Grandma?" Uchiha Madara looked at Namikaze Minato, who was approaching with a wary look on his face. Because the physical condition of this body was too weak, he could not hear the sound outside, and did not know what Minato Namikaze wanted to do at this time. After hesitating for a moment, he smiled and said, "Thank you, young man, I feel much better after taking a rest. You don't have to worry about me." However, Minato Namikaze saw the vigilance in his grandmother's eyes. He smiled and shook his head. "Prepare to put your hands on Grandma and use chakra to check her body." Faint blue chakra ripples emerged from Minato Namikaze's hands. Uchiha Madara's heart tightened, and he quickly began to command the remaining white zetsu in his body, trying hard to disguise himself as a real human. "How come there is no heartbeat?" Minato Namikaze looked at his hands in surprise, then looked at his grandmother, who looked a little nervous. "Could it be that I haven't examined the human body in this way for a long time and I made a mistake?" Minato Namikaze paused and decided to check his grandmother's heartbeat in the simplest way. He slowly placed his head on his grandmother's chest, trying to determine if the heartbeat was abnormal. But Liang Luo, who was outside the window, suddenly curled up the corners of his mouth. He suddenly thought of a way to break Uchiha Madara's defense on the spot. Liang Luo's eyes fixed, and he immediately started to activate the entry he had obtained at the graduation ceremony. Storage Master, Blue. You can store items into a 5m×5m space using your sight. And this time, the item Liang Luo wanted to collect was Uchiha Madara's outer coat. As soon as Minato Namikaze put his head on it, he felt something was wrong. It's not the soft touch of clothes, but a kind of warm touch. Minato Namikaze's body stiffened and the screen in his mind scrolled wildly. "It's impossible, I just saw him putting on clothes. It must be an illusion." "That's right. It's just an illusion that I haven't used medical ninjutsu for too long." Uchiha Madara felt a sudden chill on his body. His eyes widened and his eyebrows raised high, as if his eyes would jump out of their sockets at any time. "Don't you want to have a physical examination?" He had already used the white zetsu in his body to disguise himself perfectly. But what the hell is taking off clothes suddenly? I didn't expect that a man like you with thick eyebrows and big eyes like Minato Namikaze would have such a fetish. At this time, Minato Namikaze also slowly raised his head. He wanted to look up to confirm what he was sticking on. However, as soon as he raised his head, he met Uchiha Madara's incredulous eyes. When the two were still in a state of confusion, they heard a sudden sound of fog coming from outside the window. "Minato-sensei!" I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Does Sister Juxingna know that you have this habit? They both looked up at the same time and looked at Kurama Ryarazu outside the window. At this time, Kurama Ryoluo was disguised very well. He leaned back and covered his nose with his left hand, as if he was afraid of being infected by something. It seemed as if the person who had just taken off his clothes using the term was not him. At this moment, Uchiha Madara and Namikaze Minato seemed to have the same thoughts. Uchiha Madara, it must be this Byang Wanyi's doing. Namikaze Minato, it must be the work of this rising sun. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Red Bean and Number 039, S. Resentment. Chapter 25, Red Bean's Resentment. In the kitchen, several people who heard Liang Luo's shouting also rushed out. Nohara Lin covered her mouth and looked at Namikaze Minato in the window with disbelief. Didn't I ask Minato-sensei to help me check? How come he checked the bed? Kakashi rubbed his chin with his fingers and looked at the overlapping figures in the window. Suddenly I felt a little regretful for not bringing out my dad's film camera. Uchiha Obito's chin almost dropped to the ground, and he pointed his trembling index finger at Minato Namikaze. It's fine that you stole my juice, but I didn't expect you to even steal my grandma. Minato Namikaze suddenly had a feeling that this moment was exactly like that moment. The only difference from yesterday was that this time he was inside the door while Liang Luo was outside. Namikaze Minato quickly left Uchiha Madara's body and waved his hands nervously. At the same time, he said to his students with a sad face. If I say this is all a misunderstanding, will you believe me? Nohara Lin hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. She now suspected that this was a prank by Liang Luojun. Uchiha Obito said with a trembling voice. You're lying on my grandma, how can I trust you? Liang Luo nodded approvingly beside him. That's right, people like Minato-sensei will only make rice more expensive if they stay in this world. Namikaze Minato was so angry that his teeth were about to break. He found that every time he met this kid, nothing good would happen. Uchiha Madara also swallowed a mouthful of old blood, and tremblingly said to Uchiha Obito. Nothing really happened between me and this guy, he just wanted to check it out for me. Liang Luo nodded in understanding. It seems like something has happened, otherwise why would he be so protective of Minato-sensei? But actually I can understand that you have been alone in your room for many years and now you meet a hungry and thirsty guy. When dry wood meets fire, thunder from heaven and fire from earth will ignite. It's normal for something to happen. As Liang Luo spoke, he slowly retreated behind the crowd. If Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Madara suddenly wanted to kill him, he really wouldn't be able to stop them. However, Liang Luo inexplicably likes the feeling of dancing on a tightrope. Nohara Lin stamped her feet with a red face, and said to Liang Luo in a somewhat embarrassed and angry tone. Liang Luo raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. Pretending not to notice the vicious looks from the two people in the room, he went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Kakashi also followed to the kitchen and started washing dishes next to Liang Luo. Liang Luo ignored him. Kakashi hesitated for a long time before speaking. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have laughed at your dream just now. Kakashi was fully aware of what happened to Uchiha Obito and the tragic situation of Minato Namikaze. This big boy looks harmless and has a very gentle temperament. It's definitely very dark inside. The kind that turns black, oily, and smells bad after being cut. Kakashi was a little worried that Liang Luo might hold a grudge and take revenge on him in this way. So I said sorry from the bottom of my heart. Liang Luo raised his head and said gently, it's okay, why would I care about such a small thing? What happened just now was completely what Minato-sensei deserved, so you shouldn't take it to heart. You will be fine. After Kakashi heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Is this an admission that he was the one who did what Minato-sensei did? Kakashi was afraid that if he responded hastily he would fall into Liang Luo's trap, so he just washed the dishes more seriously. Ah, today's plate is really big and round. The next thing is also very simple. Even if Nohara-rin didn't say anything, Uchiha Obito rushed to say that he wanted to send Grandma to the hospital. He was really afraid of what he would do if some yellow-haired guy broke in when he was not at home. I will be the one to protect Grandma's chastity. And Uchiha Madara rarely refused. He just wanted to leave here as soon as possible and not be entangled by Kurama Ryoroku anymore. Minato Namikaze was drawing circles in the corner with a look of despair on his face. He couldn't imagine how he would be beaten by Kushina after returning home. Although he had asked Obito, Kakashi, and Nohara-rin not to tell Kushina. But Namikaze Minato knew that the little boy Kurama Ryoroku would definitely tell Kushina secretly. And they will add fuel to the fire. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato felt that his future was bleak. After Nohara-rin and Obito sent their grandmother to the hospital, Uchiha Obito wiped the sweat off his face and let out a sigh of relief. Finally I can get my grandma away from Minato-sensei. Watching the two people leaving, Uchiha Madara also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I can get away from Bai Yang's evening intention. As for stimulating Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, whose true form was still gnawing on white Zetsu, said that he should take some time off. I'm too old and my heart can't move anymore. Nohara-rin waved to Uchiha Obito and prepared to go find Mitarashi Anko. She had sent her grandmother to the VIP ward in accordance with the agreement with Liang Luo. Even relatives are not allowed to stay overnight or visit too often. I hope Liang Luojun can fulfill his promise and stop bothering Minato-sensei. Nohara-rin shook her head secretly and walked towards the river with the thermos. She heard that Mitarashi Anko's team was tasked with cleaning the river today. Red Bean-chan. Nohara-rin shouted loudly towards the center of the river, waving her hands. Mitarashi Anko, who was standing in the middle of the river, was stunned for a moment, then hurried over. Guess what delicious food I brought you? Nohara-rin smiled brightly and said this to Mitarashi Anko, who came over a little out of breath. Then he handed the thermos cup to Mitarashi Anko. Mitarashi Red Bean also took it excitedly. Is it ice milk? I like drinking ice-cold milk the most. Nohara-rin smiled and shook her head. You can have a taste. Mitarashi Anko immediately opened the thermos and took a sip. The refreshing and sweet breath instantly drove away all her fatigue. Mitarashi Red Bean couldn't help but take another sip, and sighed from the bottom of his heart. So sweet. Since there is a lot of fruit residue in this cup of Udamashi red beans, the sweetness is much higher than normal. Nohara-rin nodded. It tastes good, right? You know. Nohara-rin wanted to take the opportunity to say that it was Kurama Ryoroku who made the juice. Unexpectedly, she was interrupted by Mitarashi Anko. She sighed heavily and said angrily. If it weren't for that bastard Kurama Ryoroku, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Then Uteshi Anko started to complain bitterly. Originally, if she had only gotten a good ranking, she could have gone to the battlefield and learned from Master Orochimaru. However, due to being eliminated too early, he was assigned to be led by an ordinary guiding jonin. Her guiding jonin was Hirako. When talking about Hirahohungdu, she almost cried. Baileahu did not play the bell-grabbing game with them, but took them directly to receive the mission. At first Hungdu was very excited. Until he saw the garbage piles on the street and was told by Baileahu that it would take one morning to clean it all up. At this moment, Mitarashi Anko's mentality was a little broken. Baileahu, who had led them to clean up the garbage on the streets in the morning, asked them to clean up the garbage in the river in the afternoon. Wait until Baileahu distributes the rewards for completing their tasks. Mitarashi Anko's mentality completely collapsed. Because according to the regulations, the guiding jonin needs to charge half of the fee for leading the genin to complete the task. Hungdu suddenly felt that she was just a tool used by Baileahu to exploit her. While cleaning the dirty river, Baileahu didn't know where to hide. So Mitarashi Anko blamed all the reasons for her miserable life on Kurama Ryoroku. If he hadn't deliberately teased me, maybe I would have been able to listen to the teachings of Master Orochimaru. Nohara-rin's mouth twitched after hearing this. It's better not to tell Hungdu who made this juice, otherwise she will definitely be even angrier. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Danger. Chapter 26. Dangers. After Liang Luo created a shadow clone to follow Obito, he walked towards the welfare home. Although this is still not safe, it is the limit of what Liang Luo can do. After all, he couldn't possibly spend all his time on Uchiha Madara. Therefore, Liang Luo's attitude towards this mission is to just leave it to fate. The sun gradually sets and it is almost sunset. After Liang Luo completed Tsunade's mission, the refresh time of his rogue skill has been extended to 4 am. And in the future, skills will only be refreshed late at night, so there is no need to worry about the entries being refreshed. Under the sunlight, this welfare home presents a desolate and dilapidated scene. The gate of the welfare home was wide open, and even a section of the low wall next to it had been knocked down. The mottled windows on the wall were broken, and the remaining glass fragments were scattered all over the ground. Liang Luo walked into the welfare home with a frown. What catches the eye are toys and seats scattered everywhere. It was thrown to the ground without any care and buried in the soil. The sunlight shone through the broken window and fell on the dust on the ground. The entire orphanage was lifeless, as if it had been abandoned for many years. Uzumaki Kushina rushed out of the dean's office, her hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were also engulfed by a shadow, and he was obviously extremely angry. Her hair returned to normal only after she saw that it was Kurama Ryo who walked in. Her brows were furrowed, and her eyes looked gloomy as she looked at the toys scattered on the ground. Liang Luo-jun, do you know where the children have gone? Liang Luo just sighed and walked in front of Uzumaki Juxingna. The only person who can take all the orphans in the village away must be Danzo-sama. Liang Luo grabbed Uzumaki Juxingna's hand and comforted her. I know what you are thinking, Sister Kushina, but you can't go looking for trouble with Danzo right now. It was wartime, and his rights were greatly expanded. If you go looking for trouble with Danzo at this time, he will definitely not let it go. It will also implicate Brother Shuman. Uzumaki Juxingna grasped Liang Luo's hand in a somewhat fragile manner, biting her lip and saying, I know. I just can't accept it, those children are so young. Liang Luo looked at Uzumaki Juxingna tenderly. Leave it to me. I'll find a way to make Danzo pay the price. Uzumaki Juxingna suddenly straightened up and looked at Liang Luo with a firm gaze. No, this is an adult matter, you can't get involved. Liang Luo smiled helplessly. Seeing that he didn't seem to listen to her words, Uzumaki Kushina grabbed his shoulders and shook him hard a few times. Listen, don't do anything stupid, okay? You are Master Tsunade's disciple, and there will be opportunities in the future. Don't try to be a hero now. Liang Luo looked at Uzumaki Juxingna's determination and could only nod. I understand. I will think about this matter again after I grow up. Uzumaki Kushina lowered her head and looked at the blood-stained pieces of clothing on the ground. The fighting spirit seemed to be burning in his eyes. No matter what, I have to at least let the third-generation old man know my attitude. Otherwise, those two old men would really think that Konoha was their own vegetable garden. They take whatever they want and tear it down whenever they want. This is really too much. As she said this, Uzumaki Kushina was about to walk towards the Hokage building. When she got to the door, Uzumaki Juxingna turned around and said to Liang Luo, please, Liang Luo-jun, come to my house tomorrow to cook for you. Liang Luo nodded, and then watched Uzumaki Kushina leave the welfare home. Only Liang Luo was left in this dilapidated welfare home. This welfare home is like an abandoned orphan who has lost his life. Liang Luo shook his head and walked towards the forest of death. If you want to grow up quickly, how can you do without those cute little animals? It's still early for the appointment with Tsunade. He could have accumulated all the entries in the forest of death and then gone to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Bang sound. Liang Luo successfully used 1,000 blades to stab a passing hedgehog to death. A transparent panel suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. 1. Fitness novice, white physical fitness increased by 10% 2. Slide, green the attack power of a hit after using a slide is increased by 50% 3. Attract firepower, green surrounding enemies' hatred towards you increases by 20%. Liang Luo thought for a moment and decided to attract firepower. After all, he was weak in physical skills. It's just too difficult to use a slide tackle on an enemy. Choosing to attract firepower might even lure out a few stupid little animals, so you don't have to go through the trouble of looking for them yourself. When Liang Luo was preparing to set a fire point deep in the forest, a group of insects suddenly attacked him. Liang Luo sprayed out a fire bomb without hesitation, wanting to swallow it directly. However, the insects were very agile and scattered everywhere, and the fire bombs could only hit empty space. I didn't expect that the talent that Danzo-sama has been dreaming of is just this good. The swarm of insects sank into the man's body along with the sound. The man was wearing a black tights and round goggles on his face. At this moment, he raised his head slightly and looked at Liang Luo. Liang Luo also frowned. Instead of attracting the prey, he attracted a troublesome guy. This person should be a member of the Aberame clan under Danzo's command. However, there were too many Aberame under Danzo's command, and he couldn't tell who was coming at this time. Liang Luo calmed down and asked, "I wonder if Senior is..." The man in black tights interrupted Liang Luo's words. "Aberame Shijiro." Aberame Shihei stared at Liang Luo expressionlessly. "I just came to the forest to feed insects, but I didn't expect to see you. Now that I see you, please come back to the route with me. I heard that Danzo-sama wanted to see you many times but never did. You are such an arrogant brat. Did Danzo see himself? Could it be that Tsunade blocked it?" Liang Luo frowned and said, "I don't like going along with impotent tights perverts." After hearing those two words, Aberame Shijiro wanted to get angry but still held back. "So are you going back with me or not?" Responding to the oil girl's "Hi-hey" is a fire bomb. Who knows what will happen when an impotent tights pervert like you goes home? Aberame Shijiro smiled instead and dodged the fire bomb by moving sideways. "It just so happens that I have wanted to kill you for a long time. You are such a loser that you are not worthy of being Danzo-sama's subordinate. You will be the one feeding my bugs." But Liang Luo was not aiming at him, but a flying bird behind him. After Asuka was killed by the fire bomb, the entry suddenly appeared 1. Chakra Novice, white total chakra increased by 5% 2. Bounce Flame, blue your flame ninjutsu can bounce directly to surrounding targets. Up to 4 times, the power decreases in descending order. 3 Heavy Bleeding, blue when the enemy is in a bleeding state, every attack you make it bleed again. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Catapult School. Chapter 27. Catapult School. Liang Luo chose the catapulting flame without much hesitation, although heavy bleeding sounded good. But as a jonin, Aberame Shijiro himself might not be able to break his defense, let alone make him bleed. Therefore, Liang Luo prefers the catapulting flame that can kill surrounding creatures at high speed. Only by obtaining enough entries can I have the capital to fight against Aberame Shijiro. After Aberame Shijiro slightly sideways dodged Liang Luo's fire bomb. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a large cloud of insect mist from his body, which flew towards Liang Luo. Although what Aberame Shijiro said was quite vicious, it was just a technique to attack people's hearts. After all, if he really killed Kurama Ryoroku, it would not benefit him in any way, and he might even be punished by Lord Danzo. Therefore, Aberame Shijiro did not use large-scale deadly ninjutsu such as the poison dust technique. Instead, he planned to use poisonous insects to knock him down and then bring him to Lord Danzo. Liang Luo frowned and spit out another fire bomb. I don't know if it's because the bug is a summoned creature, but being sore, weak, and powerless has no effect on it. If it's the same as when facing Uchiha Madara, flying objects and weapons will become soft. Then the battle would be much easier to fight, but unfortunately this entry does not work on summons. Abarame Shikuro looked expressionlessly at the fire bombs flying towards the insect swarm, thinking this kid is actually much worse than the rumors say. He has just discovered that the fire bomb is ineffective on him, but he still wants to use it. How stupid! Abarame Shijiro calmly controlled the swarm of insects to avoid the fire bomb. But there was still one bug that was a little slow and was swallowed by the fire bomb. Abarame Shijiro didn't take it seriously, as this was a common occurrence. But no one expected that after the fire bomb swallowed the insect. It was as if some mechanism had been triggered. The fire bomb suddenly shifted its angle and ricocheted into the swarm of insects. Abarame Shijiro's heart sank, and he quickly dispersed the swarm of insects, but he was still chased and bounced off by the fire bombs twice. Then the fire bomb went out in the air. And Liang Luo's attack had not yet stopped. He spit out several fire bombs in succession, surrounding Abarame Shihei. Abarame Shijiro didn't dare to be careless this time and used the instant body movement technique to leave the area directly, to prevent the fire bullets from hitting you. But Liang Luo didn't intend to hit him, but the forest behind him. The 4 fire bombs ricocheted across the forest a dozen times. The forest behind Abarame Shijiro was instantly set on fire. Abarame Shijiro frowned. What a troublesome little kid. It would be better to get serious about it. It was like a purple mist gradually spreading from Abarame Shijiro's body. This is his unique skill, nano-poison insects. Liang Luo paid attention to the entries that kept refreshing in his mind. At the same time, he used the storage master to collect all the poisonous insects he saw into the different space. The 4 fire bombs just now killed about a dozen small animals. Liang Luo selected the following entry. 1 sticky flame, blue. When releasing fire-type ninjutsu, there is a 66% chance of slowing the enemy down. 2 splashing flame, blue. After the fire ninjutsu hits, there will be a small range of splashing effect. The splashing range is half of the flame. 3 low-speed operation, green. Your chakra consumption is reduced by 10%. The rest are some common entries that improve physical fitness. Chakra overall increased by 36%, physical fitness overall increased by 24%. The harvest was not as good as last night. After all, he burned almost 100 animals to death yesterday. There are only 8 good entries. If you simply want to kill small animals with the blue item, the drop rate is still not high. Most of them are still dominated by white and green entries. As for the purple items, you should only have a chance to obtain them by defeating high-level ninjas. However, with the splashing flame, Liang Luo now has an additional way to deal with poisonous insects. Abarame Shijiro also noticed that his bugs were disappearing inexplicably. Is it a special blood stain? The insects disappeared in a very strange way. Almost in an instant, Abarame Shijiro lost his sense of them. Abarame Shijiro, who had never seen the Kamui, simply attributed it to the special blood of the Kurama clan. The desire to capture Liang Luo in his heart became even stronger. If I bring him back, Lord Danzo will definitely reward me. Thinking of this, Abarame Shikuro made a seal and released his family's secret technique. The art of the spindle. In an instant, the purple poisonous insect spun into a whirlwind and drilled towards Liang Luo like a spindle. At the same time, Abarame Shijiro quietly used a very thin poisonous insect to get behind Ryo Luo. As a jonin, he keenly judged that Kurama Ryoroku's method of destroying his poisonous insects should be through sight. Abarame Shijiro guessed that it might be some kind of visual illusion. So they released a very small number of poisonous insects, each of which was completely invisible to the naked eye. Naturally, it would not be destroyed by Kurama Ryo Luo. Although a very small amount of nano-poisonous insects could not poison Liang Luo and make him faint. But there are still a lot of nano-poison insects on his body. I just need to keep spreading poisonous insects that are invisible to the naked eye, and Liang Luo will have to be captured by me obediently. Liang Luo spat out the fire bullet again, but unexpectedly, the fire bullet bounced wildly around him as soon as he spat it out. Only then did Liang Luo realize that there were many poisonous insects lurking around him. Fortunately, the flame catapult does not rely on visual judgment, otherwise I would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Liang Luo continued to spit out fire bombs, trying to clear all the poisonous insects around him. However, the poisonous insects around seemed to be endless, and the fire bullets they spewed out could only be seen bouncing wildly in the air before they could even fly out. At this time, Abarame Shijiro's spindle technique was almost in front of him. Liang Luo sighed and realized that he still couldn't save money. So he simply sacrificed his left kidney in exchange for a short-term increase in strength. In an instant, a huge flame bomb was spit out from Liang Luo's mouth, almost covering his entire body. Although it was not as shocking as the ring-sized fire yesterday morning. But it is enough to solve Liang Luo's urgent problem at this moment. The fire bombs engulfed the spindle-shaped insect swarm with unstoppable force, leaving only a field of charred insects. However, the fire bomb did not go out, but bounced into the surrounding forest. Liang Luo also used the same trick again, pretending to attack Abarame Shijiro, completely setting the forest on fire. In a short period of time, nearly 40 animals died in the forest. Since Liang Luo failed to control the fire this time, the fire is still spreading outwards. The newly refreshed entries made Liang Luo happy. This will definitely kill this Tights pervert. Liang Luo selected the following terms. 1 Bump Fireball, blue when the flame ninjutsu collides with each other, the number of bounces plus 12. Glass Box, blue expand of 5m*5m glass barrier 3. Bounce Flame plus, blue your flame ninjutsu can bounce directly to surrounding targets. Up to 4 times. 4 Flame Demon Body, blue fire damage received will be reduced by 30%. 5 Rekindle the old fire, green after burning the enemy with the fire style, there is a 20% chance that the enemy will rekindle. 6 Enjoy Vacation, green recovery speed increased by 10%. The remaining items increase Liang Luo's chakra by 79%, speed by 43%, and physique by 35%. With the keyword Bump Fireball, your fireball can bounce unlimitedly. The upgraded version of Catapult Flame and can make the power of the fireball no longer decrease. The glass box can fix the space where the fireball is ejected, so that it can only eject wildly within a fixed range. In this way, a catapult style can be formed. With this unlimited ricocheting fireball, it would be easy to kill Abarame Shijiro. Liang Luo looked at the still cold Abarame Shijiro in front of him and slowly smiled. End of this chapter. Chapter 28-28 Golden Legend. Chapter 28-28 Golden Legend. Abarame Shijiro looked at the huge fire bombs that were madly ejected around him. I couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. This kid, was his weakness just a disguise? Fortunately, these fire bombs only set the surrounding forest on fire and did not directly affect Abarame Shijiro. Abarame Shijiro's heart tightened, and he decided to give it his all, otherwise he might really fail. Abarame Shijiro raised his hands high, his palms slightly open, and a black vortex began to form in his hands. The dark poisonous insects in the vortex quickly gathered together, entangled and intertwined with each other, and quickly expanded into a huge vortex. Secret Technique, Insect Tornado. Abarame Shijiro narrowed his eyes, his face was stern and focused, and a cold aura emanated from his whole body. He waved his hands violently, and the purple vortex instantly burst out, turning into a violent tornado that swept away. The poisonous insects in the tornado spread rapidly, corroding everything around them like countless locusts. The surrounding trees snapped and branches flew everywhere under the destructive force. The grass and trees on the ground withered and turned black in an instant, and the soil was also corroded. The huge tornado rolled towards Kurama Ryoroka with unstoppable force. But what is truly deadly are the countless nano-poisonous insects that are invisible to the naked eye and that permeate around the tornado. But the tornado had only traveled a few meters when something invisible to the naked eye blocked its path. This is glass. Abarame Shijiro wiped his goggles in disbelief. But there was no time to think about where the glass came from. A strong sense of danger was pressing on his brain. Abarame Shijiro subconsciously tried to use the body flickering technique, but also hit the transparent glass on the back. He subconsciously looked at Kurama Ryero, who was smiling brightly. Liang Luo simply spit out the fire bomb that he had prepared long ago. Suddenly, the fireball bounced wildly in the tornado. Abarame Shijiro was not too worried because he knew that this ricochet effect would only bounce 4 times. But unexpectedly, Liang Luo spit out another huge fire bomb from his mouth. The 2 fire bombs collided with each other, and the light of the fire bomb that was about to go out actually returned to its original state. The 2 fire bombs were like 2 meteors, constantly colliding and rebounding within the insect swarm, making bursts of explosions. A large number of poisonous insects were roasted into charcoal. As the fire bombs danced wildly, purple nano-poisonous insects continued to swarm in from all directions, swallowing up the fire bombs and dragging them into them. The flames and poisonous insects intertwined to form a terrifying and weird scene. Although the poisonous insects still have the advantage overall, they cannot withstand the endless stream of fire bombs. When Abarame Shijiro saw Kurama Ryo making hand seals, he was actually preparing to release the fire bomb again. I suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that if he allowed Liang Luo to release fire bombs like this, he would die. Sooner or later, they will be killed by the colliding fire bombs. But this little devil's fire bombs are very effective in restraining his own bugs. There was no way the bugs could get past the fire bombs and kill Liang Luo. So I can only go by myself. Abarame Shijiro, who has always relied on nano-poison insects, took a deep breath. He disappeared from the spot in an instant, and suddenly appeared behind Liang Luo with the dagger he was carrying. Fortunately, this kid is only terrible at ninjutsu, but not at all at taijutsu. Before I could react, I had already circled behind him. Abarame Shijiro thought so while staring at the back of Liang Luo's head. Then, without hesitation, he picked up the dagger and stabbed it at the back of Liang Luo's head. Although this might result in punishment from Lord Danzo, this brat is too dangerous. This natural enemy of the oil girl family must not be allowed to go unchecked. Abarame Shijiro thrust the short blade down suddenly. However, he did not expect that his short blade would suddenly become soft like jelly, losing its hardness and sharpness. The moment the blade touched the opponent's skin, it slid out without any resistance. It did no harm to it at all. Nani? Abarame Shijiro looked at the limp dagger in his hand with horror. Liang Luo turned around at this time, keeping his hands in the seal, and said to Abarame Shihei with a smile, "I said wearing tight clothes will cause impotence, right?" After saying that, he spat out the fire bullet he had just made. The fire bullet immediately hit Abarame Shijiro and bounced towards the insect swarm next to him. This flaming bomb seemed to have triggered a chain reaction, and the previous flaming bombs also bounced towards this side. In almost 1 second, Abarame Shijiro was hit more than a dozen times by the fire bullets bouncing around. And as Liang Luo releases fire bombs again, the number of times he is hit will only increase exponentially. This is the power of terms forming genres. Even though Liang Luo didn't get any purple terms, he successfully collected the necessary terms for the catapult flow. The power of his fire bomb became extremely terrifying. Even Susanoo would not be able to survive this endless tide of fire bombs. Abarame Shijiro, who had almost turned into a human-shaped charcoal, suddenly exploded. The surrounding glass was also shattered. Abarame Shijiro forcibly detonated his own left arm with a suicide bomber. He ran away without even daring to look back, and at this moment, Abarame Shijiro was filled with fear. 3 seconds, just 3 seconds. After realizing the danger, he immediately used the insect wall technique and insect jade to completely wrap himself up. The insect wall was burned out in the first second. The insect jade could not be maintained in the second. It was not until the 3rd second, after he had taken several hits from fire bombs, that he was able to prepare the suicide bug. Abarame Shijiro, who had escaped, did not dare to stop at all and rushed straight towards the village. The guards, whom he usually looked down upon, were now his only hope. As long as you meet the guard team, you will be saved. But Liang Luo just watched him go away with a smile, and had no intention of stopping him. Those flaming bombs that were still bouncing wildly were slowly extinguished under Liang Luo's control. At the same time, Liang Luo also built a fire break to prevent the entire death forest from burning down. After all, this is a non-renewable resource. If it is all burned, you won't have it to use next time. As Abarame Shijiro was running, he felt a surge of heat all over his body, as if countless fire bombs were hitting him again. Abarame Shijiro looked at his charred body in disbelief, as if there were traces of fire rekindled inside. The next second, flames broke out on his body. Liang Luo looked at the burning figure in the distance, then looked away. Rekindle old fires has a 20% chance to cause the enemy to reignite. And Abarame Shijiro had already lost track of how many times he had been hit by himself. Therefore, the rekindling of old fires was also triggered many times in a superimposed manner. Although rekindling of old fires is not a core term of the ejection stream, but it is surprisingly useful when harvesting low-health enemies. As expected, the entry also appeared after killing Abarame Shijiro. Liang Luo began to carefully observe the entries that dropped this time. Perhaps it was because Abarame Shijiro was a jonin and he killed the other person himself. The entries this time are particularly rich, and there are even golden entries that have never been seen before. One observation: Haki, purple perception ability is greatly increased by 200%, and it can sense the emotional changes of creatures and roughly predict the next action. 2 multiple cast, purple ninjutsu has a 50% chance of being released repeatedly. 3 Peanut Man, gold, transformation: when you transform into Peanut Man. When out of sight of sentient beings, you move as fast as your body can support. And when you break the enemy's neck at the base of the skull, or strangle the neck, the enemy automatically receives a fatal blow. While you are out of sight of any sentient creature, you cannot move. End of this chapter. Chapter 29, 29. Are your eyes dry? Chapter 29, 29. Eyes are not dry. Liang Luo raised his eyebrows in surprise and chose the Peanut Man without hesitation. Although multicast seems to be a core item of a certain school, but the term Peanuts Man is so tempting, with a kind of intense beauty. With this entry, Liang Luo can speak to Uchiha Madara more confidently. If he doesn't obey, I'll break his head. After selecting the entry, Liang Luo immediately chose to transform into a Peanut Man. Liang Luo immediately turned into a terrifying humanoid creature about 2 meters tall and light yellow in color. Liang Luo's body structure is now made of concrete and steel bars. The head is an enlarged and twisted baby's head, and the neck and limbs are twisted and deformed unnaturally. The eyes were 2 dark green graffiti, and the face was covered with red blood, which looked terrifying and oppressive. There is an abnormal black swelling on the buttocks. The whole person is big at both ends and narrow in the middle, looking like a living peanut. Liang Luo tested his current speed, changed his mind, and looked into the forest. Almost instantly, Liang Luo appeared at the place where his eyes had just been. Liang Luo roughly estimated the distance and found that he moved more than 50 meters in 1 second. It is exactly the maximum speed that my body can withstand. The next second, Liang Luo appeared beside the wild wolf again. Twist off its head cleanly. After Liang Luo selected a drop item that increased his physical fitness, he thought thoughtfully. It seems that wild beasts are not considered sentient creatures. I wonder if the toads in my Bokoyama are considered sentient beings. And you can't use ninjutsu during the transformation. After all, it's made of concrete, how can it cast spells? He was deceived by Gamamara's prophecy in his last reincarnation, so he has always wanted to destroy Mayaboko Mountain. But in this way, I should be considered to have grown up, right? Liang Luo recalled Zhu Xingna's instructions and couldn't help but reveal a terrifying smile. After cancelling the transformation, he created a shadow clone and controlled the shadow clone to walk towards the village. He just needed to use the shadow clone technique to leave himself an alibi. Liang Luo's real body slowly walked towards the edge of the village. He didn't intend to kill Danzhou, but all the children in the orphanage were suddenly taken away like this. Liang Luo was very upset, so he planned to go to the route to have a look, and if he could save a few children, he would do so. He can also frame Danzhou for the death of Aberame Shijiro. However, even if there was no deliberate frame-up, Kurama Ryaroka could not be suspected of being responsible for Aberame Shijiro's death. After all, apart from that pervert Black Zetsu, there would be no one else in the village who would keep an eye on him. It is impossible for others to believe that the newly graduated Kurama Ryaroka can kill the long-established Aberame Shijiro. Walking into the east side of the forest, you can only see some inconspicuous stone steps on the ground covered by dense trees. No one would have thought that this was one of the secret exits of the route. But Liang Luo walked in as if he was entering his own home, with ease and familiarity. After he turned into a peanut man, the root chakra sensing barrier had no effect on him at all. After all, he was just harmless concrete at this moment. The roots are not guarded only by barriers. Walking down the moss-covered stone steps, the light gradually turned dark. At this point, we have already entered the underground cave. At the end of the road is a huge wooden door, guarded by two masked men. Who? A root ninja wearing a green pattern on his head felt his heart tighten. He didn't know when it started, but suddenly he saw a huge figure standing in the darkness in the distance. Another ninja wearing a blue patterned mask saw that the huge figure was slow to react. He said to the green masked ninja next to him, "I'll go check out the situation." The green masked ninja nodded slightly. The blue masked ninja frowned slightly and stepped forward cautiously, trying to make out the large dark figure. As he got closer, the huge figure gradually became clearer. It looked like a giant humanoid figure, but with its skull and neck twisted abnormally. It didn't move at all, as if frozen in place, which was chilling. The blue-masked ninja felt his heart pounding and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. He had never seen such a strange creature. Even Orochimaru's laboratory could not create such a monster. The creature exuded an unsettling aura that made it difficult for him to breathe and all his muscles tensed. He subconsciously held his breath and tried to take out a kunao from his tool bag. Try to touch this humanoid monster with your kunao. But at the moment the blue-masked ninja lowered his head and took out a kunao. The green-masked ninja was horrified to find that the strange man instantly appeared behind the blue-masked ninja. The blue-masked ninja was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. The green-masked ninja's heart was pounding. He didn't understand that he had only blinked for a moment. How could things become like this? The green-masked ninja swallowed hard and shouted, "Who the hell are you? The root ninjas are coming soon, you still have time to run now." The green-masked ninja had indeed just informed his colleagues through secret techniques. But he wasn't sure if he could hold on until they showed up. Suddenly the green-masked ninja felt that he had been staring for a little too long, and he blinked subconsciously. Another moment later, Liang Luo appeared beside him and knocked the green-masked ninja unconscious with his hand knife. The blue-masked ninja did not die either. After all, Liang Luo was not going to be a big villain in this reincarnation. Killing people doesn't have much effect on him, because the entries obtained from killing people will also be refreshed at 4 AM. The VCR also only has 3 slots. It would be better for me to raise them all and then buy them all together when I really need the entries. Liang Luo touched the wooden door with his concrete palm and found that it was actually sealed. It cannot be opened without corresponding means to unseal it. But this doesn't pose a problem for Liang Luo. He instantly appeared at the end of the road and rushed towards the wooden door at full speed. Just like that, a concrete man weighing almost 1 ton rushed towards the wooden door at a speed of 180 km per hour. The golden light on the wooden door flashed briefly, and then shattered into pieces along with the wooden door. The fragments were like kunao, stabbing into the dark passage behind. Liang Luo continued his momentum and rushed straight into the passage. But unexpectedly, At this time, a man wrapped tightly in a cloak appeared in the passage. The moment I sensed his gaze, Liang Luo had to stop and stand there quietly looking at him. Liang Luo's dark green graffiti eyeballs stared at the man wearing sunglasses. As long as this person blinks, I will knock him down immediately. But that person first summoned a swarm of insects to attempt an attack. Unfortunately, bugs have zero damage to concrete. However, Liang Luo waited for a long time, but the person from the Oil Girl clan didn't even blink. He was a little mad. Isn't he the one who doesn't blink and does nothing? End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Eros. Chapter 30. God of Love, are your teammates behind you? Liang Luo made a sound for the first time since his transformation. The sound was like stones rubbing against each other, making an irritating noise. Seeing that the person from the Oil Girl clan was reluctant to blink, Liang Luo could only use the lowest level method. The Oil Girl clan was already a little frightened when they saw this terrifying humanoid monster and didn't dare to close their eyes. But I heard the monster actually speak, and said there was something behind him. He knew that he was the ninja closest to the door and no one should come. Therefore, after hearing the monster's terrible voice, he couldn't help but glance back. Liang Luo jumped to his side the moment his sight shifted away from her. Knock him down with a knife. Then he selected a green physical skill drop item and continued to rush forward rapidly. Along the way, whenever someone appeared alone, Liang Luo would kill him before he could blink. If there are multiple people, you only need to wait for a moment before you encounter a situation where multiple people's field of vision is not on you. After all, his concrete body can withstand most ninjutsu without any damage. Liang Luo only needed to wait for them to hesitate for a moment and their eyes shifted. We can catch them all in one fell swoop. Instead, it was that weirdo who didn't even blink just now who caused Liang Luo the most trouble. That's it. An angry voice sounded from the darkness. Liang Luo realized that he had not yet entered other people's field of vision, so he quickly cleared all the lights around him. As long as he is not seen by others, he will be invincible. The root tissue located underground and in darkness all year round is his best choice. This is also the main reason why he dared to come even though he knew that the term Peanut Man had huge flaws. The sound of hurried footsteps gradually approached from the passage. It was Danzo and his 5 men. If 6 people stared at him at the same time, he would be locked in place, unable to move. However, Liang Luo had already extinguished all the flames in the passage, and the entire passage was pitch black. This also resulted in the 6 people being unable to see the huge and terrifying figure in front of them at the first sight. Liang Luo did not miss this excellent opportunity and took action very decisively. Knocked out all 5 people around Danzo. The reason why Danzo was still kept was because the system suddenly released a new task. Artifact Mission. Danzo's love war helped Danzo Shimura to complete his confession under everyone's attention. Reward: upgrade any artifact once. Liang Luo was very satisfied with this reward. Now he only had one artifact, the videotape. And it is foreseeable that the upgrade direction of the videotape is either to increase the storage slot by 1. Either you can use the skill +1, so that you can use Ninjutsu Party and Peanut Man at the same time. No matter which upgrade it is, it will be a huge boost to your combat power. Although cultural victory does not rely much on the use of force. However, this can still greatly improve the strategic nature of the Liang Luo entry. Liang Luo felt that this time's artifact mission was also hinting at something to him. I've always felt that there was something very wrong between the two of them. Since the mission has reminded me in this way, Liang Luo might as well try to bring them together. So Liang Luo hid his figure in the darkness in front of Danzo, and slowly opened his terrifying big mouth. As soon as Danzo Shimura entered the passage, he found that all the ninjas around him had fallen to the ground. In the darkness, Danzo couldn't tell for a moment whether they were killed or what happened. He shuddered and tried to use wind jutsu to push away everything around him. Wind style, Great Sky Wave. Bang bang bang. Danzo only heard that the 5 men around him were pushed against the wall by him. Danzo did not care whether his men would die or not, and his doubts in his heart became even worse. I have just used the great sky wave to scan the surroundings and found no other creatures with chakra. So where is the enemy? Is he hiding? At this time, Danzo heard a terrifying noise in front of him. I want to make a deal with you. Although Danzo couldn't see what was in front of him, he could hear that the sound was coming from a high place. And the resonance is very strong, which means that the enemy may be very tall. He had no chakra reaction but was able to kill his 5 men instantly, and he was also extremely tall. Even the battle-hardened Danzo Shimura was a little panicked at this moment. This was a situation he could not understand. While secretly preparing the fire release ninjutsu, he lowered his voice and said calmly, "What the hell is?" Liang Luo threw out the answer he had just prepared: aphrodisiac. At this time, the flame in Shimura Danzo's hand was successfully released, immediately illuminating Liang Luo in front of him. A huge humanoid creature stood before him. Danzo took a deep breath and felt a chill run through his heart. He subconsciously raised the flame higher, trying to see his face clearly. The dim flame slowly rose upwards. The scarlet face and the dark empty mouth appeared in Danzo's eyes. Danzo Shimura looked at the bloody and numb baby's face in front of him and was frightened to death. "You look so scary, and you dare to tell me that you are the god of love." After a long time, the shock and fear in Shimura Danzo's heart gradually subsided. He took a deep breath and suppressed his trembling body. "Sir, please stop joking. There is no god in this world, let alone the god of love." Liang Luo chuckled a few times. To Danzo's ears, this noise sounded like countless fingers scratching the wall. Liang Luo said hoarsely, "Yes, even if we don't talk about mythical gods like the Sage of 6 Paths. You should have seen the god of death with your own eyes, or heard of the evil god of the land of hot springs." Danzo Shimura tried hard not to cover his ears and maintained a certain calm on the surface. When he heard what the god of love said, he recalled the time when he and the monkey were learning the forbidden technique of Shiki Fusion. "I have indeed seen the Grim Reaper. In the end, I didn't learn it, but the monkey learned it first. However, the god of death does not have such a terrifying deterrent power as the god of love in front of him." Danzo Shimura, who was targeted by the god of love, felt like a mealworm tied up by a cobra. Full of a sense of powerlessness when facing natural enemies. Danzo calmed down and stopped discussing stupid questions like how can you be the god of love when you look so scary. But to put it bluntly, I don't know why the Lord God of love wants to break into my roots. It's a time of war, even if you're a god of love. You can't just kill my men and come back in so brazenly. Liang Luo shook his head slightly, making a sound of stones rubbing against each other. He pointed to the 5 people on the ground and said, "I didn't kill them, I just knocked them out. After all, I'm not an evil god." Liang Luo also casually criticized the evil god. Danzo relaxed his perception a little and found that his men were still breathing. I was instantly relieved, as long as I knew that the monster in front of me was not an unreasonable killing machine. No matter what request the other party makes, I can deal with it calmly. However, he did not expect that the next words of the monster in front of him would make Shimura Danzo break down on the spot. "I want you to confess your love to Sarutobi Hiruzen." End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Dawn and number 039, T Worry. Chapter 31-31. Don't be anxious. Danzo pursed his lips, revealing an unpleasant expression. His brain was working rapidly, constantly weighing how to respond. "Lord God of Love, please stop joking. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been my friend for many years. Besides, he's already married, how can I confess to him?" In the end, Danzo chose this rather official response. He still couldn't understand what the monster in front of him was trying to do. Liang Luo shook his head again. "I have already seen the ambiguous behavior between the two of you. I came here at this time just to help you too." After hearing what he said, Shimura Danzo's face became even uglier. Ambiguous? When did I have any affair with that dead monkey? He was about to open his mouth to refute, but the monster spoke first. Are you paying attention to the other person's every move involuntarily? Always keep an eye on the other party's movements, and even try to arrange to appear near the other party. Danzo was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. As the Hokage's assistant, it is only natural for him to pay attention to the Hokage. As for arranging myself by his side, it was because I wanted to be the next Hokage. Shimura Danzo vaguely guessed what the monster meant, so he immediately retorted. As old friends, this behavior is too normal for us. Maybe you are thinking wrongly. Liang Luo continued to speak with interest, but I clearly saw you when Tobirama Senju was preparing to choose the next successor. Because of fear, he did not express his desire to be the bait, but Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward and chose to be the bait. Your heart is filled with gratitude towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, and this gratitude extends to the period of Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign. In order to get close to Sarutobi Hiruzen, you were willing to become a root under his feet. Over time, your gratitude towards him has turned into some kind of ambiguous relationship. In the end, you couldn't get the love you want, which shaped your current twisted mentality. Danzo Shimura almost couldn't help but curse, but he looked at the other person's horrible face. He suppressed his anger very sincerely. It is true that he cannot get the love he wants, but it is not for Sarutobi Hiruzen, but for the position of Hokage. The god of love in front of him described how Tobirama-sensei selected his successor very vividly. This made Danzo wonder if the god of love was watching nearby. Given this person's bad character, this is very likely. But even though this god of love witnessed the whole process, he could not understand what he was feeling at that time. When he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen stepping forward and saying he wanted to be the bait, he almost regretted it. He wished he could kill Sarutobi Hiruzen on the spot and take his place, so how could he be grateful? Later on, it was only for the sake of the position of Hokage that he was willing to be Hiruzen's shadow. So Danzo suppressed his voice and said, "Please stop joking, and just tell me what your purpose is. Stop using my past with Hiruzen to humiliate me." Liang Luo sighed in boredom, feeling that Uchiha Madara was more interesting. Just flick it a few times and it will look like a cat with its fur standing on end, which is very interesting. Danzo Shimura is just like an old turtle. Even if you tease him, he can still hold back his anger. This made Liang Luo lose his sense of accomplishment, so he explained directly. My goal remains the same, I want you to confess your love to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing this, Danzo finally couldn't suppress the anger in his eyes anymore. He waved his sleeves and shouted, "Enough, since you sincerely want to humiliate me, then come and test my anger." As he said this, he quickly formed hand seals and prepared to attack with ninjutsu. It was already a shameful thing that his base camp was breached, and this monster humiliated him time and time again. Even Danzo Shimura, who had been a politician for many years, could not stand it anymore. Even if there was a possibility of death, he didn't want to be humiliated like this again. Liang Luo saw the ninjutsu that was about to be formed in Shimura Danzo's hand, but he said calmly, "I know you're in a hurry, but don't be impatient. What if you get paid for completing this task?" Shimura Danzo's movements suddenly froze, and he slowly returned to his normal standing position. "What reward?" "I can give you some of my power." Liang Luo spoke to Danzo in an extremely seductive tone. Danzo was silent, and it had to be said that he was indeed moved. As a loser in the pursuit of Hokage, he believes that what he lacks most is strength. Although I have never seen this terrifying existence use any power. But even if you only look at the number of people who fell in the base, Danzo could also feel that this monster's power was far superior to his own. This was also the main reason why Danzo did not take action against him at the beginning. Danzo opened his somewhat dry mouth and said, "What power?" Seeing that he had taken the bait, Liang Luo couldn't help but smile. "For example, it can allow you to summon all the ninjutsu you have used so far today, and this summoning does not require any chakra consumption. Danzo's heart beat faster, even though he already knew that the monster in front of him was terrifying. But I didn't expect that he could use such an amazing technique. Fortunately, I didn't become his enemy. And summoning all the skills used today. Danzo couldn't help but start to imagine the scene in the future where he would release hundreds of vacuum balls at the same time on the battlefield. When hundreds of vacuum balls form a formation, they can almost wipe out a ninja army of thousands of people. By then, no matter what Monkey does, his prestige will be enough to become the next Hokage. Shimura Danzo paused and said firmly. Not enough. Since he was going to exchange it, Danzo would naturally exchange the most valuable one. He didn't believe that this monster only had this one ability, so he had to squeeze it dry. Liang Luo was not surprised. He knew that Danzo had great ambitions, so he continued. Why not, let your fire ninjutsu hit the target and then bounce to other people around. Danzo frowned, he didn't know much about fire ninjutsu. This technique is a bit too useless. But I heard the monster continue to say. Not only that, if your fire style ninjutsu hits other fire style ninjutsu you cast, you can increase the number of collisions as long as you release enough fire release ninjutsu. Theoretically, these fire style ninjutsu have unlimited ricochets. It forms a deadly place where no one can survive. After hearing this, Shimura Danzo could hardly hide the shock on his face. In his 30+ years of life, this was the first time he had heard of such a terrifying ninjutsu. If one has enough chakra, this technique even has the potential to destroy the world, and he didn't think that this was a lie from the god of love. After all, if he were to choose this technique at this moment, then the words of the god of love would be directly exposed. He didn't think the god of love would tell such a low-level lie. After thinking it over carefully, Danzo shook his head firmly. Not enough. Liang Luo asked with a little curiosity. Then what do you want? Shimura Danzo pointed at the monster in front of him. I want you. P.S. I still feel a little unwilling about the fact that the segment mocking Uchiha Madara's copper refining was blocked. After all, it was just a taunt before, without any actual action. So I wrote a plot that seems similar but isn't. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Killing Fugaku. Chapter 32 Killing Fugaku. Danzo looked at the god of love in front of him with a determined gaze. He listened to these abilities, but none of them were what the god of love had just used. On the contrary, Danzo was even more curious about the strange ability of the goddess of love itself. He felt that the power of the god of love itself must be stronger than the power he introduced. Liang Luo smiled grimly. He didn't expect that Shimura Danzo would want the Peanut Man entry. Then it's as you wish. The next time Danzo blinked, he suddenly found that the god of love's hand was stretched out in front of him. There was a white object in his hand. As long as the food is touched by Liang Luo can share his own entries with the food. Once eaten by someone, that person will also have an entry for a limited time. The food placed in Liang Luo's hand was the white residue left over from making juice. When Danzo Shimura saw what was in the god of love's hand, he looked at him in confusion. I only heard Liang Luo speak again. Eat it, and you will have my power. But I will take it back in 20 minutes, waiting for you to complete my task. I will give you more. Liang Luo planned to wait for 20 minutes before cancelling the shared entry. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble Danzo could cause. Danzo Shimura looked hesitantly at the sticky white substance in the god of love's hand. Just now, the god of love suddenly stretched out his hand, and I had no time to react. It only took a moment for the god of love to want to kill him. So Danzo Shimura was not worried about dying after eating it, it was just that this thing looked too disgusting. Like the dregs of humanity. Shimura Danzo made up his mind and picked up the thing in the god of love's hand. He stuffed the food into his mouth greedily. In an instant, Danzo Shimura felt as if there seemed to be some inexplicable changes in his mind. He followed the feeling of his body and his thoughts changed. Suddenly, a terrifying statue that looked exactly like Liang Luo stood in the passage. Liang Luo tried it and found that he could still move, while the peanut man opposite him was staring at him motionlessly. This shows that the peanut man made of concrete is not a sentient being. Danzo Shimura was like a child who had found a new toy, constantly experimenting with his new abilities in the passage. Liang Luo was a little dazzled and said, "The day after tomorrow, you have to confess your love to Sarutobi Hiruzen in his office. And you can't tell anyone about me. Otherwise, our deal will be void, and I will retaliate against you accordingly." He still has to trouble Uchiha Madara tomorrow, so time is a bit tight. In addition, the mission requires the attention of everyone to succeed. Liang Luo will have to find a way to gather some talents tomorrow. So Liang Luo arranged Danzo's matter for the day after tomorrow. After listening to Liang Luo's threat, Danzo felt speechless. He felt that even if there really was a god of love in the world, he would never threaten him like this. The monster in front of me is more like the god of mischief. However, after a short experiment, he could already feel the horror of this physique. Although he cannot use ninjutsu, he can still kill people on the battlefield. Danzo nodded. "I will keep my promise. Next I will go outside to do some experiments." Liang Luo nodded, not intending to stop him. Instead, he said, "You must not kill some of the orphans you captured recently. Some of them are my future business partners." Liang Luo had just searched in the cave for a while, but did not find any trace of those children. "I'm afraid he has been sent to the battlefield by Danzo," so Liang Luo could only give him a verbal warning. "As long as Danzo still wants to make a deal with me, the lives of those children should be saved." Shimura Danzo's incarnation of Peanut Man nodded. "I'll remember it." Then prepare to walk out of the passage. But then I heard the god of love suddenly say something out of nowhere. "Do you know Shimura Shinpeki?" Danzo Shimura was obviously stunned for a moment, and he recalled it carefully. He found that there was no such person in the tribe, so he shook his head. Liang Luo nodded thoughtfully and just waved him away. Danzo secretly remembered this name. The name that can be remembered by the god of love, I wonder if it is a strong person. At this time, Liang Luo stood there, feeling a little surprised. There are often some fun operations in human games. For example, in the last reincarnation, Nohara Rin's younger brother was Nohara Shinashuk. But this time there is none? Could it be that I didn't find it? Then Liang Luo circled around Danzo's route a few more times. In addition to discovering the wood release laboratory where Yamato was trained, they also found several letters in Danzo's office. Liang Luo opened the letters with great surprise and found that they were all letters in which Danzo cursed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Liang Luo raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Danzo had this hobby. But it seems that it will definitely not be sent to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Liang Luo picked out the letter with the least insult and held it in his arms. He suddenly had an idea that might be useful tomorrow. Danzo Shimura, who was walking away in the distance, was walking slowly into the village through the secret passage. Now that World War III has just broken out, the conflicts in the village have been temporarily suppressed. But Danzo knew that after the war, these conflicts would only become more intense. It is better to eradicate this cancer right now. Anyway, I am now using the appearance of the god of love, and no one will know that it was me who did it. At this time, Danzo Shimura was gradually approaching the territory of the Uchiha clan. Since he used the secret passage at the root, he did not appear in anyone's sight at this time. Therefore, the action was extremely fast. After observing the secret passage for a while, Danzo quickly locked onto one of the targets. Uchiha Fugaku. As long as he is killed, the Uchiha clan will have difficulty in making progress. Shimura Dan hidden in the secret passage and followed quietly. After waiting for an empty alley, Danzo Shimura suddenly chose to break out of the ground. Want to end Uchiha Fugaku's life directly. But when Uchiha Fugaku heard the voice, he subconsciously looked back. I saw a yellow concrete monster stuck on the ground, unable to move. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was also a little confused. He totally couldn't understand the current situation. At this time, Danzo Shimura was even more confused. He didn't know why Uchiha Fugaku looked at him at that moment. I can't move myself. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but take a few steps back and blinked at the same time. In the instant he blinked, Shimura Danzo found that he could move again. So he quickly jumped out of the hole. But after all, he was still not as skilled as Liang Luo, and did not seize the perfect 1/3 of a second of time in a blink. The moment Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes, the monster disappeared from the pit and fell from mid-air. Boom sound. It made a big hole in the ground. By now Danzo Shimura had realized that he was unable to move because of the sight. I became anxious. Although this place was not the center of the village, there were still many people coming and going. Once too many people come and their eyes meet, it will become even more difficult to leave. Damn Eros, Danzo cursed Liang Luo in his heart for being unreliable. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku still hadn't reacted. After all, it took less than 3 seconds from the time we saw the monster breaking out of the ground to the time it fell from the sky. This made Uchiha Fugaku unaware of the role of sight, and he just subconsciously thought in his usual way. I should stay away from dangerous people first, then gather my tribesmen and deal with them. So Uchiha Fugaku used the instant body technique to turn around and ran back. But this also gave Danzo Shimura an excellent opportunity. He moved immediately and attacked Uchiha Fugaku from behind. Uchiha Fugaku felt an extremely strong breath of death approaching behind him. Only then did he realize that his strategy was wrong, and he thought about it again. He instantly displayed his long hidden Mangeki Sharingan. After all, this was an empty alley and no one would notice him. Uchiha Fugaku opened a purple skeleton at the side of him, trying to use Susanoo to defend against the horrific attack from behind. However, unexpectedly, the monster behind him seemed to carry tremendous power. He directly smashed Susanoo's ribs and then broke Uchiha Fugaku's neck cleanly. Knowing that Uchiha Fugaku was doomed to die, Danzo Shimura returned to the underground passage again. At this moment, he was overjoyed. He knew that Uchiha Fugaku used the Susanoo, which was similar to Uchiha Madara's. Although it is not known when the evil Uchiha Fugaku awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. But Danzo was pleasantly surprised to find that his body could actually smash Susanoo directly. Even Sensei Tobirama was helpless against Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Now that I can smash Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo, I can also smash Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. So if we round it off, wouldn't I be as strong as Lord Hashirama? This made Danzo determined to make a deal with the god of love. Even though there is the side effect of being immobilized by vision, Danzo believes that the god of love must have something without side effects. Danzo quickly left this place. But he didn't notice that one of Uchiha Fugaku's eyes had turned grey. Today I will update 3 times, because 3 updates will be exactly 10 words, and 10 words will get you the smart recommendation. I found that the performance of our group of newcomers seems to be not very good. I don't know if it's because so many great authors launched books in May. Or maybe my writing is too bad. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Tsunade and number 039, S teaching. Chapter 33 Tsunade's teaching. At this time, Liang Luo had already ended his transformation and walked to the door of Tsunade's residence. During the day, he made an agreement with Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu from her. At the same time, I also have to teach her the fake treatment. Gamble, gamble, gamble. Liang Luo knocked on the heavy door of Tsunade's house. After a while, the door finally opened. Tsunade stepped out from inside and leaned against the door. Her delicate and fair skin exudes an alluring luster in the dusk, and her perfect curves are fully revealed under the slightly loose clothing. Her plump red lips slightly opened, revealing a lazy and sexy breath. I thought you weren't going to come today. While looking at Liang Luo, she hugged her chest, which made her body curves look very beautiful. Liang Luo scratched his head, mainly because there were too many unexpected events. Originally he was planning to come over after meeting Koyukina at the welfare home, but later he changed his plan to come over after killing a bear Mei Shijiro. What followed was trouble for Danzo, and then time went on and on. Liang Luo apologized sincerely. "Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Tsunade." Tsunade raised her willow-like thin eyebrows, stood up straight and turned to the side, leaving a way for Liang Luo. "You can call me teacher now. But once you pass this door, you have to call me master." The medical illusions Liang Luo developed, and the medical ninjutsu he subconsciously used while he was unconscious. All of these made Tsunade feel excited, and she could also see some shadows of rope tree in Liang Luo. "Anyway, I have already accepted Jing Ian as my disciple, so it won't hurt to accept one more." Liang Luo opened his mouth in surprise and was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Tsunade to accept him as her apprentice so soon. Tsunade frowned and stared at Liang Luo. "Why? Still not happy?" Liang Luo shook his head quickly, squeezed in from Tsunade's side, and chuckled, "My pleasure." However, Liang Luo seemed to feel something above his head when he was squeezing through. Liang Luo didn't care and followed Tsunade into the yard. Tsunade asked Liang Luo without turning around. "Do you know the 3 rules of medical ninja?" Liang Luo shook his head, even though he knew he couldn't say it at this time. Tsunade said without any pause. "First, medical ninjas must never give up on treating a team member before he or she dies. The second point is that medical ninjas must never stand at the forefront of the battle. The third point is that the medical ninja must not die before any member of the team. Since you are my disciple, you must strictly abide by these 3 points." Liang Luo nodded in response. Following Tsunade into the house, she sat down on the soft sofa. Liang Luo sat down opposite her. She held her chin with her hand and said to Liang Luo with interest, "In the afternoon, Hyaganatsu and Sarutobi Asuma asked me to train them. So I asked them to practice further dynamic water treading and climbing the single pole. Do you need me to teach you these again?" Liang Luo shook his head confidently. His control of chakra could never be worse than Tsunade's. He wasn't going to hide this trait either. Only as a genius in the village could he do extraordinary things without arousing suspicion. Tsunade also noticed his confidence and a smile appeared on her lips. So after sitting up straight, he immediately took out a scroll and released a very fresh carp from it. "Then let me ask you about your fake treatment. It's a good opportunity for me to test your basic skills in the process." After saying that, he dug out a large piece of meat from the carp's belly. Suddenly the carp's body was covered with blood, and it was struggling in pain, and it seemed that it would not survive for long. Tsunade frowned and looked at Liang Luo. Because it was animal blood, she could still bear it a little. A ball of purple chakra immediately appeared on Liang Luo's hand. This time Tsunade saw it clearly. The outermost layer of illusion touched the carp in an instant. This caused the carp to be deeply trapped in the illusion and forget the existence of the wound. This also causes the carp to stop struggling and reduces blood flow. The next step is to fill the Yintun chakra. Liang Luo uses his superb chakra control ability. Every blood vessel of the fish was firmly blocked, and a Yintun chakra channel grew along the direction of blood flow. Tsunade temporarily ignored this part and could directly use Yintun chakra to block the blood vessels and stop the bleeding. Constructing a vascular channel requires a lot of proficiency, so it will be fine to consider it later once you have mastered it. Then Liang Luo released a visual illusion, restoring the carp's surface to normal. This step can actually be ignored, Tsunade thought with a frown. For battlefield medical treatment, just use pseudo-anesthesia, plug the wound, and use Yangtun chakra to let the flesh and blood grow back. Covering the wound will make the surgical field disappear. However, this move is extremely useful in combat and can effectively torture the opponent's mentality. Seeing that Liang Luo had finished the treatment, Tsunade lazily lay down on the sofa again. Her legs were folded together and resting on the coffee table, revealing her round, pink toes. "I already know how your fake treatment works. Your chakra control is very good. It is hard to imagine how you can use such fine chakra at the age of 10. As Tsunade was talking, she thought back to her brother's stupid look. I couldn't help but shook my head and continued. But chakra control alone is not enough. The use and understanding of Yangtun chakra is the key to mastering medical ninjutsu. Tsunade hugged her chest and continued, as for medical ninjutsu, I saw you use the B-rank healing jutsu. Then I will teach you the A-level Palm Immortal technique today. Tsunade then taught Liang Luo the secrets of the Palm Immortal technique, and during the explanation, she also interspersed Tsunade's understanding of Yang release. There is not much difference between the Palm Immortal technique and the healing technique. Both involve infusing Yangtun chakra to stimulate cells to complete treatment. However, the operation of the Palm Immortal technique requires more precision. It not only requires the arrangement of the Yangtun chakra, but also requires more precise stimulation of the cells. It also requires a specific treatment plan for each location. Otherwise, if something grows on your face that shouldn't be there, it can be considered a medical accident. As Tsunade spoke, she seemed to be getting excited. He took out a bottle of wine from his arms and started explaining while drinking. Some of the sake in the bottle spilled as she drank, wetting her clothes. But she didn't seem to care at all, and just wiped her chin with her sleeve to wipe off the dripping sake. Passed the bottle to Liang Luo. Dao, you drink too. Liang Luo waved his hand and looked at Tsunade helplessly. Master, you've drunk too much, and I'm only 10 years old and I can't drink. Tsunade's bright brown eyes were looking at Liang Luo in a daze. She sneered and said, It's ridiculous that at the age of 10 you can't smoke or drink. But he can go to the battlefield and kill people. After saying that, Tsunade burst into laughter. But her laughter was filled with sadness, and she didn't know who to blame. Blame the old man? But Tsunade also knew that he had tried his best, arguing with those old guys over paperwork all day long. Is it great-grandfather's fault? Tsunade could only recall her great-grandfather's silly smile that was filled with warmth, and how could she blame him? In the end, I can only blame myself. I am in a high position, but I don't have the ability to change anything. Liang Luo's eyes turned serious and he said to Tsunade. Remember, I said I wanted world peace. I think that day will come soon. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Shizun and number 039, S expectation. Chapter 34. Shizun's expectation. Even without talking about the false peace that Naruto and Sasuke created afterwards. If Liang Luo wants to achieve cultural victory, a stable social environment is still essential. After all, during a war, no one wants to pay attention to new culture. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and her blurred eyes regained focus. She looked at Liang Luo seriously. But suddenly she grabbed his neck and pushed him into her arms. Liang Luo only felt as if he was trapped in very elastic cotton. He was pressed so hard that he couldn't breathe. She hugged Liang Luo happily and said, Okay. I'll wait for that day to come. Tsunade then returned to the topic and continued to teach the Palm Senjutsu. She held the bottle with two slender fingers, as if she had suddenly become interested. He looked at Liang Luo provocatively and said, Why don't we have a competition? Will you master the Palm Immortal technique first, or will I master the fake treatment first? Liang Luo always felt that this bet was a bit too unfair to Tsunade, after all, with his chakra control ability. With just a little practice, you will soon be able to master the Palm Immortal technique. But still opened his mouth. If it's a competition, then what's the bet? Tsunade turned the bottle on the table and suggested. If you lose, you have to stay overnight at my house. If you win, I will give you a personal assistant, but the validity period is only 1 day. How about it? Tsunade looked dazed, with a smile on her face as if she had succeeded in playing a prank. The corners of Liang Luo's mouth twitched slightly. Could the personal assistant that Tsunade was talking about be Shizun? Compared to the immature Shizun, Liang Luo actually wanted to lose to Tsunade and stay here overnight. but it is too difficult to lose to Tsunade. Even if I let it go on purpose, Tsunade in front of me would see through it. Liang Luo thought about it and came up with a way to make himself lose the game, so he simply nodded. Seeing this, Tsunade took out the sealing scroll again and took out 2 lively black fish from it. Place 2 black fish in front of each person. Tsunade stood up drunkenly, staggered, raised her hands and shouted, "Game start!" Chakra fluctuations appeared on Liang Luo and Tsunade's hands at the same time. The only difference is that Liang Luo used the green palm magic, while Tsunade used the purple fake treatment. While Liang Luo was using the palm immortal technique, he was also secretly using the divine technique to create all things for the nourishment of humans. Secretly sacrifice the black fish's internal organs. Tsunade, who was standing next to him with a light body, did not notice Liang Luo's little movement. The principle lies in the divine art, or spell, not the art that relies on chakra. The spell only requires blood and strong emotions to communicate with the evil god and release him. The magic that Liang Luo was forced to improve only required silently reciting the name of the evil god in one's heart. Even if there is no blood, the evil god will take the sacrifice at his own expense. However, Liang Luo did not dare to sacrifice all of the black fish's organs at once, otherwise he would definitely be discovered by Tsunade. Soon, although the green light on Liang Luo's hand was very strong, the vitality of the black fish was getting weaker and weaker. On the other hand, Tsunade was making very smooth progress. The purple chakra in her hand had almost filled the black fish's wound. Liang Luo smiled faintly. "Very good, I will stay at Tsunade's house this time." But the purple chakra in Tsunade's hand suddenly flickered and it seemed like it could no longer be maintained. Tsunade's eyes were half closed at this time, and she seemed completely unaware of what was happening. Tsunade lost her balance and fell forward. Liang Luo subconsciously wanted to stop him, but his hands were still releasing divine arts and he was afraid of hurting Tsunade. I hesitated for a moment. So Tsunade's forehead hit the black fish she had just treated. Bang! Tsunade used a headbutt, and the effect was outstanding. The black fish suddenly turned into a bow shape and then died. Seeing this, Liang Luo did not immediately help Tsunade up, but instead held his forehead to calm himself down. Who can tell him why his plans always encounter such inexplicable situations these days? Liang Luo was very crazy inside. Tsunade finally woke up from her half-drunk, half-asleep state. She wiped her forehead. A confused look. "Ah, dead." Tsunade then cleaned herself up and threw the tragically dead black fish into the trash can. Then he returned to the living room, patted Liang Luo's shoulder, and said in a deep tone, "It looks like you still win. It's really frustrating, but now that the bet has been made, we can't go back on our word. How about this, I will send your personal assistant to you tomorrow." Liang Luo looked at Tsunade speechlessly. He didn't see any reluctance on Tsunade's face at all. Why does it feel like Tsunade lost to me on purpose? Does she really want to send Shizuan away? Then Liang Luo was pulled by Gang Xiao to explain some problems of fake treatment. Gang Xiao found that Liang Luo's fake treatment can actually be broken down into the simplest medical knowledge, anesthesia. There were many cases of death from pain on the battlefield, but the production of anesthetics has always been low. With the sham treatment, the patient can be anesthetized first and then treated. Patients no longer need to endure unnecessary pain and itching. This can also improve the patient's prognosis and even the refighting rate. So Tsunade wanted to ask Liang Luo to go to KONOHA hospital tomorrow and explain to the doctor how to use illusion anesthesia. Illusion anesthesia is also more efficient and accurate than drug anesthesia. You can select those who are good at it and have them learn fake treatment as a battlefield medical technique. Liang Luo naturally agreed. Giving lectures is much better than doing D-level tasks like catching cats and dogs. Tsunade smiled as she drank her wine, but if you want to give lectures in a hospital, technical courses alone are not enough. The hospital will not allow you to teach while operating on patients. Liang Luo has some questions, so what should I do tomorrow? Tsunade shook the bottle and found that there was not much left, then took out another bottle of wine. Liang Luo quickly stopped him, as he didn't want Tsunade to suddenly fall asleep while talking. When Tsunade saw the wine bottle being taken away, she smacked her red lips in boredom. You need to have a paper to give lectures in the hospital. Thesis is the best weapon and shield for a medical ninja in academia. Tsunade looked at Liang Luo's confused look and chuckled a few times. Don't worry, I have already prepared the paper template for you. You just need to write the arguments and experimental cases according to the above. Liang Luo looked at Tsunade with some suspicion. Why did he feel that Tsunade had planned to let him give the lecture, otherwise she would not have prepared so thoroughly. Liang Luo had written many papers before, and found that Ninja's paper was very similar to his own. It's just that there are very few papers cited, and the actual cases are more detailed. So far, Liang Luo has only had 2 cases, himself and Tsunade. However, as a simple paper, 2 cases are enough. So Liang Luo ate at Tsunade's house while writing his thesis. It took only 4 hours to write the word paper. His argument focused on how to paralyze people with magic, and he explained in simple terms the key points of anesthetizing patients. If I were to write a paper on fake treatment, it would probably take tens of thousands of words to complete it. During this period, Tsunade helped him check the paper several times and revised some inappropriate parts. Then he let Liang Luo go. Liang Luo, who left Tsunade's family, also chose to return to the Kurama clan. On the other side, Shizuan, who had been working day and night, just returned to Tsunade's house. She has been living with Tsunade since Kato Dan's death. Although Tsunade used the reason of elimination to not allow Shizuan to complete missions or participate in battles. But recently Shizuan has not been studying at the ninja school, but is interning at the KONOHA hospital. As the war intensified, more and more wounded were transported from the front line. Even Shizuan, the intern, is extremely busy. Seeing Shizuan coming back, Tsunade, who was lying drunk on the sofa, raised the bottle of wine and greeted Shizuan. Shizuan, you're back. Shizuan glanced at Tsunade on the sofa, then at the bottle of wine on the floor. He sighed helplessly and started to help clean up. Tsunade stood up unsteadily and pulled Shizuan to her side. I'll do that little thing myself tomorrow, you can rest first. Shizuan frowned and pushed away Tsunade, who smelled of alcohol. Tsunade-sama. Leaving garbage there will attract cockroaches. And why are there black fish in the trash can? Tsunade blushed and smiled smugly. Well, it's because I'm practicing fake treatment. Shizuan repeated as she looked at the black fish's wound. Fake treatment? Tsunade took another sip of her wine and nodded. Then, Jingyan was introduced to the application prospects of pseudo-treatment. Jingyan was also quite excited when she heard this, as she had seen quite a few patients recently. Death is in vain due to inability to receive proper treatment due to pain. But in the end, he pulled it out of Tsunade's arms, stood in front of Tsunade and said, then you shouldn't put the fish directly into the trash can. Tsunade closed her eyes and said dazedly, it's okay. I can ask the live slugs to help eat them tomorrow. Shizuan slapped her forehead as if defeated, and she sighed. Mr. Live Slug is not a trash can. After saying that, he started to clean up the garbage at home without complaint. Just when Shizuan was about to finish cleaning up, Tsunade suddenly woke up and said drunkenly, I found a junior fellow apprentice for you. Please help me take care of him tomorrow and take him to the hospital. Then he closed his eyes completely and began to snore softly. Jingyan was a little surprised, but at the same time she was also looking forward to it. Putting what just happened behind him, he nodded. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Tacit Cooperation. Chapter 35-35 Tacit Cooperation. The next morning, Liang Luo left the Kurama clan's territory and walked towards the KONOHA hospital. The air still had the coolness of the night, but it was gradually melted by the rising sun. Liang Luo frowned and thought about what had just happened. All the adults of the Kurama clan have been sent to the battlefield at this time. The family's savings were also exchanged for items needed for the war. In short, there is not much money left at home. The compensation for the fake treatment given to the village has not yet come out so quickly. Just now, Grandma Chiba could only eat rice balls and gave the curry rice to herself and Kurama Muyun. Although Liang Luo didn't have much feelings for them. But just now at the dinner table, Grandma Chiba was eating rice balls and smiling happily at them. After all, he learned that his grandson was accepted as a disciple by Lady Tsunade. No matter how hard it is now, I have many more expectations for the future in my heart. Liang Luo felt a little sad when watching this scene, so he decided to earn some money to supplement the family income. But for a moment he really couldn't think of any good way to make money. After all, in his last reincarnation he didn't need any money at all, he just wanted to map each city one by one. He can get a lot of unowned coins. If you transform into a peanut man and threaten others, you can rob them of a lot of money. But Grandma Chiba probably cannot accept this kind of illegal income. It wasn't until Liang Luo passed by a bookstore that an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Jiraiya's novels are so poorly written, yet they are still bestsellers in the ninja world, so I can definitely make money from them. It can also increase the progress of cultural victory. Just as Liang Luo was thinking about which work he should copy, he gradually walked into the vicinity of KONOHA Hospital. The main entrance of KONOHA Hospital. Shizuan was wearing a slim black kimono with a black fishnet top underneath, which made her skin look particularly white. At this moment, she was anxiously looking at the crowd nearby, complaining in her heart. Lady Tsunade was a little too unreliable, she didn't even tell her the name of her new disciple. Just said one sentence. He is so handsome that you can spot him right away when you stand at the hospital entrance. Tsunade then fell asleep, curled up in the quilt, smelling of a hangover. But after waiting at the hospital entrance for a long time, I didn't see the person that teacher Tsunade said she could recognize at a glance. This made Jingyan a little anxious. Suddenly, she seemed to discover something in the crowd. That. Is it Kurama Ryaraza from the next class? His appearance was indeed particularly eye-catching, as striking as a piece of white jade suddenly emerging from a piece of black sand. She had heard of Kurama Ryaraza before, who was a sickly kid with poor grades in the next class. It is said that he got first place in the graduation examination because he awakened his bloodline limit on the eve of the examination. Jingyan hesitated for a moment, then walked up to Liang Luo and asked, "Excuse me, are you Tsunade-sama's new disciple?" Liang Luo was stunned for a moment. He was just thinking about whether he should write 10 mothers give birth to one child, the birth of the true Buddha, or the domineering president runs away with the baby. In fact, if you think about it carefully, superpower Ming dynasty, all the eunuchs I have castrated have awakened superpowers is also good. After a while, I interrupted the thoughts in my mind. Liang Luo finally reacted and said to Jingyan, "Yes." Then Liang Luo pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Are you the personal assistant that master assigned to me?" Jingyan's face turned red all of a sudden, and she didn't know whether she was angry or embarrassed. She waved her hand quickly. "Please don't listen to the drunken nonsense of Lady Tsunade. I am your senior sister." Liang Luo nodded, looked at Jingyan's blushing face, and asked deliberately with a hidden smile. "But can't senior sister be my personal assistant?" Shizuan stamped her feet, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, revealing a rather cute anger. "Don't be so rude to your sister, and I am not an object that you can use as a tool for gambling. If you want a personal assistant, go find Tsunade-sama." Liang Luo nodded and didn't tease Jingyan anymore. After taking a few deep breaths, Shizuan returned to her usual quiet self. Ever since Uncle Kato left, Lady Tsunade has often used various methods to amuse herself. Although this helped me get out of the shadow quickly, it also made my temper become a little irritable. Shizuan smiled peacefully and continued to speak to his junior fellow apprentice. Lady Tsunade asked me to come and familiarize you with the Konoha hospital. Please follow me first. Shizuan walked into the Konoha hospital, and Liang Guo followed. As soon as you enter the hospital, you can see the hustle and bustle. New wounded people were constantly brought in on stretchers, and the doctors and nurses were busy as hell. All kinds of chaotic sounds echoed in my ears, the stretcher wheels clattering on the floor, and the wounded groaning in pain. Jing Yian was silent for a moment, then introduced Liang Luo. This is the emergency department of Konoha Hospital. Injuries that cannot be treated by field doctors will be sent here for treatment if conditions permit. Jing Yian continued walking forward and introduced the situation of other departments to Liang Luo. Basically, the hospitals are operating at full capacity, the war has had a huge impact on them. When Jing Yian was almost done with Liang Luo's tour of the hospital, she suddenly seemed to think of something and said, "By the way, Lady Tsunade asked you to come here today, it shouldn't just be for a tour of the hospital, right? Are you also going to attend the training of anesthesia illusion?" Liang Luo nodded nonchalantly. He went there to teach the art of anesthesia and illusion, so how could he not participate? Jing Yian frowned at Liang Luo's attitude, thinking that he didn't know the importance of this training. She said to Liang Luo very seriously, "Don't take it lightly, this illusion of anesthesia is a very groundbreaking illusion. It can greatly reduce the pain and suffering of patients during surgery. You should know that when using the cell extraction technique, the patient will experience severe pain due to the feeling of organ being peeled off. In many cases, the technique of extracting the cells fails because of the patient's trembling due to pain. If anesthesia is given before the extraction, the chances of getting it out intact will be very high." Liang Luo looked at Jing Yian, who was talking to him seriously, and felt a little surprised. Didn't Tsunade tell her that she was the main speaker of this illusion anesthesia? Then Liang Luo recalled Tsunade's smile as if she had succeeded in playing a prank, and he immediately understood. He responded very cooperatively. Jing Yian nodded in satisfaction, and then asked Liang Luo in a low voice, "Did Lady Tsunade tell you yesterday who the creator of the genjutsu anesthesia was?" Liang Luo shook his head. Tsunade indeed hadn't told him. Shizuan didn't have much hope of getting any information. After all, Lady Tsunade hadn't even told her. How could he tell this to a junior fellow apprentice he had just accepted? Jing Yian didn't think Liang Luo was lying to her, considering the distance she had walked with Liang Luo. She already felt that Liang Luo was a very quiet and introverted little boy just like her. Jing Yian was still thinking in distress. Could it be Master Yui Shinku? After all, he is the only famous illusion master in the village. P.S. There are too many character lines, so the lines of Chiba Granny and Kurama Murasaki are not opened. I wanted to write this, but it felt like it would slow down the pace. End of this chapter. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Yuditen Koharu Ui Shinku is a famous illusion jonin in the village. If it was an illusion of anesthesia that he created, Shizuan wouldn't find it strange. Liang Luo shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Shizuan continued to ponder, muttering to herself. Could it be someone from the Uchiha clan? They are also good at illusions. But their clan shouldn't use illusions, right? Just like that, Shizuan walked towards the meeting room while thinking. But I saw a middle-aged woman suddenly rushing out from the corner in front, walking very fast. Shizuan couldn't dodge in time and bumped into her. The middle-aged woman was not seriously injured, but she knocked Jing Yian to the ground. Shizuan said in a panic, "Oh, I'm sorry, Dean." The middle-aged woman stopped and turned to look at Jing Yian with a cold look that lacked warmth and vitality. Shizuan also looked at each other before realizing that the person she bumped into was not Dean Biwako Sarutobi. Shizuan breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was the Dean. The middle-aged woman's brows tightened when she saw that it was Jing Yian. She said in a cold and serious tone. If you're not the Dean, don't you need to apologize to me. Jing Ian quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I just saw your back and thought you were. The middle-aged woman suddenly interrupted Jing Ian's words. What do you think I am? Shizuan was choked and speechless. Liang Luo said with a smile beside him, I thought it was a little lowly with white hair, red eyes, cat ears, flat chest, and black stockings. I didn't expect that she turned out to be an old lady. The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment, her nose wrinkled slightly, and said with disgust. What a rude little brat! I am the vice president of this hospital, KONOHA Yutain. Remember this well. Then he looked at the two of them with a cold face. What do you two want to do here? Liang Luo helped Jing Ian up from the ground, and turned to look at her with a slight smile. It seems that we have to offer some people today. Jing Ian quickly covered Liang Luo's mouth, although she didn't understand what offering someone meant. But I also knew that it was a threat. Shizuan said to Yutain KONOHA with some embarrassment. We too are here to attend a conference training on illusion anesthesia. Yutain KONOHA glanced at Liang Luo and also didn't understand what he meant. Snorted coldly. What an ignorant boy. Then he looked at Jing Ian and said, this is inside the hospital and only doctors can enter. No outsiders are allowed to approach. Of course, Yutain KONOHA was not looking for trouble with Shizuan for no reason. She only stopped after seeing Shizuan. After Tsunade developed hemophobia, she retreated to the second line of the hospital. He only does the work of dispensing medicine and providing guidance, but still enjoys the treatment of vice president. How could Yutain KONOHA, who is also the vice president, not be angry? She felt that Tsunade's hemophobia was just an excuse for her cowardice, and she just wanted to sit in the hospital and do nothing. She hated this kind of parasite the most in her life. However, Tsunade has a high reputation and is loved by most ninjas. Even though Yutain KONOHA impeached Tsunade several times in the meeting, it was to no avail. Now that he saw Tsunade's apprentice, he naturally felt displeased. Shizuan said, suppressing her anger. I'm an intern at the hospital, and I have the right to be here. Yutain KONOHA shook her head in disdain. There is no point at all for you two, low-level ninjas who can't even cast medical ninjutsu, to attend this kind of meeting. Liang Luo was suddenly no longer angry at this moment, and instead looked at her with interest. It seems that Tsunade didn't tell anyone that she was the speaker of this meeting, and she seemed to want to make a big deal out of it. Jing Ian was treated coldly many times and her temper flared up. She frowned and said stiffly, Lady Tsunade sent us here. KONOHA Yutain snorted again. Tsunade? Tsunade doesn't even work at the hospital, what right does he have to order you here? Liang Luo looked at her with some doubt. This is a meeting called by Lady Tsunade. She is not qualified. Do you think you, an old lady, are qualified? Yutain KONOHA was choked for a moment and was just about to teach this ignorant little brat a lesson. Then they saw a thin man walking over from the side and squeezing through the three of them. As he walked, he also pulled Jing Ian and Liang Luo into the passage. Shizuan immediately understood what he meant and couldn't help but smile at him in gratitude. But KONOHA Yutain shouted from behind Zihi Shinku. Are you trying to protect those two brats? Shizuan followed Yui Shinku inside and asked quietly. Master Yui, are you here for the training meeting as well? Yui Shinku nodded. He came here because of Tsunade's invitation. He is also interested in sham treatments. This was the first time he knew that illusions could not only be used to restrain and kill people, but could also be used to save lives. Shizuan nodded secretly upon seeing this. As expected, this jutsu was created by Lord Yui. The three of them walked through the passage and arrived at the large conference room. At this time, there were already some doctors sitting in the conference room, and even Sarutobi Biwako was sitting in the front. The large conference room was converted from a former classroom, so the layout is not much different from that of an ordinary tiered classroom. The door of the room is located at the highest step of the tiered classroom. As soon as Liang Luo entered the conference room, he walked up the stairs and sat down on the podium below. Shizun and Ui Shinku arrived later and sat together at the back of the classroom. Jing Yian was still wondering where Liang Luo had gone, since he had clearly arrived before her. How come the person disappeared? Shizun looked around and saw a familiar figure in the center of the podium below. Jing Yian was startled and was about to call Liang Luo to come up when she saw Dean Baiwako sitting in the first row. I had no choice but to gesture to Liang Luo to come up quickly, as that was not the seat for him. Liang Luo saw Jing Yian waving at him, and he also waved back at her in a friendly manner. Jing Yian immediately wanted to punch this newly minted junior fellow apprentice to death. She wondered nervously whether it was because Liang Luo had taken Xiri Zhenhong's position. Xiri Zhenhong was angry, so she didn't go to the podium, but sat with herself. Thinking of this, Shizun suddenly felt very uncomfortable and smiled awkwardly at Ui Shinku. Zihe Zhenhong said cautiously. I'm married. He had just discovered that the little girl he had rescued was smiling at him the whole time. His butt kept twisting there, making him a little afraid to sit there. Jing Yian was speechless. Who in her family would understand that she had met such a mean guy? She didn't have time to respond to Xiri Zhenhong, and hurriedly walked down the stairs and walked towards Liang Luo. Sarutobi Baiwako in the first row also looked at Liang Luo strangely. As if seeing a naughty child, he smiled a little. The teacher will be here soon to give a lecture, so go sit in the back and listen to the lecture. Otherwise the teacher will be very distressed when he comes in. At this time, Koharu Yutane also walked into the conference room. She looked down at Liang Luo on the podium and said coldly, what an unruly brat. Is this the character of Tsunade's new disciple? Apparently, Tenakoharu had just found out that Kurama Ryoroku was Tsunade's new disciple. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Medical Ninja and Number 039, S Weapons. Chapter 37. Medical Ninja's weapons. At this time Jing Yian also rushed down and pulled Liang Luo's arm hard. Gnashing his teeth, he whispered in Liang Luo's ear. Come with me, this is not the seat for you. Liang Luo asked Jing Yian with some doubt, where should I sit then? Jing Yian felt like she was about to cry. She tried to pull Liang Luo away but couldn't. Anything except sitting on the podium. After listening to this, Liang Luo immediately stood up, stood on the podium, and looked at everyone in the conference room as if he was looking out. Jing Yian looked at Liang Luo's straight figure in despair. What should I do? I seem to have messed up what Lady Tsunade had asked me to do. Jing Yian then made up her mind that even if it was rude to forcibly carry Liang Luo away, she would make him leave the podium. Otherwise, what should we do if Lady Ui Shinku doesn't come down to give lectures? Then Jing Yian rushed behind Liang Luo, picked him up forcefully, and placed him next to the podium. I smiled at Ui Shinku embarrassedly. Master Ziri, you may come up now. Ui Shinku looked at Shizun warily. What's wrong with kids nowadays? Didn't I just say that I have a wife? Why did she let herself go down and stand with her? I'm really annoyed. Today is another day of misogyny. Shizun also looked at Ui Shinku's vigilant face speechlessly. She glanced at Liang Luo, who had an innocent look on her face, and prepared to carry Liang Luo to her seat first and then talk to Xiri Zhenhong. At this moment, with a bang, the door was suddenly opened. A beautiful golden figure jumped out from inside. Tsunade walked to the stage with some confusion, and looked around to see that almost all the ninjas were there. So he asked Liang Luodao, who was entangled with Jing Yian below. Why don't you start yet? Shizun only saw Tsunade talking to her, and thought she was talking to her, so she said with some confusion. Start with what? Tsunade continued to walk down and said, as a matter of course, let Liang Luo start teaching. Why do you keep holding Liang Luo? Jing Yian was stunned for a moment, and her arms around Liang Luo loosened a little. Before she could figure it out, she repeated. Liang Luo? Giving a lecture? Tsunade frowned slightly and nodded at Shizun. Jing Yian pointed at Liang Luo blankly, then pointed at herself. This surprised her so much that she was speechless for a moment. After she let Liang Luo go, she took a few steps back helplessly. As she retreated, the blush on Shizuan's face gradually grew, until Shizuan's cheeks turned completely red, like a cute red apple. She now realized what a stupid thing she had done. She grabbed the corner of her black kimono tightly and asked Liang Luo angrily, "Why didn't you tell me you were the speaker?" Liang Luo hid the smile in his eyes very well. He said with an innocent expression, "You didn't even ask." Jing Yian recalled carefully and sadly realized that she had not asked. He only asked Liang Luo Tsunade if she told him who the speaker was. And Liang Luo's answer was no. Tsunade did not tell Liang Luo who the speaker was, because the speaker was him. Thinking of this, Jing Yian felt embarrassed and annoyed. She walked stiffly in front of Tsunade and glared at her. "Lady Tsunade! Why didn't you tell me Liang Luo was the speaker this time?" Tsunade laughed. "Didn't I tell you? I must have drunk too much last night and forgot." Shizuan looked at Tsunade's behavior and stamped her feet in shame. "They must have colluded to play a trick on me, what a bully." Tsunade pulled Shizuan over, asked her to sit down, and smoothed her hair like she was petting a cat. At the same time, he signaled to Liang Luo with his eyes that he could start the lecture. But Koharu Yutane, who had been watching the farce for a long time, said with dissatisfaction on her face, "Enough." Yutane Koharu walked down the stage step by step and stood on the stairs in front of Tsunade very seriously. "Tsunade, you're becoming more and more ridiculous." Tsunade folded her arms and lay back, curling her lips at Koharu Yutane. "I wonder what I have done that doesn't meet your expectations." Yutane Koharu slapped the table in front of her and stared into Tsunade's eyes. "Isn't it ridiculous enough to let a newly graduated ninja school student give a lecture to us jonin?" Yutane Koharu continued speaking without pause, "Like a machine gun firing at full power. We can also appreciate your previous contributions to the hospital. But since you retired to the second line, you no longer accept patients and spend your days drinking. This doesn't seem like something a vice president of a hospital should do. Now we have to let a 10-year-old child give us a lecture, which is absolutely ridiculous." Then, Koharu turned around and looked at the Sarutobi Biwako road ahead. "Therefore, I request that the dean remove Tsunade from her position, so that she won't do such boring things again when she is drunk." At this time, Yutane Koharu showed her true colors and wanted to dismiss Tsunade directly in the conference room. Sarutobi Biwako's expression remained unchanged, and he just looked at Yutane Koharu calmly. "Please take a seat first. We can discuss this matter after the training is over." Sarutobi Biwako's meaning is very clear: if Liang Luo's lectures are really that unbearable, then she will seriously consider the meaning of removal. Yutane Koharu refused to give up and continued to stare at Tsunade and said, "Besides, what does a 10-year-old child know about illusion? What qualifications does he have to give us lectures?" Tsunade sneered. "Do you know more about illusion than the Kurama clan? In the village, the Uchiha clan and the Kurama clan are the best at illusion, and the Uchiha clan is even better at eye techniques. Therefore, the Kurama clan is the clan that is best at illusion in the village." Yutane Koharu paused for a moment, and it was obvious that she realized that her words were inappropriate. "So I changed the angle and continued to ask, I don't understand illusions, but you gathered everyone here just to listen to a child's nonsense. It's such a waste of time. With this time, everyone can save more patients." Sarutobi Lake Biwa shakes his head. "It's not as serious as you say. The ninjas present are all free." Tsunade sneered. "What if Liang Luo's technique can save more lives?" Yutane Koharu was about to open her mouth to refute, but Tsunade spoke first. "Liang Luo, show everyone the paper you wrote yesterday." Then he said to Yutane Koharu with a hint of sarcasm, "If I didn't have accurate experiments and cases, how could I have rashly gathered everyone here?" Liang Luo handed the paper he had prepared earlier to Yutane Koharu, and then distributed the extra papers to the ninjas present. Koharu Yutane took the paper, sneered a few times, and began to look for loopholes in the paper impatiently. With her many years of experience in performing surgery, she boasted that she could quickly find loopholes one after another. After all, it was written by a child, so it is definitely not very rigorous. The 10,000 word paper was quickly read, but Yutane Koharu still frowned and remained silent. The details of the illusion of nerve paralysis written above were almost the same as her years of medical experience. Even in the format of the paper, Koharu Yutane could not find anything to criticize. After all, this was a paper that had been revised many times by Tsunade. It is really difficult for Yutane Koharu to find a loophole in a short period of time. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and taunted Koharu Yutane, who was thinking hard in front of her. Pretending to know something when you don't is a big taboo for medical ninjas. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, Love Letter from the 38th Day. Chapter 38. Hiruzen's Love Letter. Tsunade has been suppressed by Yutane Koharu recently. Yesterday, she suddenly thought that she might be able to seduce Yutane Koharu by using this method. So he asked Liang Luo to come and give a lecture, and also prepared a perfect paper for him in advance. What I want is to embarrass this old lady in public today. And Liang Luo seemed to understand his intention. I cooperated very well with her today, whether it was bullying Shizuan or seducing the old woman. All done very well. This made Tsunade very satisfied with her new disciple. Yutane Koharu looked at Tsunade's smug smile and couldn't help but grip the paper a little tighter. Still stubborn. It's not right for a ninja school graduate like him, who's not even a medical ninja, to explain it to us. Sarutobi Biwako glanced at her impatiently, and his tone became a little serious. Haru, Master Hashirama already made great achievements on the battlefield when he was only 10 years old. Don't underestimate these kids. As soon as Sarutobi Biwako opened his mouth, he immediately killed the game. No matter how hard Koharu Yutane tries to talk, she can never speak ill of Hashirama Senju in public in the village. Moreover, if he continued to argue, Tsunade would probably have a legitimate reason to attack him. The reason is insulting the ancestors. Tsunade is a careless woman who won't care about me at all. I will be the only one who will be in trouble. Yutane Koharu could only snort coldly and threw the paper in her hand to the ground. Walked out of the meeting room directly. Tsunade laughed a few times and signaled Liang Luo that he could start. Liang Luo then picked up the manuscript he had prepared and began to lecture. It is well known that genjutsu can directly affect the sensory cortex of the brain by manipulating chakra. Especially those areas that process pain, such as the parietal and temporal lobes of the brain. Most illusions will amplify this pain, achieving the purpose of killing the ninja. The principle of my technique is exactly the opposite. Then Liang Luo demonstrated again how to release the illusion in order to accurately paralyze the corresponding nerves. Through contact, it's possible to alter neurons or neurotransmitters along the pathway around the wound. Temporarily block the transmission of pain signals. Sarutobi Biwako listened and nodded unconsciously, chuckled and said to Tsunade beside him. Your apprentice is really young and promising. Tsunade also touched Shizuan's head. The future still belongs to this group of young people. Shizuan slapped Tsunade's hand away with a look of disgust. Half an hour later, Liang Luo finished explaining the principles of illusion anesthesia. After explaining some common issues, the conference training came to an end. As for the advanced ninjutsu such as fake treatment, it is necessary to select suitable subjects before teaching them. Liang Luo obtained the entry for the end of this meeting. Point 1. Instructor, blue students will learn the content you teach 50% faster too. Master of disguise, blue, your disguise will become impeccable, and the probability of being discovered by the enemy will be reduced by 80%. Point 3. Lazy learning, green, if you are lazy during learning, you can increase your body recovery speed by 150%. Liang Luo glanced at the transparent system entry. He has determined that this bird system responds to events around it and gives corresponding entries. That's why this entry seems so much like a mockery of itself. Liang Luo finally chose the master of disguise. After all, teaching Juxingna how to cook should not require the help of the term instructor. Apart from teaching Koyuki Na how to cook, there is no other place where I would need to use this entry. Therefore, Liang Luo chose the master of disguise, which has a wider range of applications. After the meeting, the ninjas left one after another. Some were going back to try out the effects of the illusion anesthesia, while others needed to continue working in the hospital. Tsunade gestured for Liang Luo to follow her, but Shizun next to her still turned her head away awkwardly and didn't look at Tsunade. Liang landed in front of Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, could you wait for me for a moment? I have something I want to tell Dean Biwako. Tsunade nodded, and all she had to do next was take a few disciples out for dinner and do some training. There was nothing special to do, but Liang Luo said he wanted to find out about Saratobi Lake Biwa. This aroused Tsunade's curiosity. She looked at Liang Luo's back as he walked forward and followed him quietly. Liang Luo caught up with Saratobi Biwako after passing a bend in the passage. Curious Tsunade squatted at the corner with Shizun. Dean Biwako. I discovered something about Hiruzen-sama. Liang Luo was still planning for Danzo's confession tomorrow. After all, his mission required him to confess in front of everyone. It is also quite normal to draw attention to Saratobi Hiruzen's wife. After all, how could he not tell his wife about his own confession? Saratobi Biwako turned back with a slight smile. Does our little inventor have any other advice for us? Saratobi Biwako still has a very high liking for Liang Luo. After all, it is extremely difficult to create a ninjutsu that can affect all medical ninjas at such a young age. Liang Luo seemed a little worried and swallowed his saliva. Danzo-sama, has he always been secretly in love with Hiruzen-sama? Saratobi Biwako's originally kind face was a little broken, and she even wondered if her ears were broken. She looked at Liang Luodao, who was very serious in front of her, and tried hard to control her facial expression. They are just ordinary close friends. Why do you say that Danzo has a crush on Hiruzen? Liang Luo hesitated and looked around. After making sure that there was no one in sight, he slowly spoke. Because I found this in a corner of the Forest of Death. Liang Luo took out a tattered letter with many traces of ink and holes on it. However, from the signature, it can still be seen that it was written by Danzo to Saratobi Hiruzen. This was the letter that Liang Luo found under Danzo's desk yesterday. It's just that he quietly erased a lot of content. After all, he also studied journalism. Saratobi Biwako frowned and took the letter from Liang Luo. Although it is covered by stains, some text can still be seen. Hiruzen, there is something I have wanted to say to you for a long time. Saratobi Biwako's heart skipped a beat. This is really Danzo's handwriting. Ever since you blocked me in the cave that day. Saratobi Biwako rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What kind of ludicrous words did she see? Did something really happen between Hiruzen and Danzo? Saratobi Biwako looked down quickly. I'll fuck you. Saratobi Biwako couldn't help but cover his mouth, thinking constantly in his mind, does this fall in love mean fall in love or fall in love in the true sense? Since then, I have been thinking about you day and night. When Saratobi Biwako saw this, his pupils kept trembling. What a twisted and deformed emotion this is. Saratobi Biwako's eyes were out of focus, thinking blankly, great letter, makes my brain spin. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Dawn and number 039, T take things out of context. Chapter 39. Don't take things out of context. Shizun and Tsunade, who were hiding in the corner, naturally heard Liang Luo's words at this time. They looked at each other with blushing faces. Shizun whispered into Tsunade's ear. What Liang Luo said about Danzo-sama having a crush on Hiruzen-sama, is it true? Tsunade had a strange look on her face, and she was now somewhat suspicious whether Liang Luo was playing a prank. After all, from how skillfully he cooperated with me just now, it can be seen that Liang Luo is also a master who is proficient in this art. But then again, that old guy Danzo does like to go see Sensei Hiruzen every day. Did something really happen behind the scenes? Shizuan poked Tsunade's cheek while she was deep in thought, and said anxiously in her ear. Lady Tsunade. Ever since Dean Biwako got the letter from Liang Luo, her expression changed. Is it because that letter is the evidence that Danzo has a crush on Hiruzen-sama? Tsunade immediately stopped thinking when she heard this, and turned her head around the corner to secretly observe the expression of Dean Biwako. I noticed that the dean's pupils were trembling abnormally. Her entire attention was focused on the letter, and she didn't notice Tsunade's peeking. Liang Luo glanced back as if he had noticed something. Tsunade immediately pulled her head back. At this moment, Jing Ian's heart was like a cat scratching, and she couldn't wait to know. What on earth was in the letter that could shock Dean Biwako so much? How is it? Can Lady Tsunade see the contents of the letter? Tsunade looked at Shizuan, who was full of excitement and anticipation, speechlessly. She spread her hands. I can't see through things, so how can I see what's in the letter? Shizuan immediately lowered her head in disappointment and sighed. Tsunade's lips soon curled up into a smile, and she deliberately stretched out her voice. But... Jing Ian raised her red face again and asked excitedly. Is there any way Tsunade-sama can see this? Tsunade did not continue teasing her, fearing that she would be discovered by Sarutobi Biwako, so she chose to speak directly. When I was fighting in the Rain Country, I learned a unique ninjutsu. The art of eye copying. You can show what the other person sees. Moreover, this ninjutsu is used for sneak attacks and reconnaissance, so it is extremely difficult to be discovered. Shizuan shook Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, just use it and stop explaining. Tsunade didn't say any more words and just made a few seals. The Yin-Tun chakra silently connected to Sarutobi Biwako, who was still in a daze. Suddenly, a ray of light came out from Tsunade's hand, and the content was exactly the envelope in Biwako's hand. Shizuan finished reading the first paragraph immediately, her eyes widening in disbelief. She leaned against the wall in confusion. Tsunade-sama, is this letter real? Tsunade's brows were almost twisted into a knot, and she answered subconsciously. It's true. The root organization's letters are kept confidential and are printed on special paper. There is a secret pattern printed on it. And judging from the handwriting, it was indeed written by Danzo. Tsunade was thinking in her heart, she didn't expect that old man Hiruzen teacher was so disrespectful. Are you playing so wildly behind the scenes? And Tsunade couldn't help but look down following Sarutobi Biwako's gaze. I always think about it when I wake up in the middle of the night. Why can't I gain your favor? Tsunade looked at the explicit letter with disgust. At this moment, she really believed that something had happened between the two old men. Shizuan couldn't help but read it out softly. Since then, I have been thinking about you day and night. Unfortunately, I never get what I want. Tsunade felt itchy all over after hearing this, and she poked Shizuan hard, asking her to stop reciting. She felt sick just listening to it. Shizuan then stopped muttering softly. She blinked and looked at Tsunade innocently. Since she accepted this setting, she unexpectedly discovered that Lord Danzo seemed to be quite affectionate. The latter letters were destroyed by fire and the details could not be discerned. The above letters were naturally intercepted by Liang Luo from the letters in which Danzo belittled Sarutobi Hiruzen. The following is the actual content of the letter. Hiruzen, there is something I have wanted to say to you for a long time. Ever since you blocked my words, I'll be the bait in the cave that day. I just hated you. Why are you so favored by Sensei Tobirama that he would pass the position of Hokage directly to you? Since then, I have been thinking day and night about getting the position of Hokage under you. Unfortunately, I could never get what I wanted. But I always think that your Hokage position should belong to me. Next, I will use actual evidence to tell you why I am more suitable to be Hokage than you. What follows is a large amount of content that belittles Sarutobi Hiruzen and explains what he would be like if he became Hokage. Liang Luo deleted all of these, leaving only the above paragraph, which was relatively tactful. After all, when Liang Luo was studying journalism, he received many compliments. The person involved couldn't wait to know Liang Luo's residential address so that he could visit him and express his gratitude. I always believe that yours should belong to me. Next, I will tell you with actual evidence. After reading this last sentence, Sarutobi Biwako's pupils trembled wildly. What on earth does that shameless old man Danzo think belongs to him on Hiruzen? Biwako was furious and couldn't wait to see what Danzo's so-called evidence was. But he found that the letter stopped abruptly and the remaining contents were all burned. It is impossible to make out what is written. Sarutobi Biwako took a few deep breaths and then realized that Liang Luo was still looking at her worriedly. She barely raised her lips and said it's just. Sarutobi Biwako's thoughts were in a mess and he didn't know how to start for a moment. Liang Luo then held Sarutobi Biwako's shaking hand and sighed. Do you think this is just a special bond between the two of them? Sarutobi Biwako felt as if a flash of inspiration had occurred to her. She seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and hurriedly said. Yes, that's right. That's right, their bond has always been like this. After all, they have been friends for many years, so it is normal for them to have a deep relationship. Yes, that's normal. Sarutobi Biwako spoke more and more fluently, and seemed to have found the reason for this letter. Liang Luo shook his head and said hesitantly, but I heard that if a person has a crush on another person, I often watch him silently, observing every move of the person I secretly love. Hearing this, Sarutobi Biwako pursed his lips tightly. I couldn't help but think of the meeting between Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo would always stare at Hiruzen motionlessly. Could it be? What happened recently? Why do I feel like my grades have suddenly improved? I thought I would always play stand alone. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Lake Biwa and number 039, S decision. Chapter 40. Lake Biwa's decision. Liang Luo continued to speak. Moreover, the secret admirer always has a strong desire to show off in front of the person he or she is secretly in love with. I look forward to attracting the other person's attention and hope that the other person will always pay attention to me. The letter in Sarutobi Biwako's hand was almost torn by her. Only now did she understand why Danzo always liked to report to Hiruzen as soon as he did something. It turns out there is such a little thought. A hint of coldness flashed in Sarutobi Biwako's eyes. She took another deep breath, holding the torn letter, and prepared to walk out on the spot. I don't know whether to go find Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo. Liang Luo quickly stopped him. Sarutobi Biwako turned his head and tried to take the hand away from him. Gnashing his teeth, he said to Liang Luo. Don't stop me. I want to see what else they are hiding from me. Liang Luo said anxiously. President Biwako, please think twice. This letter is too damaged. If you take it to him, Danzo will never acknowledge it. Then he might turn the tables and ask you why you stole the letters. Sarutobi Biwako paused for a moment, her anger subsided a little, she glanced at Liang Ho and said, then what can you do? Liang Luo seemed a little distressed and said. If there is a way, I don't have one. But after I picked up the letter, I continued to walk deeper into the death forest. I heard that Danzo-sama seemed to be saying something. Tomorrow I will go to Hiruzen and tell him what I have been preparing for a long time. After hearing this, Sarutobi Biwako's face looked a little grim. This damn Danzo actually wants to find Hiruzen tomorrow. Liang Luo glanced at the furious Sarutobi Biwako again, hesitated for a moment, and then said, so I was thinking, should we take advantage of the time when Danzo-sama goes to see the Sandaime-sama tomorrow? See if there are any problems between them. If there is no problem, that's good. If there is a problem, you can capture the packet on the spot. It saves the trouble of having no evidence. Sarutobi Biwako took another deep breath and thought carefully. Liang Luo was right, the letter was badly damaged. It also makes sense to fill in the blanks with other words. What's more, Hiruzen has been with him for so many years, he knows it well. He is not the kind of person who disrespects the elderly. So this time I should wait and see, and observe carefully to see if there is anything fishy between the two of them. Okay. Then I'll wait and see tomorrow. Then he grabbed the torn letter and walked back to his office angrily. Shizuan, who had witnessed the entire process, whispered in Tsunade's ear. I didn't expect the relationship between the three generations to be so complicated. Tsunade did not answer, but stared at the blank wall in front of her like a fool, wondering what she was thinking. And after listening to the gossip, I was still very excited and continued to talk. I don't know why the third Sama wanted to marry Dean Biwako. Is this a political marriage? It seems to be because we have known each other since childhood. A male voice suddenly came from the side and answered Shizuan's question. But it frightened Jing-Ian so much that she jumped up. Who? Jing-Ian quickly turned her head and found that it was Liang Luo who was looking at her with a smile. She patted her flat chest, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and said to Liang Luo with some complaint, "How come you came here without making any sound?" Liang Luo spread his hands innocently and said, "You were enjoying eating the melon so much that you didn't pay attention to your surroundings. Can you blame me?" Tsunade was still sitting on the floor of the corridor. She asked Liang Luo in a serious tone. "Boy, are all the things you said true?" Liang Luo thought about it and answered. "It's basically true. Except for the part where Danzo muttered to himself, which was made up by himself, everything else is true. I have done nothing more than make some minor alterations to the facts." Tsunade smiled, she smelled a conspiracy. But she didn't care, because she didn't like those two old men anyway. Now that I have the chance to give them a good beating, there is no way I can destroy it. Tsunade just patted Liang Luo's shoulder and said. "Next time, if there's something fun like this, you have to take me along." After hearing this, Shizuan looked at Tsunade in confusion. "Fun thing? Is it so fun for 3 generations of adults to cheat?" Liang Lui nodded readily, without interfering with his plans. Having an extra helper would definitely be much more convenient. "Hey, let's go have a big meal next." Tsunade smiled and pushed Shizuan and Ryola forward, heading towards the outside of the hospital together. Asuma Sarutobi and Natsu Hinata are Liang Luo's teammates. In fact, in the hospital too. However, he was not as comfortable as Liang Luo, but instead took a D-level mission to transport patients. Asuma and Hinata were almost exhausted to death by being busy all the time. The 5 people left the hospital and walked towards the KONOHA barbecue restaurant. Tsunade promised them that she would treat them to a barbecue today as compensation for not having a dinner together yesterday. Sarutobi Asuma punched Liang Luo's shoulder with some envy. "You're really good this time. You've completed a B-rank mission on your own on the first day after graduation." This meeting training was recorded as a B-level task by Tsunade. A B-level mission costs 80,000 ryo, excluding the 40,000 ryo given to Tsunade. The remaining 40,000 taels would be enough for a long time, at least to solve Grandma Chiba's urgent needs. Hinata glanced at Liang Luo with melancholy. "Are you trying to punish me with this kind of cold violence?" She felt that Kurama Ryoroko had not paid any attention to her for a long time, as if he had forgotten about her. This made Jing-Ian, who didn't know the truth, look at Liang Luo with disgust, as if she was looking at a scumbag. Liang Lui was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Hinata still cared about this kind of thing. He shook his head. "No, I was just a little surprised by your transformation and didn't know how to treat you." To be honest, he has no experience in dealing with this kind of masochist. This was also the main reason why Liang Luo avoided Hinata Xia before. Hinata Xia lowered her head, her cheeks blushing as she said, "Please use me as you like. Ever since Liang Luojun pulled me out of my closed heart, my heart has belonged to Liang Luojun alone." Liang Luo nodded, he had the same idea. The biggest characteristic of a masochist is that he is obedient, and he has to make full use of this. When Jing Yian heard what Hinata Xia said, she looked at Liang Luo in disbelief. She never imagined that her junior brother, who looked so gentle, could be so good at playing with women's hearts. Tsunade looked at the expressions of the little guys with interest. Although the relationships within the team are rather strange, it is still better than the mutual hostility in Minato's squad. Therefore, before touching Tsunade's bottom line or affecting the harmony of the team, Tsunade wasn't even going to interfere with the bond between them. End of this chapter. Chapter 41, Gathering of Tsunade and Number 039, S-Class. Chapter 41. Gathering of Tsunade's class at noon. Tsunade's team and Shizuan finally arrived at the barbecue restaurant. As soon as you enter the door, the air is filled with the aroma of barbecue, paired with the light fragrance of chili and lemon. Tsunade and her group were already starving at this time, so they found a long table and sat down. Hinata Xia originally wanted to sit with Liang Luo, but she didn't expect that Sarutobi Asuma sat next to Kurama Liang Luo first. The two boys took up almost all the seats, so Hinata Xia had to sit with Shizuan. At the same time, he looked at Asuma Sarutobi angrily. Asuma Sarutobi pretended not to see it. Compared to the teacher Tsunade next to him, the unfamiliar Shizuan, and the oddball Hinata Natsu, he would rather sit with Kurama Ryoroku. There were 5 people, 4 of them sat on either side of the long table, while Tsunade sat alone on the side of the table. Opposite Tsunade was a wall. After Tsunade placed her order, the 5 of them waited for their meal. Liang Lui suddenly discovered that he had to get the ingredients himself at this barbecue restaurant. I wanted to get up and get it myself, but then I saw Hinata Xia across from me. Thinking of what Hinata Xia had just said to him, he decided to take the opportunity to use Hinata Xia. "Hey, go get me some seasoning." Jing Yian on the other side found this sentence a bit irritating, and she felt that she had an obligation to discipline her junior fellow apprentice. How can you be so rude to a girl? Not calling Hinata Natsu by her name and just saying hello was really rude to Shizuan. Hinata Xia was stunned for a moment and wanted to get up immediately to help Liang Luo get the seasoning. But at this time he stopped again, wanting to see Liang Luojun's answer. Liang Luo nodded thoughtfully. "That's right, since we are going to make good use of Hinata Natsu in the future, we can't call her so casually. I still have to be careful about my words and actions," so Liang Luo organized his words and spoke again. "Sao over there, bring me the seasoning." After hearing this, Hinata Xia's face suddenly turned red. "Damn it, you called me a Sao, and it happened in public, in front of teacher Tsunade. Such a shameful thing to say. But this is Liang Luojun asking for help." Hinata Xia's heart felt like a deer beating wildly, and for a brief moment she felt a fulfilling sense of being needed. So Hinata Xia stood up limply, slapped the table, and said in a trembling voice. The Hyaga clan, who are usually highly respected, were actually insulted in this barbecue restaurant today. Jing Yian was already dissatisfied with Liang Luo's remarks, and she took a deep breath after hearing the words so. How could Liang Luo say such insulting words? As expected, Hinata Xia slammed the table after hearing Liang Luo's words. This is probably the beginning of him getting angry, Shizue thought nervously. At the same time, he desperately signaled to Liang Luo, asking him to apologize quickly. Hinata Xia slowly said the next sentence, "It's really exciting." Then he walked out excitedly, ready to get the seasoning for Liang Luo. Only petrified silence is left to weather in place. Asuma Sarutobi was still drinking water, and when he heard Hinata Xia's words, he was choked. Liang Luo nodded with satisfaction. It turned out that this method was the only way to deal with Hinata-sya. Being too gentle couldn't move Hinata-sya's heart. But this way, I seemed to be a bit exposed in front of Shizun and Tsunade. Liang Luo glanced at Shizun, who was petrified, and Tsunade, who seemed to have heard nothing. It shouldn't be a big problem. Shizun herself didn't even think about the strategy. Tsunade probably already discovered that she was black when cut open, and it was too hypocritical to maintain the perfect image she had when they first met. After Hinata-sya happily delivered the seasoning to Liang Luo found a group of familiar faces walking in from the door. It was Minato, who brought his students to eat barbecue. Liang Luo's eyes lit up. It just so happened that he also wanted to look for them. When I was giving a lecture in the morning, the shadow clone that had been following Obito stopped using the clone jutsu. Let him know that Uchiha Obito will bring his grandmother back home today. The reason is that the hospital examination found no abnormalities and there is a shortage of hospital beds recently. In addition, Obito's grandmother had a strong desire to be discharged from the hospital, so Uchiha Obito decided to pick up his grandmother in the afternoon. So Liang Luo told Tsunade that he was going to say hello, and then walked straight to where Minato's class was sitting. Liang Luo stood opposite Namikaze Minato and greeted him very friendly. Coincidence. Namikaze Minato's originally warm expression collapsed again. I saw him covering his face in pain, wondering how he could meet this little kid again. Obito and Nohara-rin greeted them very friendly. Even Kakashi nodded slightly to Liang Luo. Liang Luo saw that the food was about to be served, so he asked Obito, "Does Grandma have any plans to be discharged from the hospital recently?" Uchiha Obito frowned in distress. He didn't want his grandmother to be discharged from the hospital so early. What if Minato-sensei catches the chance, just replying helplessly, "I'm going to pick up Grandma this afternoon." Liang Luo took the opportunity to curl his lips and said with a smile, "Why don't I go help you?" Uchiha Obito said with some surprise. "Really? Nohara-rin and Kakashi have to train this afternoon and can't go to the hospital with me. As newly graduated genin, daily training time is still essential for them. Even the time to pick up my grandmother was only obtained by asking for leave from Minato-sensei." Liang Luo smiled and nodded. In the other side of the dining table, Shizun was still petrified, and Hinata-sya's cheeks were red, and no one knew what she was thinking. Tsunade chatted with Asuma Sarutobi from time to time. "The barbecue has been served at this time. The meat and vegetables are slightly charred, giving off an enticing burnt aroma." Asuma Sarutobi swallowed his saliva and was about to start eating, but he found that there was no seasoning in front of him. "I was sitting against the wall and teacher Tsunade had blocked the exit, making it inconvenient for me to go out." So Asuma Sarutobi wanted to imitate Liang Luo and ask Hinata-sya to help him get the seasoning. "Hey, Sao? Can you help me get some seasoning?" Asuma Sarutobi originally wanted to be more powerful and speak like Liang Luo. But looking at Hinata-sya's expression, he lowered his head unconsciously. Hinata-sya pushed the glass in her hand forward, her face no longer showing the shyness she had when facing Liang Luo. He was not as numb as before, but looked at Asuma Sarutobi with some disdain. She never forgot what other people's attitude was when she was bullied by the Zong family in the past. Some people secretly felt sorry for themselves, some people thought about speaking up for justice, but only Liang Luojun really helped them. "Yesterday, I was not punished too much because my performance was so good. He was just punished to apologize to Hinata Kamadu and not be able to have dinner." And Hinata-sya remembered it very clearly. When Asuma Sarutobi was being bullied, he looked at himself as if he was a ball of air. That commonplace attitude left a deep impression on Hinata-sya. He seemed to feel that this kind of equality was something that should exist naturally. Now when she heard Asuma Sarutobi's words, she just found it ridiculous. Her chin was slightly raised, the corners of her mouth were slightly turned down, and her red lips were almost pursed into a thin line. "You vile boar, don't you have long hands yourself? Can't you get it yourself?" This is Hinata's counterattack against Asuma Sarutobi in her memory. Asuma Sarutobi was frightened by Hinata Natsu's terrifying eyes and trembled. I just responded yes subconsciously and prepared to get up to get the seasoning. But just as Sarutobi Asuma was about to leave his seat, he heard Hinata say, by the way, bring my portion of the seasoning, too. The corner of Sarutobi Asuma's mouth twitched. He felt vaguely that he had become the bottom of the food chain in the team. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Supernatural Power. Chapter 42. Supernatural Power. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Tsunade took the 4 little ones to the training ground for training. Tsunade had already developed a complete training plan. Next, she wanted Liang Luo to learn some strange strength skills that could help him protect himself. After all, super strength techniques are ninja techniques that require fine chakra. It is most suitable for people like Liang Luo who are not good at physical skills but have extremely strong chakra control ability. Hinata needs to train her ability to withstand blows, that is, her physical strength. Hinata has a good learning ability, and her Bagwazang is enough for her to use until she reaches the level of Chunin. On the contrary, his physique is still too weak to be a physical ninja. Hinata Natsu herself is actually very insensitive to pain, or in fact, abnormally sensitive. However, this sensitivity will actually increase her fighting power. So Tsunade also intended to train her to be the shield of the team. Her teaching was to stimulate her body by hitting tree trunks and using the chakra in her body correctly. As for Asuma Sarutobi, Tsunade's training direction for him is to become a normal ninjutsu-type ninja. After all, as the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has a natural advantage in the accumulation of ninjutsu. Asuma Sarutobi's physique and chakra capacity are considered to be very good among this group of genin. Only chakra manipulation still needs some growth. So Tsunade taught him in the afternoon. If you can step on a snakehead in the river for 5 minutes without falling into the water and without being thrown off by the snakehead, you will be considered successful. As for Shizuan, she doesn't actually need to come to the training ground for training, as she is a specialized medical ninja. Just practice chakra scalpel at home. But considering that Jing Ian will often encounter them in the future, in order to develop feelings, Tsunade brought Shizuan to the training ground. After Tsunade sent everyone else to train alone, only Liang Luo and Tsunade were left in this corner. Tsunade threw her green coat over the tree next to her, revealing her tight skin. She lowered her head and said to Liang Luo, "Then it's time for the 2 of us." Liang Luo saw the bottomless gap on Tsunade's chest and nodded slowly. Tsunade couldn't help but smile when she saw Liang Luo's expression. She continued, "Then let me explain to you the principle of strange power. The core principle of the strange power technique is that you need to form an airbag in the acupuncture points on your wrists that can store chakra. This kind of airbag requires you to slowly build it up with fine chakra. It should not affect the flow of chakra, but should be able to store enough chakra. Once you have formed the first airbag, you can pour chakra into it as much as possible. At this time, you just need to punch gently, and the inflated airbag will move your arm. It bursts out with unparalleled power." Liang Luo suddenly understood, isn't this the principle of hydraulics? No wonder Tsunade is the only one who knows this technique, while other ninjas don't know it. Just by listening to Tsunade's brief description, Liang Luo knew that constructing an airbag required terrifyingly precise chakra. Not only that, how to protect the fragile meridians from being destroyed by the violent chakra when the airbag bursts. It is necessary to use extremely fine chakra to protect one's own meridians. However, these things did not pose any difficulty for Liang Luo, who was already good at controlling chakra. The real difficulty for him should be how to protect his arms when punching. After all, the action of force is mutual. By the time he broke the rock, his arm would probably have become tattered as well. So Liang Lui expressed his doubt to Tsunade in time. Tsunade chuckled, the bright sunlight made her face a honey color, looking very attractive. Then let me demonstrate it to you. Tsunade's movements were very slow, allowing Liang Luo to watch very carefully. I saw a stream of white chakra slowly emerging from Tsunade's left hand until it completely enveloped her arm. Liang Luo realized that this was when Tsunade was filling her air sac with chakra. The next moment, Tsunade's fist suddenly swung towards the big tree next to her. Spiderweb-like cracks first appeared in the center of the tree, and then the cracks began to break apart inch by inch. The cracked tree trunk could only fall down helplessly due to the lack of support from the trunk below. A tree as thick as a person could hug was broken by Tsunade's punch. Tsunade turned her head to look at Liang Luo. How's it going? Do you see clearly? Liang Luo nodded, he saw it clearly indeed. The moment Tsunade's fist was about to touch the tree trunk, it was wrapped in white chakra. That was the violent chakra escaping from the airbag, which she carefully controlled to protect her hands. Seeing that Liang Luo understood everything immediately, Tsunade patted Liang Luo's shoulder with satisfaction. Then go train on your own from now on. I'm going to take a nap. After saying that, he yawned loudly and picked a branch that was thick enough. After jumping up, he lay on it with his eyes half closed. The hangover from last night made her very sleepy, and if Tsunade didn't have something to do today, she wouldn't have planned to get up. Liang Luo was speechless seeing Tsunade being so lazy, and just shook his head. He sat on the ground alone and tried to build the first airbag. Although Tsunade didn't mention it just now, Liang Luo could guess it. The power of the supernatural power is related to the number of airbags constructed. After all, there are so many acupuncture points in the human body. An airbag can be placed on each acupuncture point, and the power of the supernatural power can be continuously increased. Liang Luo tried several times and built the first airbag at his wrist. He punched the ground hard, the ground was intact but his fist hurt a little. Liang Luo frowned and found that the airbag he built was too fragile. The airbag broke when chakra was poured into it, causing the punch to have no power at all. Liang Luo began to adjust the airbag to suit. This went on for about half an hour. Liang Luo's fist hit the ground, and a hole larger than the fist appeared on the ground. There was a smile on Liang Luo's lips, he finally mastered this strange power technique. The next step is to provide the number of airbags and protect the meridians when controlling the flow of chakra. At this time, Hinata walked up to Liang Luo and said to him calmly, Liang Luo-jun, let me be your sparring partner. Liang Luo looked up with some surprise. He had just learned the magic of super strength when Hinata came. Could it be that she has been observing herself? But Liang Luo didn't care. It just so happened that he also needed a moving target to practice how to use his supernatural powers while taking action. So he said, are you sure? My newly acquired supernatural powers might hurt you. Hinata said righteously. As a qualified ninja, how could you possibly be afraid of a little pain? Liang Luo looked at Hinata speechlessly. Liang Luo-jun, please come over here. Even if you hit my white and clean cheek with your dirty fist covered with mud, I wouldn't care at all. Liang Luo looked at Hinata who was breathing heavily through her nostrils, and suddenly didn't want to ask her to be his sparring partner anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Uchiha Madara is discharged from hospital. Chapter 43-43. Uchiha Madara is discharged from hospital. At the same time, Liang Luo did not give up on the matter of Obito. Liang Luo chose multi-line operation and sent another shadow clone over. Together with Uchiha Obito, he brought Uchiha Madara back home. As for the chakra problem, Liang Luo doesn't need to worry about it. Because just after learning the art of supernatural powers, a rather interesting entry appeared. Overdose, purple, one time immediately increase 5 cards of chakra, and reduce your own chakra amount by 50% tomorrow. This so-called card refers to the measurement in Naruto. The total amount of chakra possessed by Kakashi as an adult is 1 card. Immediately increasing 5 cards would allow Liang Luo to immediately possess an extremely abundant amount of chakra even among the senior ninjas. The only drawback is that this entry has side effects. However, the magic weapon that Liang Luo obtained, the videotape, can perfectly avoid this side effect. Because this entry only reduces the chakra produced by oneself, and will not affect the excessive increase of chakra. In other words, Liang Luo only needs to put this entry into the videotape and use it every day. Then he can gain 5 cards of chakra every day without being affected by negative effects. The amount of chakra produced by Liang Luo himself is pitifully small compared to 5 cards, so there is no need to worry even if it is reduced by 50%. You know, Liang Luo's biggest weaknesses right now are physical skills and chakra. Physical skills can be supplemented by super strength skills, but super strength skills also require a large amount of chakra charging. Liang Luo, who has abundant chakra, combined with the divine power, God created all things to nourish humans. Coupled with his rich combat experience, Liang Luo's combat effectiveness will leap forward. From a weak genin to a very lethal jonin in an instant. As long as Liang Luo is willing to pay the price, he can be considered an extremely difficult opponent even among the senior ninjas. It can be said that with the power boosted by this entry, Liang Luo even dares to challenge Tsunade alone. However, artifact, the tape can only hold 3 entries, and only one of them can be used each day. The entries currently stored in the videotape are: Ninjutsu Party, summon all ninjutsu so far, limited space, full control of Koyuki Na's 9-tail sealed space, Peanut Man, transforms into a killing machine that kills enemies if they blink. First of all, the Peanut Man cannot be deleted, even though he has a visual defect. However, the Peanut Man with the death judgment is still one of Liang Luo's greatest sources of confidence at this time. If the space is limited, Liang Luo will want to contact the evil god and the 9-tailed fox in the future. This entry is still indispensable and is a relatively important strategic entry. After all, only the resentment of the 9-tailed fox can attract the deceived evil god. But I didn't seem to visit that empty nester old man, Jiwei, yesterday. So Liang Luo planned to delete the ninjutsu party and leave the vacancy for excess amplification. Because the ninjutsu party, a very offensive term, can be completely replaced by Peanut Man. There is no need to leave a duplicate entry. After Liang Luo's real body made the decision, his clone also rushed to Obito's side. KONOHA Hospital, at the entrance of the inpatient department. Liang Luo sang. You are finally here. Uchiha Obito excitedly waved to the clone of Liang Luo who was rushing over. The grandmother next to Uchiha Obito looked at Liang Luo who came over indifferently. Today he has decided to kill this hateful kid first. Then he implemented his plan to stimulate Uchiha Obito to open his eyes. Liang Luo rushed over and immediately helped Grandma up, saying caringly, "Why don't you stay in the hospital longer?" Grandma gave a cold smile because I can't wait to come out. Come out and kill all of you who are interfering with my plans. Uchiha Obito looked at the noisy people nearby with some concern, and said to Liang Luo saying, "Can you wait for me here for a while? Please help me look after Grandma here, I will go and help her with the discharge procedures." Liang Luo nodded. As long as they were not alone, it was still very safe to stay with Uchiha Madara. Grandma took the opportunity to lower her head, rubbed Uchiha Obito's head and said, "Then the 2 of us will go back and wait for you at home." Uchiha Obito blinked in surprise. "Grandma, aren't you waiting for me?" Grandma sighed helplessly. "I'm old and can't stand such a noisy environment, so I want to go home and take a rest first." Then Grandma patted Uchiha Obito on the back. "Besides, this gentle child next to me will definitely take good care of me on the way, right?" When Grandma said the second half of the sentence, she looked at Liang Luo coldly, revealing a hint of cold murderous intent. Hearing this, Obito looked at Liang Luo hesitantly. Liang Luo sang, "Can you?" Liang Luo gently interrupted Uchiha Obito's words. "No need to say anything more, I'm here today just to help you take good care of Grandma. Just leave Grandma to me without any worries." Liang Luo naturally noticed Uchiha Madara's murderous intent, but because of the entry after the training meeting, Master of Disguise. Because of this entry, Uchiha Madara did not realize that he was just a shadow clone. Liang Luo was not afraid of Uchiha Madara's murderous intent at all. After he finished speaking, he gave him a kind smile. Uchiha Obito immediately hugged Liang Luo tightly out of gratitude. After the hug, he patted Liang Luo's shoulder and smiled brightly. "I'll treat you to dinner next time." Liang Luo nodded, then helped Uchiha Madara out of the hospital. As soon as they left the hospital, Uchiha Madara shook off Liang Luo's arm. His originally hunched back straightened up, maybe because of the injury from yesterday. Uchiha Madara was still limping a little when he walked at this time. However, from the back, one can still see some of his domineering and powerful appearance. Uchiha Madara said in a cold voice, "Stop pretending, you little brat. Follow me obediently, and I can leave you an intact body." At this time, the street outside the hospital was crowded with people. Uchiha Madara naturally didn't want to fight with him in such a place. There is an uninhabited area in a small alley ahead passing by the Uchiha clan's territory. However, Uchiha Madara was too disdainful to sneak attack the brat in such a place. He wanted to kill this brat who had humiliated him several times in a fair manner. Therefore, Uchiha Madara prepared to deal with Liang Luo outside the village. Liang Luo seemed not to have heard what Uchiha Madara said, and still maintained a gentle expression. "Please don't wander around, Madara-sama. There are so many people here at this time. What if I get hit by someone who doesn't have eyes?" After saying that, Liang Luo was ready to support Uchiha Madara again. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. "Since you don't want to be decent, I'll grant you your wish." After saying this, Uchiha Madara secretly released wood release and something grew out of the ground beneath his feet. Stealthily it passes through the soil underground, ready to pass through the cool solace of the feet. Uchiha Madara didn't expect that this ordinary technique could kill Liang Luo directly. "I just wanted to teach the disobedient Liang Luo a lesson." But a scene he didn't expect appeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Dawn and number 039, T Insult the Disabled. Chapter 44. Don't insult the disabled. Liang Luo just raised his foot and put it down again. It was just like an ordinary stepping action, but it shattered all the wooden spikes extending from the ground of Uchiha Madara. After an hour of training, he was also able to form airbags in his feet for supernatural powers. Therefore, Liang Luo can also use his super strength with his feet. Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly revealed an irrepressible fighting spirit. "Sure enough, you are very unusual. Is it an old guy left over from the past?" Liang Luo didn't care, but prepared to continue supporting Uchiha Madara towards home. He said gently, "Let's go home first." Uchiha Madara straightened up, still shook off the hand that Liang Luo stretched out, and limped forward. "Since you insist on going back, I can wait until I get home to kill you." Uchiha Madara finished speaking, his tone somewhat cold. Liang Luo looked at Uchiha Madara's staggering figure helplessly. "Madara-sama, are you sure you don't need my help?" Uchiha Madara's very domineering response. "In my life, I have never used other people's hands." Liang Luo, however, imitated Uchiha Madara's walking posture and limped beside Uchiha Madara. "Madara-sama, this is how you walk now. Your clone seems to have not been fully restored in order to maintain your majestic image. I think I should help you go back. After you repair your clone, we can discuss whether you want to duel with me." Uchiha Madara looked at Liang Luo, who was imitating his walking posture in front of him, frowned, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Last night, in order to avoid the surveillance of KONOHA Hospital, Uchiha Madara can only use very little chakra to repair this physical body. So much so that the appearance and internal organs of this body have been almost restored. But the chakra pathways in the legs are not smooth, so he walks with a limp. And the reason why I became like this is because of this brat in front of me. Now he pretends to care about me. How hypocritical. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara didn't bother to pay attention to Liang Luo, and continued to walk towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Liang Luo still maintained the walking posture of Uchiha Madara and walked in front of Uchiha Madara. But I heard a passionate shout from behind. "You bastard! Don't make fun of disabled people!" Before he could finish his words, a green figure suddenly rushed out from behind him. Might Guy pounced on Uchiha Madara nimbly, kicked his feet high, and flew towards him like a sharp sword. He stretched his legs straight out and struck Madara's back with his feet, which contained amazing power. Uchiha Madara was caught off guard and was immediately hit by this fierce flying kick. The whole person was kicked out and fell heavily to the ground. A large streak of dust was plowed up on the ground. After seeing the mighty and domineering figure fall to the ground, Might Guy looked at Liang Luo with concern. "Is your foot okay?" Liang Luo looked at Might Guy's sincere gaze and earnest concern, and couldn't help but remain silent. He originally just wanted to tease Uchiha Madara like he did yesterday. If Uchiha Madara could be broken on the spot, using Susanoo in the center of the village would be the best option. The village will definitely guard him strictly, and it will be difficult for Uchiha Madara to get close to Obito. I was about to complete my mission, but who knew a green frog would suddenly appear? But this might anger Uchiha Madara even more. Liang Luo nodded with difficulty. "I'm fine." Might Guy patted Liang Luo's shoulder in relief. "That's good. I've brought the bad guy to justice for you. No need to thank me." After saying this, Might Guy gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly at Liang Luo, with his white teeth shining at the corners of his mouth. Before he graduated early, he was a classmate of Kurama Ryoroku and knew that he was a sickly person. Now when I meet my old classmate on the street, I find that there is someone behind him who is imitating his walking posture. That man looked so domineering just from his back, while Liang Luo's back looked very desolate. He must have been bullied by that person and was sad because he had to learn his walking posture. So Might Guy made a prompt decision and prepared to stand up for his old classmate. Now that he had successfully defeated the bad guy, Might Guy smiled with relief. As for Uchiha Madara, he was very confused at first. He could hardly believe that Liang Luo actually attacked him in public. Then I realized that it was others who were attacking me, and their reasons for attacking me were so ridiculous. Damn it, it was Liang Luo who imitated my walking posture. Why did you hit me? Uchiha Madara stood up miserably, turned around, revealing his old and angry face. Who is it? When Might Guy saw Uchiha Madara's wrinkled face, his smile suddenly froze. He pointed at Uchiha Madara in disbelief, then looked at Liang Luo. She seems to be Uchiha Obito's grandmother, right? Liang Luo nodded. Might Guy's eyes suddenly became dull. Actually, are you imitating the way Uchiha Obito's grandmother walks? Liang Luo still nodded. Might Guy looked at Uchiha Madara's angry face and took a step back in fear. He then asked Liang Luo. If I beat you up now, can I make up for my mistake? Liang Luo shook his head firmly. The village guards are not there just to eat and do nothing. A member of the guard team with the Uchiha emblem on his back immediately rushed to Uchiha Madara and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Uchiha Madara took a deep breath. He had not completely lost his mind. Yesterday's lesson had already taught him that losing his mind in front of Liang Luo was a very dangerous thing. Uchiha Madara gave Might Guy a fierce look, pointed at him and said to the guards, "It's him. He beat me up and I still want to run away." Might Guy was sweating profusely, and he stammered, "Yes. I hit him, but I didn't want to run away. I thought he was imitating Liang Luo. I didn't expect." The guard member had no intention of listening to his explanation. He was nearby and witnessed the scene with his own eyes. The tone was also very stiff. "Didn't I expect you didn't run away? Come back to the security office with me." After saying that, the guard turned his head and relaxed his expression. I wanted to ask him to go with me and write a statement while caring for the old lady. Unexpectedly, the old lady was pulling Liang Luo and walking very quickly, and they had already walked out of the street. The guard shook his head. He knew the old lady anyway. She was Uchiha Obito's grandmother. You can go find him later. Might Guy said in a panic. I'm a working genin. Can you keep me in prison for a few days less? I still have a lot of missions to do. The guards laughed disdainfully. You can't do it even if you're born. On the other side, Uchiha Madara was pulling Liang Luo and running home quickly. Even if this speed might be found abnormal, Uchiha Madara doesn't care. He had discovered that as long as he wasn't careful, the brat would seize the opportunity to humiliate him. So Uchiha Madara took Liang Luo to a remote corner. With red eyes, he gasped and said, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Duel with Uchiha Madara. Chapter 45, Duel with Uchiha Madara. Liang Luo listened and said thoughtfully. Then I actually prefer to be killed by being buried in the chest. Compared to facing a psychopathic old man like Uchiha Madara, Liang Luo would naturally prefer to be smothered to death by Tsunade. Uchiha Madara's face twitched. This damn kid was still thinking of mocking me even when he was about to die. How can I kill by burying my chest when I don't have breasts? And many more. Although I don't have breasts, I have Hashirama in front of my chest. Using Hashirama to kill him might be the way he wanted to die. Wrong. Why am I really thinking about how to satisfy his death? Uchiha Madara took a deep breath, and his eyes regained their usual indifference. He had made up his mind that no matter what nonsense this hateful boy said, he would kill him without mercy. The summer breeze blew across the abandoned training grounds of the Uchiha family. This place is the closest uninhabited area to them, and it is also a training ground. Even if you do something a little out of line, no one will notice it. The reason why Liang Luo was pulled over by Uchiha Madara without any resistance. In fact, it was because his real body was actually making arrangements in Uchiha Obito's house. This clone can just buy time for the original body, and Uchiha Madara didn't notice anything unusual anyway. Wood style, wood thorn technique. Dozens of wooden thorns like wooden snakes suddenly shot out from Uchiha Madara's feet. These wooden thorns twisted and coiled like living things, rushing towards Liang Luo in dense masses. They either pierce straight or twist and turn, each of them contains amazing destructive power, as if to pierce through everything. Liang Luo faced dozens of wooden thorns flying towards him, but he did not show a trace of anxiety. After observing for a while, he started to act. His waist sank, his shoulders and back straightened, and his arms instantly burst out with a huge amount of chakra fluctuations. Then he suddenly slammed his fist to the ground, causing a dull roar. The entire ground cracked instantly, as if a shock wave was set off by a huge explosion. The ground cracked as if it had been exploded, and countless spikes were squeezed out by the tremendous pressure. Countless thick ground spikes were squeezed out in an instant, forming a brown pillar rising into the sky. These spikes were like sharp arrows, piercing the incoming wooden spikes at lightning speed and piercing through them all. Even the thick tree roots underground were completely destroyed and turned into pieces by this amazing force. Liang Luo had already sensed the faint vibrations underground, and quickly destroyed all the wooden thorns in front of him. They will also be killed instantly by the roots that emerge from the ground. So Liang Luo made a prompt decision and, just as Tsunade had taught him before, he created countless spikes on the ground. By the way, it can also destroy the roots hidden underground. Uchiha Madara looked at Liang Luo, his eyes full of fighting spirit, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This is a very good supernatural power technique. Did you learn it from the Senju clan? Although Uchiha Madara originally thought that it would be better to just kill the person directly, but he had such amazing supernatural powers. It reminded Uchiha Madara of the time when he was fighting against the Senju clan. So Uchiha Madara's talkative nature couldn't help but break out again. Liang Luo tilted his head and replied. Yeah, I just learned it today. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, feeling that he was mocking him again. How could the supernatural power he had just learned defeat his wooden thorn technique? Even though the wood thorn technique is a weakened version of the wood dragon technique, it cannot be easily shattered by a new learner. He had already determined in his heart that Liang Luo should also be the incarnation left behind by a certain old man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known of his existence and wouldn't have been able to use such exquisite supernatural powers. Just finish him off. So Uchiha Madara stopped talking and attacked again immediately. Fire release, dragon flame singing technique. Uchiha Madara spewed out 4 tiny fire dragons from his mouth. Although these 4 fire dragons are not big in size, they emit terrifyingly hot temperatures. It seemed as if it could burn and distort the surrounding air. The 4 fire dragons surrounded Liang Luo from the top, bottom, left and right directions like chains. The air began to twist and tumble around the fire dragons, making slight whistling sounds. Even the afternoon sun seemed to be distorted by the blazing fire. The surrounding light appears distorted and swaying. They drew fiery arcs in the air, like 5 greedy pythons pouncing on their prey. When the 5 fire dragons hit the ground, a huge explosion occurred. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, and the scorching heat caused the earth to begin to melt and deform. While waiting for the smoke to dissipate, the place where Liang Luo was empty. No hit. Uchiha Madara frowned, and his dragon flame song technique surrounded the enemy from multiple angles. It's impossible to let Liang Luo escape. Wait, why did my fire dragon suddenly turn into 5? And I didn't realize it at all? This is not something that can be accomplished with just some transformation technique. You also have to hypnotize yourself and make yourself believe that you actually have 5 fire dragons. I was actually caught in an illusion. Even if he was just an elephant body, with the help of the Rinnegan, he shouldn't be able to fall into the illusion. Uchiha Madara touched his eyes in disbelief. Liang Luo had just used the Master of Disguise entry to deceive Uchiha Madara's eyes. He then used the smoke to transform himself into a crow, hiding in a tree and observing Uchiha Madara. After all, the mission of this clone is not to defeat Uchiha Madara, he only needs to delay time for the original body to win. Uchiha Madara suddenly burst into laughter. It's really interesting. He put down his hands that were covering his eyes and said with interest, then I'll try a little harder. Uchiha Madara's face became serious, and he quickly formed seals with both hands. Wood release, the flower and tree realm is coming. Although he said he used strength, Uchiha Madara did not really use his full strength. Otherwise, the flower tree world he summoned could swallow up the entire Uchiha clan. He simply released 5 or 6 flower trees to surround the training ground. Make sure Liang Luo cannot escape and ensure that he will die in his hands. Liang Luo slowly sweated profusely. Fortunately he did not come in his real form this time. If you are hit by the poisonous gas of the flower tree, you may not be able to escape even if you use divine power. However, if the Peanut Man entry is used, the scene will be different. After all, concrete will not be poisoned. Aren't you willing to come out yet? Uchiha Madara glanced around coldly. Although he really couldn't tell which one was Liang Luo, he felt that Liang Luo definitely hadn't escaped yet. Seeing no movement for a long time, Uchiha Madara just shook his head. He thought that anyone who dared to provoke him like this must be a very courageous person. As a result, faced with the threat of death, his performance was so terrible. Uchiha Madara immediately controlled the flower tree and began to release poison gas. Since his performance is not satisfactory, I'll just send him off. When the poisonous gas spread to where Liang Luo was. As expected, Liang Luo's clone turned into smoke and disappeared. If his real body is here, he can use the Peanut Man entry to kill the enemy. However, the clone cannot use the Peanut Man's entry because the Peanut Man cannot use ninjutsu. The moment you transform into Peanut Man, your clone will be removed. Uchiha Madara also noticed the smoke from the clones shattering. You even prepared a clone. Are you planning to attack me by surprise? Uchiha Madara looked around again and said loudly. I've already destroyed your clones, why don't you come out? There was still complete silence all around, and the surrounding trees were all corroded and broken. Although using chakra can protect oneself from being corroded by poisonous gas, it consumes chakra abnormally. Uchiha Madara just thought that Liang Luo's real body was still hiding in the dark, and wanted to take the opportunity to escape, or launch a sneak attack. He snorted coldly and secretly increased the intensity of releasing the poison gas. He just didn't believe that Liang Luo's real body could hold up better than him. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, The House is in Trouble. Chapter 46. The family is in chaos in the evening, on the path in the Uchiha clan's territory. Uchiha Madara walked angrily towards Obito's house. Although he didn't want to admit it, the fact was that he was fooled by that hateful kid again. I actually didn't realize that Liang Luo was a clone. This caused great psychological harm to Uchiha Madara, who was a veteran of many battles and claimed to be a man of many battles. Second only to yesterday when Liang Luo mocked him for smelting copper. When Uchiha Madara saw the figure guarding the door of his house, his pace suddenly slowed down. His body was slightly hunched, no longer as domineering as before. Uchiha Obito saw a familiar figure and immediately ran over excitedly. He said breathlessly to Uchiha Madara, "Grandma, where have you been?" Uchiha Madara looked at Obito's anxious and silly face. I felt that the depression caused by the ridicule in my heart had dissipated a lot. He stroked Obito's hair and said slowly. After your friend brought me back, I wanted to walk around a bit more. And I went to see him off for a while. Uchiha Obito was stunned for a moment and couldn't help complaining, "You should wait until I come back. Do you know how anxious I was just now?" As he said that, Obito helped his grandmother into the house. I just went out to look for you, and I wanted to come back to see if you had returned home. I realized you were still not at home, and only saw you when I was about to go out again. Don't do this next time. Uchiha Madara nodded with a smile and did not refute. After being helped to the sofa by Obito, I heard Obito continue to say, "Lin-chan even made me a lunch box today and asked me to bring it to you. Can I warm it up for you?" Uchiha Madara still nodded with a smile on his face. The bright desk lamp shone on his face, which actually looked somewhat kind at this moment. Looking at Obito busy in the kitchen, a hint of coldness flashed in Uchiha Madara's kind eyes. Finally I can implement my plan. When Obito brought out the hot bento, he saw his grandmother lying on the ground in pain. Uchiha Obito's heart suddenly tightened. After throwing his lunch box on the table, he hurried to check on his grandmother's condition. "Grandma, what's wrong with you?" Uchiha Obito used his limited medical knowledge to try to understand his grandmother's condition. But she was gently stopped by her grandmother, who said to Obito with satisfaction, "My greatest wish in this life is to see you become an excellent Uchiha ninja. Now my wish has come true, and I have no regrets." After saying that, Grandma closed her eyes. "Grandmother!" Uchiha Obito let out a cry of pain and his pupils began to tremble. But he found that the table lamp next to the sofa suddenly changed and became Liang Luo's. Obito's cry of pain stopped abruptly. He thought he was hallucinating and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. I heard Liang Luo's familiar and gentle voice again. "It's okay, there's still me." Then Uchiha Obito saw Liang Luo stretch out his hand and press it on his grandmother's chest, and green chakra emerged. Slowly healing the injuries Uchiha Madara had just inflicted on himself. Uchiha Madara felt the familiar healing wave, and suddenly his blood rushed to his heart, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After he opened his eyes and swallowed a mouthful of blood, he looked at Liang Luo in disbelief. "Why the hell are you here?" Uchiha Obito also expressed Madara's thoughts, and he was also a little confused. "Why are you here?" Liang Luo continued to treat Uchiha Madara and answered without raising his head. "I was afraid that Grandma might have another accident, so I used the transformation technique to turn myself into a lamp." I will be guarding you silently in the dark." After hearing this, Uchiha Obito was deeply moved. He looked at Liang Luo with tears in his eyes, but he couldn't say the words of thanks. Liang Luo sang. After hearing these words, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Liang Luo viciously and said that I was a pervert. Compared to his own, he felt that Liang Luo's behavior was a little more perverted. Uchiha Obito looked at the blood spurting out of his grandmother and couldn't help but panic. Liang Luo comforted her lightly. "It's okay, it will be cured soon." Then he continued to treat Uchiha Madara. After some time, Liang Luo immediately stopped and said to Obito with some fatigue, "The treatment has been completed. This clone's chakra has been depleted, I have to go." After he finished speaking, before Obito could reply, Liang Luo suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared. Uchiha Obito sighed. Liang Luo sang is really a good person. Uchiha Madara saw Obito looking at him, nodded with difficulty, and said through gritted teeth, "That's right. He is really a good guy." Uchiha Obito nodded again and began to clean up the bloodstains on the ground. After finishing the cleaning, I served Grandma dinner. At the same time, he asked Grandma with great concern whether she wanted to go to the hospital again. After receiving repeated and firm rejections from his grandmother, Obito was very sad. But I couldn't persuade my grandma, so I had to help her to her room and then went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. After Uchiha Madara entered the room, he vigilantly scanned the room several times with his chalk. After making sure there was no sign of coldness in the room, he suddenly fell to the ground. Bang sound. Uchiha Madara, lying on the tatami, looked pale and his breath was almost gone. After a long time, Uchiha Madara still didn't wait for Liang Luo to suddenly appear from somewhere, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Then, he lay on the ground and called out, "Obito! Obito!" Obito, who was washing dishes, rushed over immediately after hearing the call. "There is still some foam left on my hands that I haven't washed off." He looked at his grandmother lying on the ground in panic and was ready to call Konoha Hospital. But he watched helplessly as the coffee table next to his grandma suddenly changed into a cold and lonely appearance. He smiled gently at Obito. "Don't worry, I'm here." Then he began to treat Uchiha Madara. Feeling the familiar chakra, Uchiha Madara's face twisted. Even the slow-witted Obito felt a little awkward now. He looked at Liang Luo with a complicated expression. "You don't have another clone left in my house, do you?" But he saw Liang Luo turned around and questioned him with a serious face. "Is this the time to discuss this? I'm still trying to save your grandma." Obito stood up subconsciously, then quickly bent down to apologize. After Liang Luo finished treating Uchiha Madara again, Liang Luo's clone dissipated again. After Uchiha Obito helped his grandmother to the bed, he couldn't help but ask her, "You really don't need me to wait by your side?" Grandma smiled and waved her hand. "I'm getting ready for bed, just come and see me after you finish washing the dishes. I just had treatment and I feel much better now. Don't worry. I won't fall down in bed." Uchiha Obito nodded doubtfully and walked towards the kitchen hesitantly. After seeing Obito completely enter the kitchen, Uchiha Madara jumped up. A wooden spike suddenly popped out of his hand and stabbed towards the cushion next to the coffee table. Bang! There was a puff of smoke passing by, and the cushion suddenly disappeared. A hint of coldness flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Sure enough, this thing is also the clone of Bai Yang. So Uchiha Madara used wooden spikes to continuously test everything in the room. The same goes for the wardrobe, the mirror, and even the fan next to it was disguised by Liang Luo. What's even more outrageous is that even the tatami under his feet was disguised as Liang Luo's clone. Uchiha Madara felt so angry that he was shaking all over. He was sweating all over and his hands and feet were cold in the hot weather. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, 47 Being Left Behind. Chapter 47. Being Left Behind. After resting for a while, Uchiha Madara sat heavily on the bed. Even though he was Uchiha Madara's clone, this day ended. He was kicked and fought with Liang Luo, and when he got home he fought with Liang Luo in a battle of wits and courage. It really almost exhausted all his energy. Because of something unknown that happened recently on White Zetsu's side, Konoha's barrier suddenly increased its alert. As a result, White Zetsu could no longer enter and leave Konoha freely like before, and only Black Zetsu could enter. However, Black Zetsu could not play any role in stimulating Obito. That's why Uchiha Madara never called Black Zetsu out. It was only after Uchiha Madara sat on the edge of the bed for a while that he felt something was wrong. He suddenly threw back the quilt. I saw a baby lying in the quilt. Liang Luo, who was lying on the bed, gave Uchiha Madara a friendly smile. The corners of his mouth raised sharply, revealing a row of neat teeth. His eyes also curved into a crescent shape, with an unknown luster flickering in them. Then Uchiha Madara covered his face and covered it with the quilt again. I must be hallucinating. I clearly checked it yesterday. This kid has such a pitifully small amount of chakra, how is it possible for him to create so many shadow clones? So Uchiha Madara, who didn't believe it, pulled the quilt open again. The Liang Luo lying in the quilt turned into two people, they were looking at him with the same smile. Still showing his neat teeth and squinting smile. The two clones even have the same smile angles. Uchiha Madara felt a little creepy looking at that smile and quickly pulled the quilt up. Is it because I opened the quilt in the wrong way? Why is Liang Luo reproducing in the quilt like bacteria? At this time, Uchiha Madara was almost unconscious, and he was only relying on subconscious movements. Pull the quilt down again. The Liang Luo in the quilt had actually multiplied into 3. They lined up neatly in the bed, all showing inexplicable smiles, looking at Uchiha Madara very friendly. The Rinnegan in Uchiha Madara's eyes opened instantly. An invisible gravity wave suddenly popped out, directly destroying the 3 Liang Luos on the bed. Then he used the Rinnegan to carefully scan the entire room. As expected, all the furniture in the house were transformed from Liang Luo's clones. That thing of Bai Yang actually turned into a bed, allowing him to sit on it for so long. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel furious. How come this damn little ghost's transformation technique is so effective? He couldn't even see through his own Rinnegan. After that, all the tatami mats that had turned into cool mats on the ground were destroyed. Uchiha Madara suddenly fell down on the bare floor and looked at the empty room. This made him feel much more at ease. On Obito's side, he had basically cleaned up the kitchen and was ready to go and see how his grandmother was doing. Uchiha Madara listened to the approaching footsteps and looked around at the bare room. Looks like I can only use illusion. So Uchiha Madara made a prompt decision and used the Rinnegan to control the cabinet outside the room. He pulled out the quilt and used it himself. After all, Obito would definitely sit next to the quilt later. Uchiha Madara's clone consumed so much. He was really not sure whether he could still maintain the control of the illusion over Obito at the moment when he was about to open the Sharingan. It would be funny if Obito opened his eyes and found that there was no one around him if he was not careful. Uchiha Madara covered the quilt with his Rinnegan, staring at the wooden door without blinking. As soon as the door is opened, Uchiha Obito will fall into the illusion he has created. Kaz. The door was opened by Uchiha Obito, and his eyes were blank for a moment. Then he looked at his grandmother on the ground with concern, without noticing why she was not in bed. Uchiha knelt on the ground, looked at his grandmother with heartache and said, "Grandma, are you okay? Why haven't you slept yet?" Uchiha Madara was about to speak when alarm bells started ringing in his heart. A feeling as if he would be left out at any time grew in Madara's heart. He first glanced around at everything around him. The room looked as if it had been demolished, with nothing inside. Then he turned his head with a little relief. Weakly said to Uchiha Obito, "Obito, listen to me." The Uchiha nodded vigorously, tears in his eyes. "I really may not be able to hold on for much longer." Uchiha Madara grabbed Obito's hand and fell down weakly. grandmother. Obito tried desperately to grab his grandmother's dry hand, but it was like trying to grab sand and he couldn't hold onto it. Just when Obito was about to open his Sharingan, the quilt on Uchiha Madara's body suddenly turned into a cold shape. Lying on Uchiha Madara's body, he showed Obito a warm smile. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Uchiha Madara looked at Liang Luo who was lying on him, and a surge of blood rushed up his spine. The Rinnegan hidden in his eyes suddenly expanded. "Are you a cockroach? How come you can get into every hole?" Even Uchiha Madara himself, who was in a cave somewhere, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He cried out in pain. "Origin? What a origin?" Baiju beside him was also concerned. "Madara-sama, what does it feel like to vomit blood?" Uchiha Madara in the cave had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand vigorously. An invisible force knocked the white Zetsu, who had just spoken too much, away. He raised his head slowly, a cold look flashing in his eyes. At the same time, Madara's clone from Uchiha Obito's family slowly floated up. He took advantage of the situation and crushed Liang Luo's clone who was lying on him to death. Uchiha Obito looked at his flying grandmother in disbelief. He has no idea what's going on now. The ground under Uchiha Obito's feet also turned cold. After Liang Luo used his chakra to remove the illusion cast on Obito, the remaining chakra was not enough to maintain the transformation technique. He looked at the floating Uchiha Madara and said in surprise, "Are you anxious?" Uchiha Madara looked at Obito who had already lifted the illusion, and he still didn't care. Obito is the best choice, but not the only one. Rather than irritating Obito, Uchiha Madara wanted to destroy everything around him at this moment. With a snap of his fingers, he smashed Liang Luo who was next to Obito into pieces. Then I looked coldly at everything around me. "I want to see how much you can hide." Shinra Tensei, mini version. A circular shock wave suddenly burst out from Uchiha Madara's body. After the horrifying wave swept through Obito's house, everything it passed by turned into smoke. The wooden door, dining table, table knife, toilet paper, etc. all turned into smoke and disappeared. After the Shinra expedition ended, Obito's family disappeared completely. Looking at this result, the floating Uchiha Madara's face also twisted. This Byang thing actually replaced Obito's entire family with clones. How on earth did he do it? Uchiha Obito was still sitting on the ground in a daze, and he looked around at the land around him. "Where is my home?" Then he looked at Grandma Fishin and said hesitantly, "Where's my grandma?" End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Uchiha Madara and number 039, S exposure. Chapter 48, Uchiha Madara's exposure. Obito looked at his grandmother who had ascended to heaven and was very silent. At this time, Uchiha Madara in the sky was still using gravitational waves to attack the Liang Luos who were fleeing below. After being crushed by Uchiha Madara, the ground below Liang Luo lost the coverage of the house. It was like bricks and tiles were lifted up and the cockroaches were forced to be exposed to the sun. The Liang Luos were fleeing in all directions in a swarm. Uchiha Madara was happily doing the work of pest control, sweeping the ground with gravitational waves indiscriminately. At this time, the flower pot next to it was not destroyed because it was too far away. After a series of changes, it turned into Liang Luo's appearance. Uchiha Obito did not look at Liang Luo, but stared at his grandmother in the sky with empty eyes. Said in a hoarse voice Liang Luo, "Did you notice something was wrong with grandma a long time ago?" Liang Luo nodded simply. Uchiha Obito gasped excitedly, "Then why didn't you tell me earlier?" Liang Luo looked at Obito innocently, and pointed at Uchiha Madara in the sky. "Do you think he'll let me tell you?" Uchiha Obito suddenly collapsed weakly on the ground. Although he didn't know why his grandmother, who he lived with day and night, became like this, but he could also clearly sense the terrifying sense of oppression emanating from his grandmother. This shouldn't be an ability that an ordinary grandmother possesses. Uchiha Obito pounded the ground unwillingly. He knew he shouldn't blame Liang Luo. But faced with such drastic changes, he always has to find an outlet. He shouted angrily to the sky. Hey! Are you my grandma? At this time, Uchiha Madara slowly descended and landed on the ground. He looked at the grief-stricken Uchiha Obito and smiled softly. Of course not. Your grandmother died the year you entered school. At this time, Uchiha Obito was trying hard to use the method taught by teacher Mizuto to calm his brain. He said to Uchiha Madara, suppressing his emotions. So what's your purpose? After Uchiha Madara switched his eyes to the Sharingan, he pointed at his own eyes. To help you grow up quickly. Uchiha Obito covered his eyes, as he always wore goggles. Nature knows that there is a way to open the eyes by stimulating the emotions. But he still couldn't accept that his grandmother said such cruel words. Obito yelled at him. Damn it! I don't want this kind of help. Uchiha Madara shook his head contemptuously. What a naive kid, you will understand later. The only thing you can really have is power. Liang Luo, who had been watching the show, suddenly asked curiously. So even if Uchiha Izuna doesn't die, you will attack him for the sake of power? Uchiha Madara's expression twisted. It was obvious that Liang Luo's words had hit his sore spot. Uchiha Izuna is his younger brother, so it is naturally impossible for Madara to attack his younger brother. But if he admitted this, his preaching to Obito would be invalid. So Uchiha Madara decided to ignore his words and just destroyed the clone with a wave of his hand. Although he also wanted to take the opportunity to kill Liang Luo's real body. But Black Zetsu told him that Liang Luo's real body was with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The mysterious Liang Luo, together with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the countless Anbu around the Jinchuriki. This lineup can only be defeated if the main body comes and uses illusion to control the nine-tailed fox. If my clone went there, it would only lead to him being humiliated. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball technique as tall as a person suddenly attacked Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara thought that Liang Luo was not completely eliminated. After easily dispersing the fireball, Obito's determined gaze was revealed. Don't ever use grandma's face to do this kind of thing again. Uchiha Madara was slightly surprised, and he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said to Obito. Boy, I'm beginning to admire you. After seeing his own strength, he still dared to launch an attack. I don't know whether he was ignorant or fearless. Uchiha Madara waved his hand casually, and an invisible shock wave was about to swallow Obito. Suddenly, Liang Luo emerged from the mud nearby and punched towards the shock wave, trying to neutralize the shockwave while protecting Obito. Bang sound! Liang Luo's clone was still unable to completely withstand Madara's shock wave because of insufficient chakra. After being hit, it turned into smoke and dissipated. However, after the shock wave was greatly weakened, it did not cause any harm to Obito. Uchiha Madara looked around in confusion. Hasn't your goal been achieved? Why are you stopping me? Although Uchiha Madara did not see Liang Luo's shadow, he knew that a clone must be hiding nearby. Sure enough, another figure emerged from the mud in the distance. He was also helpless. The mission was to stop Uchiha Madara from harming children in Konoha. This vague task is very troublesome. Even if Uchiha Madara chose Uchiha Itachi to brainwash, he had to protect Uchiha Itachi. Only if Uchiha Madara completely gives up the idea of training a successor will there be hope of success in his mission. This is also the reason why Liang Luo never tires of trying to mess with Uchiha Madara's mentality. Liang Luo shrugged helplessly. I can't stand by and watch you hurt a child in Konoha. He deliberately placed emphasis on the word Konoha, hoping that Uchiha Madara would understand his hint and drag Obito out of the village to torture him. I can also complete the task successfully, otherwise Uchiha Madara will continue to cause trouble in the village. Liang Luo still couldn't just leave it alone. Uchiha Madara was an experienced man, so he naturally understood Liang Luo's obvious hint. He stroked his chin with interest, realizing that Liang Luo didn't really want to protect Obito. Is it because of some kind of restriction? But Obito on the side didn't bother to think about what they were saying. At this moment, he was thinking about killing the person who disguised himself as his grandmother. Uchiha Obito rushed towards Uchiha Madara angrily, waving his fists and shouting, "My grandma is such a nice person that she can't even kill a bug. How could you destroy everything around you like this?" Uchiha Madara looked at Obito strangely. Wasn't it Liang Luo who demolished the house? Then he used the transformation technique to deceive himself. How could he be blamed for this? Uchiha Madara looked at Obito who was rushing towards him, and then looked at Liang Luo beside him. He decided to give Liang Luo some face and did not knock Obito away, but just used repulsion to push Obito away. After all, in Uchiha Madara's view, Liang Luo's hint was already a sign of submission to him. He was in a very good mood at the moment, so naturally he didn't care about Obito's behavior. Although Obito's family is on the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory, it is impossible for no one to notice it. This was because Uchiha Madara set up a barrier-type illusion around him when he flew away. The guard members who sensed the unusual movement just broke the barrier and rushed in. Uchiha Madara smiled lightly at Liang Luo. "We'll see each other again soon." Then he suddenly flew out of Obito's house to avoid meeting other Uchiha members. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Mikoto and number 039, S Suspicion. Chapter 49. Mikoto's Suspicion. On the other side, Liang Luo's real body also took back all his clones. Uchiha Madara has already left, so there is not much point in using clones to monitor Obito. The memories fed back by countless clones really made Liang Luo dizzy for a while. Correspondingly, the two events of duel with Uchiha Madara and teasing Uchiha Madara also gave him two entry choices respectively. 1 Weightlifting Fever, blue strength increased by 80% 2. Mastery, green, active, 1 time raise any skill below level B to mastery. 3 I am durable, blue chakra volume increased by 70%. This is the entry reward for the duel with Uchiha Madara. Because the clones were broken up, at most they only obtained blue entries. If you defeat Uchiha Madara's clone, you should be able to get a purple entry. Liang Luo chose to master it, and it would be difficult to encounter battles next to Juzingna. The other two items that enhance combat ability are not of much use to Liang Luo. Liang Luo mainly wanted to use this entry to improve his cooking skills. His other ninjutsu, including super strength jutsu, had long surpassed the proficient level. Liang Luo tried it and found that his cooking skills could indeed be improved. However, you can only improve the method of making scrambled eggs with tomatoes or the method of making white zayu sauce. Liang Luo didn't hesitate and directly chose scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Suddenly, Liang Luo felt as if a lot of knowledge was stuffed into his mind. From selecting tomatoes to frying eggs, Liang Luo knows all the steps by heart. Liang Luo stretched out his hands in surprise and looked at his white palms. At this point, it seemed as if I had made scrambled eggs with tomatoes countless times and became extremely familiar with it. Liang Luo was a little surprised. Is the human game evolving so fast now? Even the function of transferring memory has been developed. Liang Luo felt that based on the experience he had just gained, he could cook pretty good dishes even in real life. He thought about it for a while and then ignored it. It would definitely be a good thing for him if the game became more realistic. Then I started to look at the reward entries after teasing Uchiha Madara. Liang Luo didn't hesitate too much and chose one of the purple entries. Shared link, purple. You can select up to 3 targets. During the link, their damage, buffs, and perception will be shared. The gain and loss effects will become invalid after the link is broken. This entry is obviously a war-oriented entry, and its effect on the battlefield is very obvious. Liang Luo didn't want to choose this entry at first, thinking that there would be no fighting tonight. But the other two entries are even worse, they are just ordinary entries that increase the chakra percentage. That's why Liang Luo chose to share the link. After selecting the entry, Liang Luo's headache finally disappeared. He staggered and knocked on the door of Kushina's house. Tuk tuk tuk. The door was quickly opened, revealing Uzumaki Kushina's surprised smile. Liang Luo-jun, you are finally here. Liang Luo scratched his head and explained to Zhu Xingmei it took a while to train with Tsunade-sensei, so I got here a little late. Uzumaki Kushina said it was okay while picking up her slippers at the entrance. Liang Luo also changed into slippers and walked into Zhu Xingmei's living room. I saw a beautiful woman sitting at the dining table, looking at Liang Luo. She sat quietly at the dining table, her long, straight, shiny black hair falling softly on her shoulders. She wore a dark black top inside and a light yellow apron outside. Her slender legs were crossed under the table, and an exquisite jewel anklet gleamed at her ankles. Liang Luo saw the Uchiha clan emblem on her back and immediately realized that it was Uchiha Mikoto. At the same time, the sound of the system notification rang in Liang Luo's mind. Upgrade mission, give Uchiha Mikoto an unforgettable experience. Reward, upgrade any entry once. Liang Luo couldn't help but feel excited after seeing the reward. After all, this reward is used to upgrade the skills in your own videotape, and no matter which one you upgrade, it will be very powerful. So Liang Luo looked at Uchiha Mikoto and thought about how to make her unforgettable in her life. At this time, Uchiha Mikoto was also looking at Liang Luo with a scrutinizing look. Of course, she didn't come to Zhu Xingmei's house by chance today, but came here in advance with good preparation. I just want to see the culprit that Minato mentioned who destroyed their relationship. Uchiha Mikoto, Kushina, and Minato were originally in the same class and had a very good relationship. While passing by the training ground to buy groceries, Uchiha Mikoto happened to see Namikaze Minato training his students. When Minato Namikaze saw her, he felt like he had seen a savior and began to complain to her. He also said that he was persecuted by Liang Luo. He also said that Liang Luo used delicious food to seduce his wife. He also said that Liang Luo had interfered with the beautiful relationship between them. Uchiha Mikoto was naturally horrified and quickly asked if KONOHA had cheated on her. But Minato stammered, probably not. However, he mentioned that Liang Luo would go to his house to teach Zhu Xingmei how to cook this evening. Minato asked Mikoto to go to their house and see if there was anything wrong with them. As Kushina's lifelong best friend, Uchiha Mikoto naturally agreed without hesitation. Originally, Uchiha Mikoto didn't believe that her best friend would cheat on her with a student who had just graduated. But Kushina's enthusiastic attitude just now made Mikoto feel a little doubtful. I saw that Kusuna wasn't that enthusiastic when she met Minato's students, then Uchiha Mikoto saw that Kushina very kindly helped Liang Luo put on an apron. Then the two of them went into the kitchen together to prepare cooking. This made Uchiha Mikoto's eyes twitch. Kyoxingna. How long have you been married and you're already thinking about having an affair, even if this boy is indeed good looking, and even if Minato often doesn't come home? You can't be an old cow eating young grass. Then Uchiha Mikoto looked at Liang Luo, grabbed Kyoxingna's hand, and began to teach her how to cut vegetables. Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but clutch her apron tighter. How can I fix this? When I was young, why didn't I have a handsome guy like this to teach me how to cook? Then Uchiha Mikoto stood up suddenly. No. I have to stop them, even if he didn't consider Minato's happiness, he had to consider Kushina's reputation. What's more, it is a taboo for best friends to eat alone, and I can't let Zhu Xingmei succeed. With a swish, the kitchen door was opened. Uchiha Mikoto walked up to Kushina and was about to grab Kushina and walk out. Then she heard Uzumaki Kushina excitedly say to her. I was just about to call you, come with me and learn how to cook from Liang Luo-jun. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Uzumaki Kushina's sincere gaze and her momentum suddenly stagnated. Could it be that Kushina really wanted to learn how to cook, so she called him over? So Uchiha Mikoto also walked over, wanting to see what Liang Luo was cooking. When she saw it clearly, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. All I saw was a bowl of red unknown liquid being stirred frantically by Liang Luo. Can this thing be eaten? Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but take a step back and looked at Kushina in disbelief. It turns out that learning to cook is just your excuse. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 You Shameless Woman. Chapter 50. You shameless woman. Uzumaki Kushina looked at her in confusion. What excuse? Liang Luo, however, sensed something from Uchiha Mikoto's words. Could it be that Minato told Uchiha Mikoto what happened yesterday? However, Liang Luo is upright and has nothing to fear. Even if Uchiha Mikoto has doubts, he is not afraid at all. He just explained lightly. This is the egg I just cracked. Uchiha Mikoto laughed a few times. Liang Luo, are you kidding? I have never seen eggs that red. Uchiha Mikoto looked at the bowl of red liquid and expressed great distrust. Liang Luo continued to explain. That's because there's tomato juice in the bowl of eggs. That's why the scrambled eggs with tomatoes that Liang Luo made for Zhu Xingna yesterday were all red. Uchiha Mikoto held her forehead and said speechlessly. How can you put tomato juice in egg liquid? Liang Luo looked at Uchiha Mikoto inexplicably. Why can't you let go? Adding a little tomato juice to the egg liquid can not only make the eggs more smooth. It also adds a nice tomato flavor, and most importantly, it makes the eggs look appetizing after coloring them. No. Uchiha Mikoto grabbed her apron hard. She won't deny the first two for now because she hasn't tried them. But the last step of coloring is very problematic. The tomatoes are already red, but we want to turn the eggs red. It doesn't look appetizing at all. Uzumaki Kushina beside her nodded in agreement. The eggs I ate yesterday were red. The sour taste of tomatoes and eggs tasted great when blended together. After hearing what Kushinari said, Uchiha Mikoto calmed down. She smiled and said, then I can't wait to try Liang Luo's cooking skills. She now has no way of telling whether Zhu Xingna is attracted by Liang Luo's cooking skills or simply wants to have a crush on her. But the answer to this question can be drawn immediately after this pot of scrambled eggs with tomatoes comes out. So Uchiha Mikoto was a little impatient to try Liang Luo's cooking. Soon, a pot of red scrambled eggs with tomatoes was served on a plate. Liang Luo brought the plate to the dining table outside the kitchen, and Zhu Xingna and Mikoto also sat down at the table. Uchiha Mikoto picked up the chopsticks and said to Liang Luo with a smile, then I'll start first. So he immediately picked up a piece of red egg and put it into his mouth. There is indeed a strong tomato sweet and sour taste at first, but... Uchiha Mikoto frowned slightly and put another tomato into her mouth. Chewing the tomato in her mouth further confirmed Uchiha Mikoto's idea. This dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes really makes good use of the fragrance of tomatoes. But judging by the deliciousness alone, it is just the average level achieved by someone who cooks frequently. In the eyes of Uchiha Mikoto, a full-time housewife, this skill alone is far from enough to teach the two of them. Uzumaki Kushina also asked a puzzled question at this time. Strange, it doesn't seem as delicious as what I made yesterday. Liang Luo was not surprised by this result. If you want to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes as delicious as yesterday, just based on your skill level, that's impossible, because yesterday's scrambled eggs with tomatoes had the added effects of multiple items. Liang Luo was just using the first pot of food as a prelude, so he explained, maybe I'm not very familiar with the cooking utensils at Sister Kyoxingna's house. I should be able to make another pot. Uzumaki Kushina also nodded and wanted to follow Liang Luo into the kitchen to teach him how to use the kitchen utensils. After all, in her opinion, yesterday's deliciousness could not be faked. Before Zhu Xingna walked into the kitchen, she saw a white shadow suddenly jumped in from the window next to her. A white cat jumped to Kushina's feet and kept meowing at her. Uzumaki Kushina stopped and looked at the white cat at her feet with some surprise. It's the cat that Sarutobi Wako-sama keeps. Uzumaki Kushina said as she picked it up with her hands skillfully. Why did you think of coming to my house today? Did you smell something delicious? The white cat turned over obediently in Kushina's arms, looking at Kushina with its big eyes. Uchiha Mikoto glanced at Liang Luo, who walked into the kitchen and closed the door. He glanced at Kushina again, whose attention was drawn to the white cat. He pulled Juxingna to his side and whispered in her ear. How could you do such a thing behind Minato's back? After seeing Liang Luo's level, Uchiha Mikoto no longer believed that Kushina was looking for him to learn cooking. I'm just glad that I came today, otherwise what if the two of them were caught by Minato on the spot? Minato will definitely be defeated on the spot. By then, Uchiha Mikoto would find it hard to imagine what Minato would do. Juxingna stopped petting the cat and looked at the white cat in her arms, saying in a strange way. I'll just hug you, Minato won't mind. After hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto took a step back and looked at Uzumaki Kushina in disbelief. Minato, are you so generous? Can you tolerate your wife hugging other people casually? But for the happiness of her best friend, she let go of the storm in her heart. Persuaded earnestly. You can't hug me, this kind of thing will happen again. What if I carry him to the bed? Uzumaki Kushina subconsciously touched the white cat in her arms again and thought about it carefully. When I hold the cat, I often take it to the bed to play with it. But Minato was a germaphobe, and after seeing the cat hair on the bed, although I won't say anything, I will still get up and wash the sheets. If I can't help but take it to bed again this time, I'd better wash the sheets first. So Juxingna answered decisively. It's okay, I'll wash the sheets. After hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes widened. Her lips were slightly open, her brows were furrowed, and she took a few steps back. She really didn't expect that her best friend had such dirty thoughts. She actually thought so far ahead that she even considered what to do after having sex with that boy. She was stunned for a moment, then walked up to Juxingna, grabbed Juxingna's shoulders, and said through gritted teeth. Kuakana, you shameless woman. Even if you don't consider Minato, you have to think about the consequences if Minato discovers the two of you. An honest man like Minato can be very scary when he gets really angry. What if he really hits you too? Uchiha Mikoto stared at Kushina's eyes angrily. At this moment, Uzumaki Kuakana's eyes were very confused, and she even stopped petting the cat. She responded to Uchiha Mikoto's gaze in confusion. I was just petting a cat, it shouldn't be that serious. Uchiha Mikoto looked at the confused Juxingna and also made a confused sound. What? End of this chapter. Chapter 51, Improving Cooking Skills. Chapter 51-51. Improvement of Cooking Skills. Only then did Uchiha Mikoto realize that what she and Kokona had said was completely irrelevant. She looked at the white cat in Juxingna's arms and said to Juxingna suspiciously. You really don't have any thoughts of cheating? When Uzumaki Kushina heard this, her cheeks immediately flushed. She said angrily. What are you talking about? How could I possibly betray Minato? Uchiha Mikoto did not take it lightly, but asked again, since you have no intention of cheating, why did you call him over? As she spoke, she pointed to the closed wooden door of the kitchen. Uzumaki Kushina felt a little helpless. She explained, I did ask Liang Luojun to teach me how to cook, I didn't have any other intentions. You can rest assured. Uchiha Mikoto covered her mouth, somewhat unbelievable. Why did you ask him to cook? What can he teach you with his cooking skills? Uzumaki Kushina also stared at the wooden door of the kitchen in confusion. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes that Liang Luo made yesterday were delicious, why do they taste like this today? Maybe it's because I'm not familiar with the kitchen utensils. Seeing her dazed look, Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but pinch her waist. You are still quibbling here. If I hadn't come here today, I don't know what you would have done with him today. Uchiha Mikoto didn't believe Kushina's explanation at all and thought that Kushina was just too embarrassed to say it out loud. Then he earnestly advised Koyukina to be a faithful wife and be a traditional Yamato Nadeshiko-like woman. Uzumaki Kushina was annoyed by what she said and pushed Mikoto, who was whispering in her ear. But only 2 pieces of soft meat were pushed. Juzingna didn't care so much and said irritably, "Wait a minute, Liang Luojun's second pot of food will be out. After you finish eating, you will know whether I really asked him to cook." Uchiha Mikoto was pushed so hard that her face turned red. She covered her chest and glared at Kyoxingna, then whispered, "Are you sure he can make it delicious in the next pot?" Hearing this, Kushina hesitated for a moment. But he nodded calmly, definitely. Uzumaki Kushina prayed silently in her heart that Liang Luo would not mess up again. "Otherwise, I really can't explain myself." Uchiha Mikoto gave her a suspicious look in return. On the other side, Liang Luo was also checking the entries after completing his first pot of cooking. 1 Aphrodisiac food, green. Eating the food you make will make people enter spring early. 2 Cooking master, green. The food you make will be 50% more delicious. 3 Scarlet food, green. The red food you make will have the effect of replenishing blood. First of all, aphrodisiac dishes must be the first to be eliminated. If the 2 of them really eat such things, he would definitely be hunted down by Minato and the Uchiha clan. Then Liang Luo chose the cooking master. After all, the scarlet food that replenished blood would be of no use in the future. After selecting the entry, Liang Luo did not directly choose to start cooking. Instead, he closed his eyes and savored the changes that the entry brought to him. The previous knowledge entries reminded him that these entries were not simply increases in game values. Many basic entries actually change something about themselves in subtle ways. For example, the entry for physical skills will make your movements subconsciously become extremely simple. The entries related to cooking should also have corresponding consciousness-changing effects. Otherwise, when I was cooking before, I wouldn't have realized so quickly. Before cooking, you need to prepare the ingredients first, and know how to stir-fry correctly so that the pan does not get stuck. Liang Lui did find some culinary insights in the depths of his mind, such as how to cook to make the food more delicious and how to control the heat. Although these things are not mentioned in the entry, they are written in my subconscious mind. In this way, the effect of cooking entries improving the deliciousness of dishes is achieved. After Liang Luo recalled the changes that the cooking terms had brought to him, he no longer hesitated and started preparing the next pot. First, peel the tomatoes. Soon, Liang Luo finished the second pot of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. He opened the kitchen door, brought the dishes to the 2 people who were thinking about their own things, and said lightly, "Try it." Uzumaki Kuakina looked at the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes that was exactly the same as the previous one and couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Am I really going to lose my reputation? However, Uchiha Mikoto looked at Kushina with a sneer on her lips. As expected, you little slut were attracted by his looks, not the cooking professor. It's just your trick to cheat. When Uzumaki Koyukina saw the look Mikoto was giving her, she couldn't help but feel despair. But I still plucked up the courage and picked up the chopsticks next to me. He picked up a red egg and put it in his mouth. This taste. Uzumaki Kushina closed her eyes and almost shed tears. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Kyoxingna's expression and couldn't help but smile softly. From Kushina's expression, does it mean that she realizes that her lie cannot be made up for? Liang Luo looked at the stunned Uchiha Mikoto and asked with some confusion, "Why don't you eat?" Uchiha Mikoto put her chopsticks on the edge of the bowl, but looked at Liang Luo leisurely. "Compared to this dish, I'm more curious about what you think and why you can accept someone like Kyoxingna." Before he could finish his words, he felt a pain in his toes. "Someone is stepping on your toes." Uchiha Mikoto turned her head and saw that it was Kukina who was glaring at her hard while trying to swallow the scrambled eggs with tomatoes in her mouth. "Stop talking nonsense. Eat quickly." Uchiha Mikoto originally wanted to ask Liang Luo why he wanted to be Kushina's gigolo, but under Kushina's gaze, she could only take back her words and shook her head. KONOHA, you are so stubborn. Even if I eat this dish, it won't change your mind. Before Uchiha Mikoto could finish her words, she felt another sharp pain in her toe. She raised her hands in surrender. Can't I just eat? Only then did Juzingna retract her feet and watched her pick up the chopsticks, pick up a piece of egg and put it into her mouth. Uchiha Mikoto had been thinking about continuing to ask Liang Luo after finishing her meal, but she was suddenly surprised by the delicious food in her mouth. The sweet and sour aroma in her mouth instantly occupied her mind. In a trance, she seemed to see Juzingna and Liang Luo, both turned into tomato people. Holding her hands from both sides, he slowly led her into the kingdom of tomatoes. She seemed to see her taste buds swimming in a river of tomatoes. How about it, does it taste okay? Uchiha Mikoto opened her eyes and saw that it was KONOHA who was talking to her while shaking her shoulders. Kushina's expression held a hint of teasing. Uchiha Mikoto just hummed briefly. Then he couldn't wait to pick up the dishes and started eating. End of this chapter. Chapter 52 After Meal Massage. Chapter 52. Massage after meal. Liang Luo looked at the two people who were eating happily and couldn't help shaking his head. I went to the kitchen and brought 2 bowls of rice for them. I had already eaten when I left Tsunade, so I didn't have much desire to eat. By the way, I also fed some dried fish to the white cat of director Sarutobi Biwako. After eating, Kushina and Mikoto lay back comfortably. As if she remembered something, Kyoxingna turned to Mikoto and said, "Apologize to me now." Uchiha Mikoto's expression suddenly became embarrassed, and she subconsciously stroked her smooth hair. I said to Kyoxingna a little embarrassedly. "Well, I was wrong this time, I shouldn't have suspected you of cheating." Uzumaki Kyoxingna hummed a few times with great pride, and the hair around her mouth was blown up by her. Then Kushina pouted at Liang Luo, signaling Mikoto to continue. Uchiha Mikoto's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head and said to Liang Luo, "Liang Luojun's cooking is really delicious. Please teach me how to cook, Liang Luojun." Liang Luo was a little surprised, then nodded and said gently, "Okay. Anyway, you can herd 1 sheep or let 2 sheep go, so there's nothing wrong in teaching them together." The only thing that disappointed Liang Luo was that even such a perfect dish this time did not show that the mission was successful. It seems that food can't make Uchiha Mikoto unforgettable in her life. But he still had plenty of time in the evening, enough for him to think about how to make Uchiha Mikoto unforgettable for her life. So Liang Luo led the 2 people who had eaten and drunk their fill into the kitchen. The kitchen, which was originally not big, suddenly seemed much more cramped. Liang Luo couldn't help but feel a little touched, although he enjoyed it a little. But Liang Luo always had a feeling that Minato would come back at any time. In order to avoid being assassinated by Minato, Liang Luo had to speed up his teaching progress. Try to tell them all the insights you get from the entries. After the teaching, Uzumaki Kushina hammered her back. I said to Liang Luo a little embarrassedly, "Liang Luojun, can you please give me a massage today?" Without Liang Luo's massage yesterday, Joey's stomach started to make a fuss again for some reason, and she didn't sleep well the whole night. When I saw Liang Luo today, I had actually wanted him to help me with massage for a long time, but there was never a suitable opportunity to ask him. Liang Luo nodded and agreed without hesitation. At the same time, he secretly glanced at Uchiha Mikoto and said to her, "Misaki-ne, do you want me to give you a massage?" In order to complete today's upgrade mission, Liang Luo naturally wanted Uchiha Mikoto to participate. Moreover, Liang Luo had already come up with a plan, which would be combined with the entries he had obtained previously. This should be something Uchiha Mikoto will never forget. Uchiha Mikoto pointed at herself in surprise. "Me?" Then he waved his hand and refused. "No need, I'll just watch you guys do it." Uchiha Mikoto felt that it was inappropriate to ask Liang Luo to give her a massage. After all, she and Liang Luo had only known each other for less than half a day. Uchiha Mikoto was totally unprepared for such an intrusive action on her privacy. Uzumaki Kushina pulled Ramakoto's hand and persuaded her it's okay. Liang Luojun's cooking skills are very good. I was able to sleep well the day before yesterday thanks to Liang Luojun. Uchiha Mikoto was still very hesitant. The thought of letting a strange boy touch my skin just feels very inappropriate. Only someone as carefree as Kushina wouldn't care. Liang Luo seemed to see Uchiha Mikoto's worry and added, I have learned a secret technique from our family that allows me to avoid touching human bodies. The massage is complete. No contact with human body. This aroused Uchiha Mikoto's curiosity. How can massage be completed without touching the human body? Liang Luo pointed at the white cat that was still chewing on the dried fish and explained, I can use mystical techniques to link your spirit to the white cat. This link can synchronize perception and gain the benefits of massage. Then I just need to massage the white cat and you will get the same massage effect. The secret technique that Liang Luo was talking about was naturally the term he had obtained before, shared link. You can select up to 3 targets. During the link period, their damage, buffs, and perception will be shared. Liang Luo can use the perception sharing function to link White Cat and Mikoto to achieve the effect of remote massage. Uzumaki Kushina sighed. Liang Luojun, you know so many secret family skills. She remembered that the massage technique seemed to be a secret family technique passed down by the Kurama clan. Then said, but there's no need to go through so much trouble. Just connect Mikoto to me. Liang Luo smiled bitterly. Could it be that Sister KONOHA has forgotten how Minato-san misunderstood the day before yesterday? If given a choice, Liang Luo would naturally prefer to touch Juxingna's skin directly. But as far as he knew, Minato just took his students out to eat, he wasn't dead. I guess he will be back soon, and then I will be surprised to see myself and Kushina being so close. It was so unfair that Minato stabbed himself with a flying thunder god. Minato's speed was too fast, and there was a possibility that he would be killed instantly before he could even open the Peanut Man entry. So just in case, Liang Luo decided to use a more conservative strategy. Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but think of Minato's petty look. Not only is it a pity that when men get jealous, their power cannot be underestimated. So he nodded and agreed to let Liang Luo use the white cat for massage. So Liang Luo immediately activated the shared link entry and linked Juxingna, Mikoto, and the little white cat together. Suddenly, Juxingna felt a fishy taste in her mouth. Uzumaki Kushina turned her head and found that the white cat raised by Dean Biwako was still happily chewing on dried fish. The corners of Juxingna's mouth twitched a few times. She hugged the white cat in her arms and took the dried fish out of its mouth. Gently touch the road. Be good, I'll give it to you later. Uchiha Mikoto also felt her scalp itchy, as if someone was touching it. Uzumaki Kushina handed the white cat to Liang Luo. The white cat was not afraid of people and was looking at Liang Luo closely with its bright eyes. Liang Luo then began to massage the little white cat in her arms using professional techniques. Not long after, the white cat in my arms started purring. Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto felt the strange sensations in their bodies and their faces couldn't help but blush. Juxingna immediately relaxed on the sofa, feeling the comfort coming from her body. It made a humming sound like a cat, and made some strange noises while humming. Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when she heard Kushina's voice. I thought that KONOHA was a little too bold. How could she say such things? Mikoto leaned stiffly on the sofa, silently experiencing this wonderful feeling. It was her first time to experience the feeling of being massaged. Although it was a little embarrassing, she was reluctant to let Liang Luo stop. After a while, wait a minute, don't touch there. Uchiha Mikoto closed her eyes and quickly spoke to stop Liang Luo's actions. Liang Luo was seen massaging the white cat's armpits. Mikoto-san, you're ticklish. Liang Luo thought thoughtfully. However, he still moved his hand away from the white cat's arm and started massaging the white cat's arm instead. Mikoto was seen trembling all over, her cheeks almost as red as tomatoes, but her mouth was tightly closed. I was afraid that I would make some unbearable noise like Kushina. Looking at Uchiha Mikoto, who seemed a little bit reluctant, Liang Luo said helplessly, "Why don't you go to the bedroom, Mikoto-san? You can relax more that way." If Mikoto continues to resist like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to have an unforgettable experience. It would be better to let her go to the bedroom and feel it alone. Anyway, the link distance between the entries is enough. Uchiha Mikoto blushed and nodded, without mentioning refusing the massage. He just moved forward slowly and walked towards the bedroom of Kushina's house. End of this chapter. Chapter 53-53 Uninvited Guest. Chapter 53-53 Uninvited Guests. Outside Namikaze Minato's house, Sarutobi Hiruzen was touching the bruises on his face while walking towards Minato's house. He sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to himself, "I wonder if that woman from Lake Biwa has reached menopause. Today, he beat me up for no reason and then kicked me out when it was almost time for dinner. He said that if I didn't find the cat today, I wouldn't have any food. Although it's possible for me to go to a restaurant outside to eat, I'm not planning to go home. No matter how bad-tempered the wife at home is, you still have to be patient with her. As a doctor of ninjutsu, it is more than enough for me to track a little white cat. From the footprints, it can be seen that the white cat is at Minato's house." This was not unexpected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, his cat had been visiting Minato's house frequently recently. So Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the door of Minato's house, and just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard a burst of lewd sounds coming from the crack of the door. "Haha! Such a strong force! Haha, I can't hold it anymore. Let's change positions." Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to knock down when his hand suddenly froze. "Is this Kushina's voice?" After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and shook his head. Minato and Kushina have only been married for a short time, so it is understandable that they are a little warm. But it would be too annoying for me to knock on the door and disturb them at this time. But Lake Biwa will definitely not let me go back just because of this. Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered that they often put cats in the bedroom. And judging from the direction of the voice just now, Minato and Kushina were in the living room. Maybe I could sneak into the bedroom, take the white cat away, and leave without anyone noticing. This way, he wouldn't be embarrassed by bumping into Minato, and he could also complete the mission at Lake Biwa. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded secretly. The only problem now is that the white cat is most likely not in Kushina's bedroom. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen also thought of a countermeasure if the white cat was really not in the bedroom. Just back out and wait outside the door for them to finish before knocking on the door. After all, Minato had been tired for so long before, and he didn't have the heart to disturb the couple's happy time. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his thoughts, he began to display his superb skills as a ninjutsu doctor. He went around the side of Minato's house and quietly used chakra to open the locked bedroom window. Sarutobi Hiruzen just slipped into the bedroom. He glanced around the bedroom, flipped the covers over, and looked under the bed. I indeed didn't see my white cat. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. It seemed that his cat was most likely staying in the living room. I guess I'll have to wait outside for a while. I hope Minato will finish soon. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to climb out of the window again, he heard an inexplicable male voice coming from outside. "Why don't you go to the bedroom, Mikoto-san? You can relax more that way." Sarutobi Hiruzen froze in place instantly. He turned his head and widened his eyes, unable to believe what he heard. This is not Minato's voice. Minato knows him too well, but it is impossible for me to forget Minato's voice. Since this strange male voice is not Minato, then who is Kushina outside with? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought again about how Minato had been in a state of depression for the past 2 days. Could it be because he discovered that Koyukina was cheating at home? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect that he didn't find his own cat, but found a cat stealing fish. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered that he was not saying this to KONOHA. But I said it to Uchiha Mikoto. Young people nowadays really spend a lot of time having fun. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't tell whether he was jealous or resentful. But he knew that he probably couldn't leave rashly like this. Not to mention the sound of him climbing through the window and the possibility of being discovered by Uchiha Mikoto. As a Hokage, he couldn't allow such a trend to happen in the village. If a husband goes to the front line and comes back to find that he has been cuckolded, that would be extremely detrimental to morale. However, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina had to open the door to stop it. What if Koyukina breaks down and goes berserk? While Sarutobi Hiruzen was still in a dilemma, Mikoto was already ready to open the bedroom door. Sarutobi Hiruzen made up his mind and quickly crawled under the bed. He planned to observe for a while, and after obtaining strong evidence, he would talk to Kushina in private. Uchiha Mikoto opened the door and sat down on the bed in the bedroom, her face still flushed. While she was blaming Kyoxingna for her exaggerated voice in her heart, she couldn't help but hum softly. Liang Luo's massage technique started from the shoulders and neck, slowly stroking the white cat's spine and the ligaments on its shoulders. This made Uchiha Mikoto, who was originally a full-time housewife, feel her shoulders and neck relax for the first time in a long time. This made Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but make some noises that she shouldn't have made. Although she was the only one in the bedroom at this moment, Liang Luojun was just giving herself a massage from a distance. Uchiha Mikoto felt as if there was someone next to her, and she buried herself with the quilt on the bed. I feel very shy. Liang Luo was still massaging the little white cat in her arms in the living room very properly. Use your fingertips to rub and massage the muscle groups on both sides of the cervical spine, and then extend upward to the shoulders. Juxingna was lying on the sofa next to her, enjoying Liang Luo's remote massage. After massaging the white cat's shoulders and neck, Liang Luo changed the position of the white cat in his arms. After touching its smooth and shiny white fur, he began to massage the white cat's little arms. Liang Luo felt that this kind of remote massage was very safe. It would not cause him to be assassinated by Minato, and it could also complete the upgrade task. After all, Uchiha Mikoto has probably never been massaged remotely like this in her life. Therefore, Liang Luo was very confident that he could complete this task. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku, who was blind in one eye, also rushed over anxiously. So many things have happened in the clan recently. First, I was inexplicably assassinated by a monster. If he hadn't sacrificed one of his Manjiki Sharingan and used the Izanaga technique to die in his place, I'm afraid I've died in that alley. There were rumors this afternoon that someone from the Uchiha clan had set fire to the Forest of Death. He also said with certainty that such a terrifying flame could only be released by the Uchiha clan. What happened at night was even more terrible, as Obito's house was razed to the ground by a strange strong man. Only then did Fugaku find out that there was a powerful person who had been disguised as Obito's grandmother for several years. Fugaku knew that this was probably done to stimulate Obito's Sharingan or even Manjiki. These things almost made Uchiha Fugaku breathless. But after hearing that his wife went to Minato's house alone, he put aside all the trivial matters. He went to look for his wife, and he couldn't imagine what he would do if that monster attacked Mikoto. As Fugaku passed by the window of Minato's house, he heard a disorienting sound coming from inside. Don't stop. Isn't this Mikoto's voice? Uchiha Fugaku's only remaining Manjiki Sharingan opened instantly. P.S. If I use a shared link to connect to Liang Luo, Juxingna and Mikoto, I feel they will definitely be blocked. So I chose the little white cat and used some gentler words, which should still be able to express what I want. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, Two People Go Together. Chapter 54. Two people go together. When Uchiha Fugaku heard the familiar voice, his blood suddenly boiled. I have the urge to transform and tear everything apart. But soon, Uchiha Fugaku calmed down. He knew that Minato was not that kind of person, and what's more, Minato was a married man. How could he do such a thing? Then Uchiha Fugaku quietly stood by the bedroom window and looked into the room carefully. Fugaku could only see a large bulge in the quilt on the bed, with strands of smooth hair peeking out from the gap in the quilt. He could tell it was Mikato's hair. Uchiha Fugaku looked carefully for a long time and confirmed that Mikato was the only one on the bed. I thought a little strangely, since she was alone, why did she make that sound just now? Then Fugaku heard a sound coming from the living room. Who? This force is just right. Uchiha Fugaku could tell that it was Kukuna's voice. In other words, Minato should be in the living room with Kushina right now, doing something that no one can see. Uchiha Fugaku could see Mikato's exposed ears on the bed through the window, which were now completely red. Even on our wedding night, I had never seen Mikato's ears so red. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that bastard Minato wanted to share the happiness of having two wives, and Mikato was waiting on the bed? The implication was very obvious. Uchiha Fugaku's teeth were chattering and he was about to get angry and smash the window. Then it stopped abruptly. No, it was only on the battlefield of the Land of Lightning that Minato Namikaze earned the title of Yellow Flash. The third Hokage made it clear that he wanted to train Minato as the next Hokage. The Uchiha clan was already in a precarious situation, and now they were about to offend the future Hokage. Wouldn't that mean there is no place to stand? But should I just swallow my anger, keep my head down and pretend I don't know about it? Uchiha Fugaku felt unwilling to accept this. Uchiha Fugaku, who had calmed down a little, also realized that his guess might not be correct. Perhaps it was also possible that Minato's bestial nature was aroused and he suddenly used family discipline on Kushina in the living room. Mikato felt embarrassed and hid in the bedroom, which is why her ears turned red. But this couldn't explain why he heard Mikato's murmurs just now. Uchiha Fugaku is now in a very difficult situation. He was afraid that it was a misunderstanding and didn't want to offend Minato, but he just couldn't get over it. So he made up his mind, wrapped himself in illusion, and slipped into the bedroom silently. He wanted to see if Minato would come in. If he doesn't come in, it means that I guessed wrong, and everyone is happy. I can pretend that I have never been in there. If Minato really wanted to go into the bedroom and do something to Mikato. A cold light flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, and he made a decision in his heart. He glanced again at Uchiha Mikato, whose cheeks were rosy on the bed. Although his illusion technique was pretty good, it was still very easy to be discovered if he stood in front of Mikato. So Uchiha Fugaku prepared to sneak under the bed and secretly observe Uchiha Mikato from under the bed. Unexpectedly, as soon as Uchiha Fugaku put his foot in, he seemed to touch some human-shaped object. His heart suddenly felt cold. Why was there someone hiding under the Minato family's bed? Before Uchiha Fugaku could exclaim, he felt a large dry hand covering his mouth. Uchiha Fugaku looked closely and found that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled obscenely, covered Fugaku's mouth with his hand, and gestured to Fugaku not to speak. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face and couldn't help feeling nauseous. He had heard that the third generation had a habit of peeping, and Uchiha Fugaku originally thought that it was just a common behavior such as peeping into the women's bath. I didn't expect him to lie under the bed and eavesdrop on the couple's sex. How perverted! Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart that he was inferior to him. Even though Fugaku was cheated on by his wife, he remained so calm. I even want to spy on my wife and. As expected, in the Uchiha clan, only a person with such a twisted mind can become the clan leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. Uchiha Fugaku calmed down and wrote on Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand using the village's Anbu sign language and terminology. Sir, why are you here? Although Uchiha Fugaku knew that this old pervert was here to peep, he still brought it up on purpose. If he admitted it, he would have one more handle. If he doesn't admit it, I will take the opportunity to drive him away. He didn't want this old man to stay under his wife's bed. It was too disgusting. Sarutobi Hiruzen also replied in sign language. I'm here to look for the cat. After a pause, he wrote. What are you doing here again? Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku almost sneered out loud. This old man's excuse is so lame, he doesn't even know how to make a better one. So Uchiha Fugaku wrote. My wife is here, so I should be here too. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Uchiha Fugaku wrote it so matter-of-factly that he stepped back unconsciously. His back was pressed tightly against the wall, and his old face was a little stiff at this moment. Could it be that this psychopath often crawls under the bed to peep at his wife? Uchiha Fugaku ignored his actions and continued to write. Why is the third-generation master under the bed? Your cat is not under the bed, is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned over, trying to get as far away from Uchiha Fugaku as possible. At the same time, right on the ground. I was hiding under the bed because Mikoto blocked my way when I was looking for the cat. Just as Uchiha Fugaku was about to continue writing, he heard a male voice coming from outside. It will be a little painful, just bear with it, it will be over soon. After Liang Luo finished speaking, he began to massage the white cat's thighs. Since the white cat's legs were very slender, he could easily massage the inner thigh muscles. It may be a little painful, but it will also have a better massage effect. Liang Luo's fingers slowly slid upwards along the texture of the thigh muscles. Zhu Xingna on the sofa was like a salted fish that had been hit. Her body instantly straightened up and some strange sounds came out of her mouth. The white cat in Liang Luo's arms also made a meowing sound. It seems that they are still not used to this massage intensity. Liang Luo could only turn the white cat in his arms over again, so that its back was facing him, and began to knead the white cat's paws. The white cat's paws suddenly felt so comfortable that they rubbed off, and Kushina also relaxed. Uchiha Fugaku felt that the voice outside was a little strange, but he was not sure whether it was Minato's voice. After all, he hasn't seen Minato since he went to participate in the Third World War. I just vaguely remember that Minato's voice was as gentle as it is now. Uchiha Fugaku felt something was wrong and wanted to turn around and ask Sarutobi Hiruzen what was going on. But he saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be very happy listening to what was said, his face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. Uchiha Fugaku's anus suddenly tightened and he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen warily. Could it be that he is also part of this silver party? P.S. I don't know if it's because of the cold, but I feel like the quality of this chapter has dropped a bit. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, The Belated Minato. Chapter 55. The Belated Arrival of Minato. Under the cover of night, Minato Namikaze finally arrived at the battlefield. Minato, who had just finished teaching a class, was in a good mood. Nohara-rin and Kakashi were both excellent students. It is also very easy for him to be a class teacher. He just needs to pay more attention to Kakashi and Obito's psychological problems in the future. Minato carried the barbecue he brought back and walked home with a happy pace. Just as he was about to go around the side of the house and enter the door, he heard a strange sound. Relax your body and maintain this position. Minato Namikaze was suddenly startled. He would never forget this voice in his life. It's the sound of that little born. My suspicion turned out to be correct. He came to see KONOHA for other purposes. Minato Namikaze was just about to use Flying Thunder God to flash in front of Liang Luo and cut off his head. But when he thought of how Kushina looked when she was furious, he couldn't help but shrink his head. But what if it's the same as the day before yesterday? Minato hesitated when he tried to open the door. He then sneaked towards the living room window and decided to take a look at what they were doing before making a decision. Liang Luo was giving the white cat a back massage at this time. Although the force was not strong, the technique was very fast. Ha, right here. Try harder. Uzumaki Kushina sat on the sofa, feeling the massage on her back, her body trembling slightly. She felt as if her back was melting as Liang Luo rubbed it, and all the muscles touched became soft and relaxed. Therefore, Juxingna couldn't help but want Liang Luo to use a little more strength to relax all her tense muscles. A little harder. Minato immediately quickened his pace when he heard this key word. He squatted beside the window and quietly looked into the living room through the glass. But I found that Kushina's back, sitting on the sofa, occupied most of the glass. He could only see Juxingna's body trembling slightly, but did not see Liang Luo's figure. This made the peeping Minato Namikaze feel extremely anxious. What on earth did that brat do to Kusuna to make her tremble? There was a sound of coldness coming from the living room again. I think Sister Juxingna seems to have adapted to it. I will increase the intensity of the massage next time. After hearing this, Kushina blushed slightly and nodded. She indeed felt that the muscles she had exercised for many years were gradually loosening and relaxing, and her body and mind felt particularly comfortable. This also caused some strange noises, which made her feel somewhat shy. However, Liang Luojun did not mention it, as if he did not hear it, and continued to massage himself as usual. This made Juxingna feel a lot more relaxed. And Minato Namikaze outside also breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that I was just giving Koyukina a massage. It seemed to be the same the day before yesterday. Fortunately, I didn't rush in rashly, otherwise I would have been beaten up by Kushina again. Liang Luo carefully placed his hands on the white cat's waist and felt its tense muscles. Starting at the waistline on both sides, use your thumbs to gently rub circles into the white hair. Liang Luo's fingers moved flexibly around the white cat's waist, sometimes patting it with the base of his palm, sometimes kneading it with his fingertips. After Liang Luo felt that the little white cat in his arms had completely relaxed, he suddenly poked and pressed the cat's waist deeply. The white cat felt the force and meowed suddenly. Afterwards, he felt as comfortable as a puddle of water and collapsed completely in Liang Luo's arms. Kushina also felt the tense muscles around her waist, as if years of accumulated poison were suddenly removed. A feeling of ease and comfort came over her. Juxingna completely relaxed and could not help but let out a sound. Meow. Then she covered her mouth with a red face and looked at the little white cat in Liang Luo's arms with shame and anger. It's all this white cat's fault. Why did it give me this synesthesia? Minato, who was moving outside the window, couldn't believe what he heard. What the hell is meow? Why is Juxingna screaming so strangely? Are they really massaging? Shouldn't Kushina be lying down for a massage? Why is she always sitting on the sofa? Where on earth was that damned kid massaging? All kinds of questions lingered wildly in Minato Namikaze's mind. Minato Namikaze looked at Kushina's back through the window, his eyes full of struggle. He suddenly remembered what someone had said to him when he was complaining to his comrades. Others stand up and pedal hard, but you are reluctant to ride it. I have never heard Juxingna imitate a cat's meow to me. How did that damn little thing do that? Liang Luo, who was in the room, had no idea that Shui Men, who was peeping outside, was on the verge of exploding. Although he was a little surprised why Kushina screamed so strangely, he did not stop the massage with his hands. Liang Luo used his hands alternately, either pulling gently or kneading hard. He patiently stimulated each stiff muscle repeatedly. And ever since Kushina called out for the first time, it was like a flood. Like the white cat, it meows non-stop. Liang Luo stopped what he was doing helplessly and said to Juxingna, "How about Sister Juxingna also go to the bedroom?" He was afraid that if he didn't get Kushina away, others would think they were playing some weird game at home. Even if you are a fan of Furui, you probably won't be able to stand a woman who meows all the time. Minato, who was standing outside the window, was almost doubting his life as he listened to Koyuki Na's series of cat meows. He now wishes he could become the deaf husband in the movie, the kind who can't hear his wife no matter how much she asks for help. But Minato Namikaze knew that this was the best time for him to obtain evidence. I just need to wait in the bedroom in advance to find out whether Juxingna and Liang Luo have any special relationship. Thinking of this, Minato Namikaze immediately took action. He did not use the shuriken in the room to perform the Flying Thunder God technique, for fear that someone would notice the chakra fluctuations. Instead, he used his superb stealth skills and sneaked in through the bedroom window. After entering the bedroom, Minato Namikaze suddenly realized that Uchiha Mikoto was still lying on his bed. Uchiha Mikoto's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were closed. Does this guy want to make love with both of them at the same time? If Uchiha Fugaku knew about this, he would definitely skin that guy alive. It's because I have a good temper that I always want to get evidence first. Minato Namikaze thought as he crawled under the bed. His movements were so slight that Uchiha Mikoto didn't even notice that there was another person in the room. As soon as Minato Namikaze reached his hand under the bed, he found 4 rough big hands suddenly grabbing him. Minato Namikaze was terrified, wondering why there was someone under his bed. And he's a person with 4 hands. The next second, Minato Namikaze was dragged into the darkness under the bed. End of this chapter. Chapter 56 The World Under the Bed. Chapter 56 The World Under the Bed. In Minato Namikaze's bedroom, no one could have imagined that 3 grown men could hide under a 2-meter-long bed. Even if Uchiha Madara launched a night attack, he would probably end up in regret if he encountered this lineup. However, under the dark bed, the atmosphere became increasingly solemn. After Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled Namikaze Minato in, his smile faded a little. Although he had many years of voyeuristic experience, he had never had such an exciting experience. Therefore, every smile of the 3 generations comes from the heart, and is a smile of having their voyeurism satisfied. But he tried his best to hide his smile at this moment. He knew that he had to comfort Minato now. Even if Kushina had done something dirty with someone else, Minato had to remain calm. That's right, even if things had come to this point, he had to stop Minato from getting angry. This is all for the will of fire. The rage in Uchiha Fugaku's heart grew stronger and stronger. Originally he thought that as long as Minato didn't come in, it meant that Mikoto was not involved in what was happening in the living room outside. I didn't expect that this shameless guy actually dared to come in. Fortunately, he had been waiting in the bedroom in advance, otherwise he would not know what Namikaze Minato would do to Mikoto. Does he really think that he can abuse his subordinates' wives at will by relying on his identity as Yellow Flash? Minato was extremely confused at this time. He couldn't help but ask the classic 3 questions in his mind. Why are they here? Am I really in my home? Am I an outsider in this family? Minato gradually regained consciousness, and the look he gave them became increasingly unfriendly. No matter what their reasons were, they were clearly eavesdropping on their wives' voices at this moment, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku's 4 big hands covered their mouths, hands, and feet respectively. This made Minato Namikaze unable to move at all under the bed. And why does the 3rd generation's hand smell so bad? Namikaze Minato looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand covering his mouth with a little confusion. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku's anger level had exceeded the limit, and he released the hand that was controlling Namikaze Minato's thigh. He suddenly grabbed Minato Namikaze's neck. I'm going to strangle you to death. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were red with anger as he thought of this, and even his Sharingan opened unconsciously. Caught off guard, Uchiha Fugaku easily grabbed Namikaze Minato's neck. Minato Namikaze's cheeks suddenly turned red and his eyeballs were almost pinched out. And Namikaze Minato's hands were still controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The situation was as if the 3rd Hokage and Uchiha Fugaku were conspiring to commit murder. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked and quickly let go of Namikaze Minato's hand. At the same time, he and Minato Namikaze pulled off Uchiha Fugaku's hands. The 3 of them were indeed top ninjas, after a desperate fight under the bed. There was no sound at all, only the sound of clothes rubbing against skin. Naturally, this tiny sound could not be heard by Uchiha Mikoto, who was enjoying a massage on the bed. After Sarutobi Hiruzen separated the 2 men with great effort, he used himself to separate the 2 of them. Then cover their mouths with both hands. If we were to ask who among the 3 people least wanted to be discovered at this moment, it would undoubtedly be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not to mention how embarrassing it would be to be found under someone else's bed, there was also the issue of Koyukine's emotional stability. Sarutobi Hiruzen must consider things carefully, because Kushina's emotions have been very unstable since the war began. Being stimulated like this again, Sarutobi Hiruzen was really worried that Kushina would go berserk on the spot. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Namikaze Minato with his big eyes, and at the same time, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a look of disgust. What on earth did this old pervert touch with his hand? Why does it stink so bad? Namikaze Minato also calmed down a little. He also didn't want to be discovered by Kushina. After all, he still wanted to see if Kushina was cheating at home. But I couldn't leave the bed, otherwise I would be seen by others soon. So I can only calm down and have a good communication with Uchiha Fugaku. So he struggled to push away Sarutobi Hiruzen's stinky hand and wrote on Uchiha Fugaku's hand, "Why are you in my house?" Uchiha Fugaku sneered and wrote heavily on Namikaze Minato's hand, "Don't you know why I'm in your house?" Minato Namikaze was confused by this hostile question. Why did he know that he was under the bed? And many more. Did he mean that he had listened to the bed like this many times, but he just didn't notice it? So Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Fugaku with an unfriendly look again. He suddenly grabbed Uchiha Fugaku's hand and wrote on it, "Tell me the truth, how many times have you eavesdropped?" Uchiha Fugaku also refuted, "You should tell me the truth. How many times have you done this?" The two of them stared at each other under the bed, and the air under the bed almost sparked. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that the two of them seemed to be about to fight again, so he quickly separated them. While trying to smooth things over, he asked the two people separately why they were under the bed. Namikaze Minato still had some trust in Sarutobi Hiruzen. While pouring out his grievances, he told Sarutobi Hiruzen everything. Uchiha Fugaku felt that neither of them were good people, one was an old pervert and the other was a stinky yellow-haired guy. He wanted to drive the Gundam to chop them both to pieces, which would also be considered as purifying the air in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only appease Fugaku by stroking him for a while before Uchiha Fugaku was willing to tell him the truth. After listening to what the two people said about all the events, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly became filled with a look of confusion. It's all Liang Luo's fault. Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku looked at each other. Namikaze Minato felt that what the third Hokage said made sense. Uchiha Fugaku didn't even know who Liang Luo was, and was wondering where he had heard this name. So the third generation quickly told the two of them what he had guessed. Liang Luo first used a secret technique to capture the favor of Kusanagi the day before yesterday, and got the opportunity to come to Shimon's house today. Then he wanted to take advantage of Minato Namikaze's absence from home to have sex with Koyukina. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Mikoto was also at Minato's house. So he used an illusion to trick Uchiha Mikoto into the room, and then executed Kushina in the living room. According to Liang Luo's plan, after Kushina's side is finished, it will be Uchiha Mikoto's turn. At that time, Liang Luo will appear in this room, or ask Mikan to go out. The three of us caught Liang Luo on the spot and sent him straight to prison. This way we can clear up the unhealthy trends in Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku's originally confused eyes gradually became clear. Good boy, you just graduated and you can commit such a heinous crime. Then he looked at Minato Namikaze, and they both nodded, thinking in their hearts, arrest Liang Luo and clean up Konoha. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, 57 Days of Thunder. Chapter 57. Struck by thunder, however, Zhu Xingmei in the living room did not immediately agree to Liang Luo's request. Some unwilling questions. I guess I don't have to go to the bedroom. For some reason, Zhu Xingmei felt that she could relax a little more when she was with Liang Luo. If a cat meowed next to Mikoto, she would probably want to crawl into a crack in the ground. Liang Luo shook his head helplessly. Sister Kushina, you don't want to be discovered by Brother Minato, right? Juzingna hummed a few times in dissatisfaction. We didn't do anything. But she still walked towards the bedroom reluctantly. After all, she knew. Minato is also very scary when he gets jealous. If Minato really heard the strange sound I just made, I wouldn't know how to face him. At this time, the three people under the bed had already completed their plot. Prepare to take Liang Luo down the moment Zhu Xingmei and Liang Luo enter the bedroom. Kushina's footsteps gradually became louder, and the three people under the bed also realized that there was only one footstep. Namikaze Minato gestured anxiously. Why didn't Liang Luo come? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little puzzled. According to speculation, Liang Luo should also follow Kushina in and start the evil import. And they could arrest the evil Liang Luo on the spot before the crime even started. But why did Kushina come in alone? Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have thought of something and quickly gestured and said. Could it be that Liang Luo wanted to take a break, so he let them in first? Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded vigorously. Yes, that's definitely the case. We need to wait a little longer. Minato Namikaze could only wait in discomfort, thinking about what might happen next. He wanted to rush out and cut Liang Luo into pieces. Kushina opened the door, slowly moved herself to the bed, and sat on it. With a hint of teasing, she asked Uchiha Mikoto, who was wrapped in the quilt. How did you feel just now? Uchiha Mikoto blushed and nodded slightly. Pretty good. As the lady of the Uchiha family, she has not done ninja work for many years. However, the numerous affairs of the tribe still caused her to suffer from muscle soreness from time to time. But the Uchiha clan did not have special maids, so she had never been massaged like this before. After Liang Luo's massage, she felt her muscles relaxed for the first time in a long time. Her whole body seemed to be rejuvenated, and she was still immersed in the feeling just now. Uchiha Fugaku, who was under the bed, was stunned when he heard this. How did you feel just now? Could it be that before I came, that bastard Liang Luo had done something to Misaka? Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan opened unconsciously, and he wanted to get up and destroy Liang Luo humanely. Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly held him down. Maybe it's just a massage. Namikaze Minato wrote words on Uchiha Fugaku's hand that he himself did not believe. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Namikaze Minato angrily. If it was just a massage, why would Mikoto's face be so red? Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to persuade him earnestly. Regardless, they were hiding under the bed at this point in case they were discovered by Koyukina and Mikoto. He couldn't even imagine what kind of beating he would experience, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen felt sympathetic. Kushina doesn't care if he is the Hokage or not, she will really beat him up, but he can't fight back. Therefore, he must hold down the reckless Uchiha Fugaku. After a round of threats and inducements from the two men, Uchiha Fugaku finally lay on the ground unwillingly, waiting patiently for the opportunity they mentioned. As long as they can find evidence that Liang Luo is importing at Shumen's house, they can make a comeback. Standing on the moral high ground and with the upper hand of the law, he accused Koyukina and Mikoto without fear of being beaten by her. In the living room, Liang Luo also started the next step of the massage. He positioned the floppy little white cat so that it faced him. Then he flexibly pinched the white cat's thigh muscles with his thumb and index finger, kneading and pressing them gently. Kyuxingna, who was lying on the bed, felt the massage sensation coming from the air, and her thighs tensed involuntarily. Kyukina, relax a little. Uchiha Mikoto, who had been lying in bed for a long time, was more relaxed than Kushina. Because shared links can accurately convey the three targets' feelings towards each other. Therefore, she could also clearly feel the tightness coming from Kushina. So I couldn't help but start guiding. Kusina took a breath. But it's so itchy like this. Uchiha Mikoto chuckled. Now it was her turn to tease Koyukina. You're just not used to it, just relax. Upon hearing this, Kyoxingna tried hard to relax the muscles in her thighs. Liang Luo was in the living room, feeling the muscle tension reflected by the little white cat. He also patiently pressed on the white cat's tense thighs, relaxing those stiff muscles bit by bit. Under the bed, Minato Namikaze's heart suddenly jumped, and he quickly wrote on Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. Kyoxingna and Mikoto were lying together, why did they make that kind of noise? Sarutobi Hiruzen soothed. Massage is just a massage. Uchiha Fugaku was also a little anxious. He thought of a very bad guess and quickly wrote on Minato Namikaze's hand. Is Liang Luo just a bridge for the two of them to meet? Could it be that their real purpose is each other? Namikaze Minato was shocked by this guess. He suddenly remembered a sentence that Uchiha Mikoto often said when she saw Kushinaga: we are good friends who share the same quilt. Namikaze Minato took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect Mikoto's mind to be so terrifying. But he was not as anxious as before. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but be amazed by Uchiha Fugaku's imagination. He gestured, Sister XX, may the thunder strike you. Uchiha Fugaku didn't care about that. He gestured anxiously. We have to stop them. He doesn't care, the key is that Mikoto can't do this. What Uchiha Fugaku got in return were two rather strange looks. Namikaze Minato gestured, you tell me how to stop it. He felt that if he crawled out now, he might not be able to be beaten half to death. Sarutobi Hiruzen even disagreed to stop it now, regardless of the fact that he was enjoying eating the melon. Just saying that if something really happened between Mikoto and Kyoxingna, the harm to the village would be much less than finding a man. So he was not willing to step forward at this moment. Only Uchiha Fugaku shed sad tears when he heard the sound on the bed. P.S. I want to change the title of the book, tentatively named KONOHA, Who Made Him a Ninja. Now looking back, this title is really lame. PS2, I can't describe the plot of Rella, and 2 key paragraphs were deleted, but it doesn't particularly affect the plot, so I'll just leave it vague. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, Death in the Middle of the Road. Chapter 58. Death on the Road. Liang Luo, who was in the living room, rubbed his sore arm. I thought it was about time to end the massage. If I didn't end it, what would happen if I ran into Minato Namikaze? So after rubbing the white cat's toes again, he said to the 2 people in the bedroom. I'm almost done here. Uchiha Mikoto let out a long sigh of relief. Uzumaki Kushina was still savoring the feeling just now, and couldn't help but say with some dissatisfaction. That fast? Liang Luo held the white cat in the living room and shook his head. I'm a little tired today, maybe next time. Uchiha Mikoto suddenly spoke. How about Liang Luo-jun come to the bedroom and we help you relax? Kushina looked at Uchiha Mikoto in surprise, and after listening to her, she realized her own selfishness. After all, Liang Luo massaged himself and Juxing for so long, so we should also massage him for a while in return. So he nodded immediately. That's right, Liang Luo-jun, why don't you come to the bedroom and rest? Liang Luo was a little hesitant, as he somehow felt that doing so was very dangerous. But he still walked towards the bedroom. He wanted to hand the white cat to them and then run away. Let them massage the white cat, so that they can enjoy the feeling of being massaged and also experience the feeling of massaging others. Then Liang Luo's footsteps also sounded in the corridor. The 3 people under the bed were excited, they had finally waited for this opportunity. As long as Liang Luo comes in, they will immediately catch the criminal on the spot. Liang Luo walked towards the bedroom and said, then I'll give you the white cat. You can give it a massage. I'm going to go back now. When Minato Namikaze, who was under the bed, heard this, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be that Liang Luo outside was really giving them a massage? So should we still carry out our plan? Uchiha Fugaku seemed to be aware of this problem as well, his eyes became somewhat serious. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen was still smiling, and no one knew what he was thinking. After Liang Luo finished speaking, he was still petting the cat subconsciously. His hand slid along the white cat's spine and finally landed on its tail. Liang Luo suddenly realized that he seemed to have never massaged the white cat's tail. But Kushina and Mikoto don't have tails, so I don't know what that will feel like. So Liang Luo smiled and began to rub the muscles on the white cat's tail with his fingertips. Mikoto on the bed trembled suddenly, and an inexplicable feeling grew in her body. The realistic touch felt by the tail was being transmitted to her continuously, almost giving her the feeling of having a phantom limb. And Uzumaki Kushina's reaction seemed to be even worse. Her eyes were closed tightly and she kept making slight sounds from her mouth. If you open her eyes, you can see that Kushina's eyes have turned into fox-like eyes. The light red chakra on his body was emerging uncontrollably. The next second, a red tail made of chakra suddenly grew out from under her body. The exposed tail was filled with the nine tails violent chakra, and Kushina merely moved subconsciously. The entire bed split horizontally in an instant. Uchiha Mikoto thought she was going to fall on the floor, but she ended up sitting on something soft and textured. This feeling is human. Uchiha Mikoto suddenly widened her eyes and looked in disbelief at Namikaze Minato who was sitting under her. At this time, Uzumaki Kushina was busy collecting her leaked nine tails chakra. He didn't notice at all that he was sitting on Uchiha Fugaku's chest. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was lying between Minato and Fugaku, had a very stiff face at this moment. His eyes met with Uchiha Mikoto's. He smiled stiffly and greeted Mikoto. What a coincidence! Uchiha Mikoto was so shocked by this scene that her mind went blank and she just let out a high-pitched scream. Ah! The scream echoed throughout Minato's mansion, so much so that the surrounding neighbors could also hear some of it. After hearing the scream, Liang Luo felt something was wrong and quickly opened the bedroom door. I saw this extremely abstract scene. 3 men appeared under the broken bed, and the 2 women on the bed were sitting on the chest of each other's husband. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the middle showed a perverted smile and greeted Mikoto. Liang Luo suddenly closed the door again and took a deep breath. There must be something wrong with the way I opened the door. It doesn't matter if Minato Namikaze is under the bed. After all, this is his home and he could be anywhere. But who can tell him why the 3rd generation and Uchiha Fugaku are also under the bed? Are the 3 of them trying to play landlord under the bed? Liang Luo forced himself to calm down and tried to open the door again. However, things did not change. At this time, Uzumaki Kushina had already collected all of the 9 tails chakra. He looked at Uchiha Fugaku sitting under him and Namikaze Minato sitting under Mikoto with a distorted expression. Her hair moved without wind, and she slowly stood up. What the hell is going on? Complete sentences came out of Uzumaki Kushina's mouth word by word. Namikaze Minato tried hard to put Uchiha Mikoto on his chest aside and stood up very awkwardly. Misunderstandings are just misunderstandings. Uzumaki Kushina sneered. You mean, are you 3 grown men crawling under the bed to complete some secret operation? Minato Namikaze really wanted to say that was right, they were hiding here just to catch the extremely evil Liang Luo. But he also knew that if he said such words at this time, he would only be beaten by Kushina. At this moment, Minato Namikaze suddenly had an idea and knelt down at Kushina's feet. Pointing at Sarutobi Hiruzen with gritted teeth, he said. This is all a conspiracy by the 3rd generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen was originally extremely frightened, but when he saw Koyukina, the first person she went to was to cause trouble for Namikaze Minato. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and prepared to sneak out using the substitution technique. But he didn't expect to hear Minato's accusatory remarks against him. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. He looked at Namikaze Minato in disbelief. I didn't expect that a guy like you with thick eyebrows and big eyes could do such a thing as betraying your superiors. Where is your conscience? Where is your will of fire? However, Minato Namikaze had no time to care about the twists and turns in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. I just hugged Juzingna's thigh and said sadly, the third master has ulterior motives. He has been hiding under the bed since the beginning. Not only did he use words to induce Fugaku and I not to go out, he also slandered Liang Luojun in secret. They said he had bad intentions towards you, so they asked us to wait for Liang Luojun to come in and then take him down together. I was bewildered for a moment and believed the instigation of 3 generations of adults. Juzingna, you must make the decision for me. Uzumaki Kushina narrowed her eyes dangerously and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who opened his mouth and could not speak. Third Sama, I never thought your voyeurism would turn into what it is today. It seems that Master Baiwako's discipline of you is still insufficient. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kukuna with great sorrow and said, slander. This is blatant slander. Then he pointed at Uchiha Fugaku. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Fugaku and see what he says. Uchiha Fugaku was not stupid either. He quickly said to Kushinari, every word Minato said is precious. We are all forced to hide under the bed because of the coercion of 3 generations. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Arrested. Chapter 59-59. The 3 generations were arrested. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely panicked. He looked at Kushina, who was coming over angrily, and said to Uchiha Fugaku, didn't you just say you wanted to cut Liang Luo into pieces? Are you going back on your word now? Uchiha Fugaku quickly distanced himself from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He pointed at the panicked Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, look, he's still slandering me. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost vomited blood. He didn't expect this. How did the originally good task of catching criminals end up with me being thrown into jail? Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Yang Luo standing at the door like a bystander. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly thought of something. It's you. You set up a trap to frame me. Liang Luo spread his hands innocently. How could I have known in advance that you were lying under the bed? Liang Luo said that he didn't even touch Juzingna's skin this time, but he couldn't take such a big blame. Fortunately, I had the foresight to use the white cat to do a remote massage in advance. Otherwise, it would probably be my turn to be arrested on the spot. Kushina grabbed the collar of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting on the ground, and glared at him fiercely. You old, disrespectful bastard! Then, Kyoxingna punched him hard in the face. This punch is for Master Baiwako. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was at an extreme disadvantage both in momentum and morality. Therefore, even if he had the ability to resist, he had no intention of doing so. After Kyoxingna finished beating her, she said to Minato, who was hugging her thigh next to her, hurry up and get the rope, and send this old bastard to the Konoha guard. Minato Namikaze realized that he had passed the test successfully, so he happily went to the living room to get a rope. Without even Kushina saying anything, she very attentively tied up Sarutobi Hiruzen. He completely ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, which looked as if he was ready to choose someone to devour. Minato, have you forgotten how much I've trained you over the years? Sarutobi Hiruzen said this to Namikaze Minato, who was frowning. Namikaze Minato paused for a moment as if he was moved. Don't worry, I will visit you in prison often. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he increased the speed of tying the rope, fearing that he would have a chance to run away. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Uchiha Fugaku again and said in a deep voice, what is the punishment for peeping at others? As the captain of the guard team, you must know it very well, right? Uchiha Fugaku felt his face tighten, and he quickly stood up and answered, Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions clearly violated the privacy rights of other citizens. If there are no adverse consequences, the penalty should be detention of not less than 3 days but not more than 10 days and a fine. If there is evidence that the person is being spied on multiple times, then it constitutes harassment. Imprisonment for a term of not less than 1 year but not more than 3 years and a fine. Uzumaki Kushina snorted coldly. It was obvious that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not commit the crime of harassment. She had only discovered him this time. But he was only allowed to stay for 3 days, and Juzingna was unwilling to do so, so she added. Then how should he be punished for instructing you to eavesdrop as well? A drop of cold sweat slowly dripped down Uchiha Fugaku's face, and he glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was tied to the ground. His face looked very ugly at this time. Seeing that he was still not saying anything, Uchiha Mikoto poked the soft flesh on his waist. That's what you said. Uchiha Mikoto was also very angry at this time. She felt very shy when she was being massaged. What made her even more ashamed and angry was that someone was actually eavesdropping on her. I don't know how much of the ridiculous things I said were heard by them. Even if the other party is the third Hokage, he should pay the price. Uchiha Fugaku swallowed and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen again. They asked me to say this, so you can't make things difficult for me. So he spoke out haltingly. Instigating others to commit crimes such as voyeurism is generally considered as abetment. If it is abetment of a serious crime, it may be sentenced to 5 to 10 years in prison. The sentence for incitement to a general criminal offense is usually between 1 and 5 years. Voyeurism is a civil offense, not a criminal offense. Therefore, the most that can be done is to increase their detention time. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, which was becoming increasingly darker. After all, he was still worried that the Uchiha clan would be punished by him later, so he quickly added. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is Minato and I's direct superior. This kind of thing does not fall into the category of incitement for him. Juzingna was too lazy to listen to his long speech on the provisions and interrupted directly. So what's your conclusion? Uchiha Fugaku paused and repeated. In conclusion. Juzingna glanced at him impatiently. It's just how many days this old man can be imprisoned in the end. Uchiha Fugaku carefully glanced at Kushina's expression. 5 days. Kushina's brows suddenly knitted. Uchiha Fugaku quickly changed his words. No, it's 10 days. Serious cases are generally dealt with according to the maximum penalty. However, Juzingna still frowned slightly and nodded reluctantly. Then you can take him back to the guard. Uchiha Fugaku's heart suddenly tightened. Let me escort the third Hokage alone. What if he asked me to untie the rope halfway? Should I untie it or not? No. I have to drag someone into the water. Uchiha Fugaku immediately covered his arm and said to Kushinari with trembling lips. I was just injured. If I go alone, I'm afraid something might happen. Kushina glanced at him with a half-smile, then pointed at Minato with her chin. Then let Minato go with you. Namikaze Minato's expression also changed. Was he disgusted with himself for not drawing a clear line between himself and the third generation? But you don't have to worry, Mikoto and I will go find Biwako-sama soon. Even if there are any accidents, I believe Master Biwako can handle them. Kushina looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen again and said so. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard that Kushina was going to find Lake Biwa, his face suddenly turned pale. Why am I so unlucky today? Biwako first beat him up for no reason, and then asked him to find the cat. As a result, he didn't find the cat, and he got himself involved. Seeing that he was about to go to jail, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What did I do wrong to lead to today's outcome? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Liang Luo next to the door frame again, and he suddenly understood something. I shouldn't have listened to Tsunade's nonsense. If Liang Luo had been sent directly to the battlefield and let him die there, it might have helped purify the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen even thought about the very beginning. Seeing that the population of the Kurama clan was declining, he made an exception and allowed the sickly boy Liang Luo to go to school. Sarutobi Hiruzen regretted it. He shouldn't have let Liang Luo become a ninja. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Escort and Harvest. Chapter 60 Escort and Harvest. However, Kushina had no intention of easily bypassing Minato Namikaze. He also asked them when they eavesdropped and what they heard. How could Minato Namikaze dare to answer such a question that could easily cause a big scandal? He just kept pushing the blame onto Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Uchiha Fugaku appeared calm and composed on the surface, his eyes were always directed towards Mikoto. Although her clothes were a little messy, there was no sign of them being taken off. There were no suspicious red marks on the skin, just a very natural blush. Uchiha Fugaku immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the problem he was most worried about did not happen. But he still didn't understand the current situation. Does Liang Luo want to start importing? Or are Kushina and Mikoto eating the forbidden fruit? Or is it really just Sarutobi Hiruzen's conspiracy? So I quietly asked Uchiha Mikoto next to me, do you know what's going on now? Uchiha Mikoto observed Namikaze Minato for a while, and she had some understanding of the current situation. So he shook his head and said to Uchiha Fugaku, "It's all just a misunderstanding." So Uchiha Mikoto told them about the massage Liang Luo gave them. Uchiha Fugaku still had doubts in his heart. Then why did I hear you say something like don't stop? Uchiha Mikoto stamped her feet in shame. It's just a simple massage. I never pay attention to men, you know that. I don't recognize the person my best friend brought. I can't help you if you think like that. At the end of her speech, Uchiha Mikoto turned her head away and didn't want to pay any attention to Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku's doubts did not dissipate, and he continued to ask. Don't you usually dislike being touched by others? Why did you agree to it today? Uchiha Mikoto just sighed helplessly. It's really the atmosphere. I didn't even talk to him. Itaka must be your bloodline. I agreed in a daze at that time. Don't you have any problem at all? Uchiha Mikoto said the last word, then turned around and pulled Uzumaki Kushina to walk out. Uzumaki Kushina didn't resist, she just snorted and said to Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku. Then please send the third-generation master to prison. Minato Namikaze nodded immediately with a feeling of relief. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Mikoto's departing back and felt very desolate. Even though he felt that Mikoto hadn't done anything to offend him, the emotions accumulated over the day. This still made Uchiha Fugaku feel more angry. I just interrogated Mikoto only because I used her as a punching bag. Go home and apologize to her. Uchiha Fugaku sighed silently. Then, together with Minato Namikaze, he grabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's two tied arms. Walked out of the room. When I passed by the living room, I saw Mikoto talking to KONOHA about something. When Uchiha Mikoto saw Fugaku coming, she just turned her head away, as if she didn't want to talk to him. This forced Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally about to say something, to give up. He silently walked out of the house with Minato and walked towards the guard post on the dark street. Ju Xingnei in the room said to Liang Luo with great apology, I'm sorry, Ryōyūro-kun, Minato is so childish. I'm sure he was hiding under the bed today because he thought something might happen between us. Uzumaki Kushina is not stupid, so she could find the loopholes in Minato's words. However, her anger towards Sarutobi Hiruzen was real, so she took the opportunity to vent her dissatisfaction. As for Minato, he just picked it up high and put it down gently. After all, in Kushina's eyes, Minato's flustered behavior also showed concern for her. But when she thought about the fact that Minato had always suspected that she would attack Ryugo, Kushina became furious. She said angrily, I don't know what Minato is thinking. How could I possibly have any evil thoughts about a 10-year-old boy? When Liang Luo heard this, he smiled awkwardly. He really didn't have any idea about the attributes of married women, so these two contacts with Kushina. They were very careful to avoid any possible sensitive actions, which was why they were able to avoid Minato's surveillance. Ju Xingnei looked at Liang Luo's hearty smile and her heart suddenly moved. Maybe when he grows up. Before the thought could form, Kushina shook her head quickly. It seems that I am still influenced by Minato. By the time Liang Luo grows up, I might be old already. How could something like that happen? Uchiha Mikoto also bent down and said to Liang Luo. Fugaku is still too impulsive. I hope he didn't cause any trouble to Liang Luo-jun. Liang Luo waved his hand. It's okay, if there's a next massage, let's do it in front of Master Fugaku. This will also clear his doubts. Uchiha Mikoto stroked her smooth black hair, then covered her mouth and laughed softly. Then I'll leave it to Liang Luo-jun. Liang Luo nodded indifferently. He still had to thank Uchiha Fugaku. I don't know if it's because Uchiha Mikoto's threshold is too high or because the massage is not over yet. His own upgrade mission, to give Uchiha Mikoto an unforgettable experience, but he has never been able to complete it. It was not until Uchiha Mikoto sat down on Namikaze Minato's chest that she was reminded that the mission was completed. Liang Luo also got the reward of skill upgrade as he wished. Before Liang Luo could think carefully about which skill should be upgraded, Zhu Xingmei brought the white cat over from the bedroom. To Liang Luo, it's getting late, we're going to return the cat to Master Biwako. By the way, let me accuse the 3 generations of their evil deeds. Would you like to go with us, Liang Luo-jun? Liang Luo shook his head. He had done enough today and now he felt very tired. He planned to go home and rest after upgrading his skills. As for Lake Biwa, he would definitely be able to see it tomorrow when Danzo confessed his feelings. Seeing this, Uzumaki Kushina could only nod regretfully. She was also thinking that Lady Biwako had been so tired recently, and if Liang Luo gave her a massage for a while, maybe it would help. However, seeing that Liang Luo indeed looked low on energy at the moment, Zhu Xingmei did not force him. After just saying hello to Liang Luo, he went out with the white cat and Mikoto in his arms. Liang Luo also followed them out, but chose the opposite route from them. He now needs a private space to think about which skill he should upgrade. Liang Luo slowly looked through the 3 skills he had stored. First, eliminate the excessive increase. 5 cards of chakra are already sufficient. Even if it doubles after upgrading, it won't be a big improvement for yourself. Then Liang Luo finally chose the limited space upgrade option. End of this chapter.